everybody, good morning. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I don't think I'm the king of radio sexism anymore.
Uh-oh, what happened?
Some guy in Missouri just totally straight up went off on his female co-host. They went to break, and but they were still recording. They weren't on the air, but they were recording, and he just...
It was a hot mic.
I was jealous, man.
Oh, man.
The shit he said to her, oh, my God. I'm like, I didn't get those shots in before. I got told I either had to turn in all my social media stuff or I couldn't stick around anymore. Now, he's going to get straight up fired. I had a choice. Either leave or do it our way. And I said, I think I'm going to go now.
Do we get to listen to it?
Yeah, we'll listen to it later today.
Thank God.
There's a guy who... he just went off. He had a female co-host, which I guarantee he didn't want to have to begin with. But they stuck him with a female co-host, and she, I guess, on the air, like, criticized his. It was something so stupid.
No.
I think he criticized her. She criticized his computer skills on the air. And then he just went on, like, you fucking bitch, and don't you ever fucking talk to me like that. And like, oh my, it was insane.
Oh, I can't wait.
And I'm just sitting there reading the story. I've only heard like 10 seconds of the audio so far. It was pretty bad.
Worth
that first
it?
10 seconds. Oh yeah. And I'm watching it and I'm going, I never got to do that. If you're new to this show and you don't know like kind of the lore, the story of this program, maybe we'll have to do like a standalone fruit, a standalone video kind of explaining, hey, here's your steel toe lore. But there was a chick in Iowa who got a job. Like, we were trying to get syndicated because we had destroyed our market.
Right.
And there was nothing left to do. And it would have been boring if could you imagine if 2 years later we were just doing the same show for the same audience? Just because you're not going to grow in St. Cloud, Minnesota.
Were done growing.
Yeah, there's limits. Like, now we are, by the way, 50 subs away from 5,000. 50 away.
Coming.
Absolutely subscribe. You'll love it. But we were done growing, and we were like, we got to get syndicated. Our boss said, if you reach number one in this market, we'll syndicate you. We'll do it old school. We'll just go station to station and go, hey, we got this show. We'll do it for this much. We'll satellite it out to you, blah, blah, blah. Well, they weren't doing that. So they then, I just started listening to shows and going to stations where they were hiring morning shows and applying to those. And I figure, well, if I get the gig, then we'll give this to the boss and we'll go, hey, syndicate us here. They've already hired us, and just kind of put them in that position. And then the stations that didn't hire us, I just started listening to the shows they hired and making fun of them. It's a thing that radio people have done in the past. And They hired one team that was a guy who ended up coming on our show when we were on Twitch and talking about how shitty the show was and how bad the experience was. And then this woman who was so clearly there because she was a girl. And we just started beating the shit out of her. We started watching her sizzle reels that she had on her website. Yeah. And there was a pit bull in the car with her. And I go, oh, I hope he smells toddler on her and eats her. And, we said, go on their Facebook page and just say you're disappointed in how she drops the N-word in private. just childish shit like that.
It was funny.
Yeah, and then she had a black friend in Seattle who got all pissy and cunty about it. It's like, this is why women face sexism and this is why radio isn't safe. It was one of those great, like, again, I'm a bad bitch until I have to go through shit men have to go through.
Right.
Then I'm a victim.
Not okay for them.
So it was that whole thing. Then she ate that up as like, oh, I'm the face of cyberbullying and gender bullying and all that. And she played it up for the news. Her career, meanwhile, is nowhere. She got a new partner. The other guy left because he thought the show was stupid. The station she works for isn't even rated. It's brutal. She's done nothing ever since. And that's what happens when you try to make your whole career being the victim.
Right. Don't make your whole identity just being you.
I mean, people on the internet will hit like and they'll go, good for you. Go off, girl. But they won't listen to your show. They won't hear what you have to say. They won't be entertained by you. They'll just virtue signal quick and then leave. But then when it comes to like this next guy. So I had to go for that.
Yep.
Because I said all kinds of funny, horrible things. This guy was just serious. I mean, he yelled right at his co-host's face. Here's where he has an advantage over me. He did it right to the person's face when they were sitting across the table from them.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty hardcore.
Well, that, and he, meant what he was saying, too.
Yeah.
I think, there was no way when you were doing your whole thing making fun of the Iowa station, you had no idea that was going to be the end of things.
No, we've done so many things way worse than that.
Exactly. So obviously, if you had known, oh, okay, this might be it, I'm sure you would have leaned in a little harder.
Yeah, if that was going to be the end, oh, sure, we could have.
But you weren't angry with the Iowa station or anything. You were doing a funny bit.
No, what was funny was after everything we said, I would just giggle and go, "This is so immature. This is so stupid." But this cunt from Washington,
the Nike swoosh brows.
Yeah, cut out 6 minutes and 30 seconds of us talking about it for an hour and a half, and cut out all the parts before and after where I go, we're just fucking around. You're not fucking around. We're just screwing around. It's so stupid. What are we doing here? Jesus, what a terrible guy I am, and that whole deal. So this Missouri guy, I'm really excited to get to him. We got a couple of stories beforehand, but that Missouri guy, he is. They stick these guys with female co-hosts on these radio shows, and you know that these guys don't want female co-hosts. It was something the bosses did to balance out the demos instead of putting on a good show. And this guy clearly had it with working with this woman. You work on this show because I got to basically train you in.
Sure.
This is how our show goes. This is how we do broadcasting. Do this, don't do that, so on, so forth. These guys, they just get stuck with some female broadcaster, and she's your stereotypical radio chick.
Who thinks she knows what's best or something.
Oh, and she's just oh, that's not nice, and we shouldn't say that. And you're just there's been so many times where they've gone to break, and that guy's walked out of the studio and went, fucking kill me. Kill me.
He's got an airplane bottle in his coffee.
I do not want to be here anymore. I can't do another. And these guys, I was doing sales to make a living. I couldn't make a living doing the radio show. I had to do sales. This guy doesn't have that, so he's probably making maybe 40, 50 grand a year to do a morning show with this chick. It ain't enough.
It's not good right now.
And he's just fucking kill me. I can't do it. Gray Duckling, you didn't have to retract that. Female co-hosts are the worst. I trained mine in. Way better this way. Veldrain says diversity hiring isn't really nice to get a job because you fill in a checkbox and don't actually deserve the job. It works fine if you're somebody who doesn't have any dignity like these women in broadcasting, and you're just happy to have the gig and you'll brag about being a diversity hire. I mean, I don't think that bothers them, Veldrain. I really don't.
I've only had that happen to me once that I know of, and I know it wasn't a good feeling because I was qualified for the job, but they said right to my face in the interview, oh, no, we need a few more women in here. You're going to be the youngest woman out on that floor right now.
And you just went home and took a shower.
And I'm oh, well, that's good. I mean, I hope you liked my resume.
Yeah.
But thanks.
By the way, guys, I do want to thank you. You guys got our goals back down to normal. Wow, thank you very much from Sunday and Monday.
Thank you.
Just a real good grind. I appreciate it. You guys are the best audience out there. You keep us on the air, and that is incredible. We are humbled and forever in your debt. $400 is the goal today. If we knock it out, we do 30 minutes of overtime. There's the PayPal link in the chat if you feel like chipping in. Otherwise, the YouTube stuff counts as well. Okay, guys, now I won't get yelled at for this by Bumbaclo, by Citizen M, by Nate, by all the other Redbar contingent in our audience. I listened to the LossLess Sven Stoffels. I guess you could call it an interview, but really what happened was this LossLess called Sven's hotel room and just had a 1-hour conversation with Sven from Redbar about Mike David. And oh boy, I don't think those two will be friends anymore.
Really?
Oh no.
They just did a whole thing.
Well, we didn't watch that whole show. Apparently it was incredibly, I'm going to have to go back and watch it now, but it was incredibly uncomfortable. Sven was saying during the breaks, Mike was telling him not to make fun of Jewish people and not say Jew things. And because Sven was drinking and just kept telling Mike that he was engaging in Talmudic tricks.
Fuck. Oh my God.
Apparently, Sven was just going off on Jew shit, so I kind of got to check that out. But he said Mike never leaves the house. He watches H3 unironically. Like, he's gotten high off his own bullshit.
Yeah.
Like, he believes he's this guy of consequence when all he does is just kind of parasitically live off the rest of the internet. They both started going off about how the show's different now and it didn't come back the same. And I was
I'd like to hear this.
I was just sitting there going, yes, I agree with absolutely everything you're saying.
I'm a little confused on the Jewish joke thing because isn't that part of Redbar's shtick?
Sven gave off a very consistent vibe of it's okay when Mike does it.
Okay, but now when he
basically said that when they go to break, he treats Sven like he treats Jules. And he said, yeah, he does yell at Jules. And
so that's not a gimmick.
He says,
Okay.
he said Jules basically has to cover for him. He said Mike was a total dick to him during the show. Jules had to message him after and be like, he'll take a nap and he'll be better.
Oh, that's fucking awful.
That's like covering for an abusive,
well, it is. What else
partner.
is she supposed to do?
Yeah. So for those of you guys who are asking me about it, I listened to most of it last night. I listened to the rest before the show today. My audience doesn't typically know who Redbar is, and they don't really care about Redbar. So we're not going to go through it on this show, but I think you and I could probably do it. It'd probably take about an hour and a half.
Okay.
Or an hour to get through the whole thing. We could do a standalone video of the LossLess thing. I also reached out to LossLess, asked him if he'd do an interview. There is somebody commenting on that I can't see. I'm worried that one of our mods might have timeouted LossLess at some point.
They did. Don't you remember
or
that?
they hid him from the channel, and now I can't see what he's writing me. But then I went into my hidden channels list, and I can't find him. So
I do remember him being hidden. So
yeah, I asked him, and he liked the comment on YouTube, and I think he's trying to write back to me, but I can't find it. So
Okay.
LossLess, if you end up hearing this, get in touch with me on Twitter, the Steel Toe Morning Show Discord, whatever, and
maybe wherever you're messaging him, just say like, "Hey, I can't see your replies. Message me on Facebook or something."
I will say this though, that the Redbar cult runs deep, and everyone in the comments shitting on LossLess's video, shitting on Sven. Sven's just a bad friend.
Calling
this
them
and that.
liars, I'm guessing.
Oh yeah, like they set this up and blah blah blah.
I could totally see all that being very true.
Yeah.
That's not really far-fetched.
Sven said that Redbar's terrified, like he's afraid of the people he's made fun of coming to get him. He never left the house in Chicago. He doesn't leave the house here.
That would explain the lashing out.
Wears adult diapers.
Got it.
Which I don't even want to laugh at that one
that
because
one's
the
not
guy's
that funny.
the guy's sick.
Yeah.
Like he's got a disease and he's not doing very well.
Right. I will say this: any man who's wearing adult diapers doesn't do it for fun.
Right. He's not doing it
So,
because he thinks it's cool.
To me,
you
that
know?
one's not worth making fun of, except for the fact that he's really gone hard in the paint on people for much worse reasons.
That's kind of the sad tragedy of Redbar, isn't
it'll
it?
come
Like
back
now,
to him.
yeah, now he's vulnerable.
Yeah.
And so you can technically never feel bad for him when people come after him because he's made a living that way. So
That makes me wonder now how many of those like frequent breaks are because he like shit his pants and they've got to go clean him.
oh no.
That's really shitty.
Bumbaclo says Sven went in on Mike on that phone call. I agree with Sven. Yeah, I found myself agreeing with a lot of the things Sven Stoffels said. But
God, this sucks because we used to really
a big fan.
hold this guy up on a pedestal.
And yeah, he's just kind of Sven's painted a picture of a desperate, delusional Howard Hughes hiding out in his room type of vibe. And a kind of a delusional delusions of grandeur about how important he really is.
And look, they just had this Sven guy on their show, right? And I have a hard time, and I know they've had their back and forths before, but I have a hard time believing he'd make all of this up just for fun.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see where it goes, but we'll probably do our own video on it because, like I said, a lot of our audience does not care, and I don't want to lose show momentum.
I'm interested.
Talking about a niche thing that a lot of people don't care about. All right, so we got a great show coming today. $400 away from our goal. Thank you to everybody who's been chipping in for the last 2 years, especially this week. Doing a great job. Thanks a ton. Our merch is in.
Yes, it is.
The last merch order is officially in. It came in yesterday. We're going to pick it up today.
Yep.
April's going to start shipping it out this weekend, more than likely. And probably one of our biggest merch orders. This was a big one. Now, the next one that we're going to put in,
hefty.
the one we're going to put in next week, much smaller.
Thank God.
A much smaller. We had a lot of VIPs last month.
Yep.
And we've got, now we've got a much smaller merch order this month coming, but this was a massive one.
This one took a while.
And we'll be sending that out to you very soon. Michael B says, Mike David is Hitler in the last days of the bunker, but I still like him. I don't think it's that desperate, but all right. There's, look, everybody's got their own colorful metaphors, I suppose. Let's jump into the show today. Everybody throw in a couple of bucks. We'll knock out that goal. We'll do a great show for you. We have some details on the Twitch revenue cut. You'll remember yesterday after Twitch faced the gambling controversy, that Mizkif guy has been kicked out of his streaming group. He's been suspended from that for the covering up, the allegations that he covered up somebody's sexual assault.
It's nasty.
Now, Twitch yesterday said, oh, and by the way, guys, while we've got your ear, while we're destroying everything that we built and while we're pissing all of our users off, we're going to take more of your money.
Yeah, because why not? And let's push some more ads.
Yeah, we're gonna tax you a little bit, is what Twitch said yesterday. I don't know who's running this company. I don't know who they put in charge, but goddamn, did they need to go?
Frosk is working this one.
Oh my God, did they hire Frosk? I think they might have hired Frosk as public relations. Dan Clancy is the name of the Twitch president. Okay, there we go. This Dan Clancy guy has to go. He's destroying this company. They are making error on top of error on top of mistake. It is just brutal to watch. So if you're on Twitch and on YouTube, if you get a membership, you become a member to this channel, we get $5 a month.
Yep.
If you give us $10, we get $7. It's a 70-30 split. I believe it's totally fair.
It's a good split.
It's a good split. On Twitch, if you're just a normal partner channel, you get 50%. So if someone gives you $5, your channel gets $250, Twitch gets the rest.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, someone subscribes to your channel, you get $240, they get $260 or whatever. It's about a 50-50. Now, if you're a bigger channel, if you have more people and Twitch gets to run more ads on your channel and get more ad revenue, you get a 70-30 deal. You get a Twitch rep, you work out a nice deal for yourself. So a lot of these big names are making 70-30. Not anymore. Not anymore. It is now, Dan Clancy explained that while the vast majority of streamers have a revenue split of 50-50, in the past, a subset of creators were offered premium subscription terms that cut them a better 70-30 deal. So these people are going to see their money dissipate by 20%.
Which is life-changing, right?
Think about that. You make $1 million on Twitch, they're going to take $200,000 a year from you.
It's insane.
That's a big chunk of money. Twitch subscriptions start at $4.99 per month, offering viewers a way to support their favorite streamers while receiving special access and perks in return. This isn't something we've talked about publicly, but such deals are common knowledge within the streamer community, Clancy said. Apparently, Twitch didn't really have hard and fast criteria outlining who got the better revenue split. The company stopped bringing new streamers into the Sweetheart deal more than a year ago, according to Clancy, but anyone with better terms got to keep them for the time being. So basically, you got grandfathered in.
Yep.
And so they started not giving anyone else this new deal a while back, but now they're going back and taking it away from people, like
retroactively.
Thank you, retroactively,
yep.
Which is really a shitty move to make, to say the least.
It is. It's shitty for multiple reasons. A huge one being like people set up their lives based on what they're making.
Well, yeah, like anything else.
$200,000 away from somebody just like that.
Oh man. Well, I mean, yeah. Aaron's Dusty Coke Nose says, so you guys would have lost $250K a year. Yeah, we were making that much. Absolutely. Boy, did we get out while the getting was good. Guys, if you are having any problems with our video, it is not you. Our KBS is jumping all over the place at the moment this morning, so we're probably just hitting a rough patch in our service. We have Spectrum, so you never know.
It's hardwired.
Just hang in there with us for just a second.
Oh,
It
it's
looks
green
like
again.
looks like it may be stabilizing a little bit. Veldrain with $5 says, "You know what, Sam? Come see me at my house. I can no longer afford Los Angeles."
Imagine of all places you live in Los Angeles too.
Yeah, I mean, you got to live on Los Angeles.
Kick in the dick.
I don't know why all those streamers choose Los Angeles. You can live wherever you want. You know what the sad thing is? I bet you a lot of those gaming streamers and all of those douchey political streamers live in Los Angeles because they think it's going to open them up to new opportunities.
That is why.
They'll get to expand their brand. It's like, nobody you play video games on the internet, all right? This isn't leading to, a TV show. This isn't leading to a sitcom of your crazy, greasy life. No. Stop it. You can live in Nebraska and save yourself a shitload of money.
Dude, that's something I would totally do, but
Hopefully not live in Nebraska.
If you're giving me a choice between LA and Nebraska, I'm living in Nebraska all day long.
That is a difficult one. You're going to be managing a Cinnabon with Gene Takovic.
See, that could be fun.
Okay. Thank you very much to Veldrain for that $5. That's kicking it off this morning. $3.95 away from that goal. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
So I think with the Twitch thing, they're just going to keep kicking themselves in the dick. It must be one of those things where the company's not making money. Amazon has basically given them an ultimatum. Like, look, we're taking the training wheels off. You're not going to be a subsidiary that just is a write-off for us every year. They probably got an edict that said, you guys need to start turning a profit right now. So what they're doing is running more ads, and somebody already said in the chat, ads are killing Twitch. The unwatchability, its app and service are terrible.
I hate this, but I absolutely quit listening to shows that I religiously watched every single day besides this one. It's just unlistenable.
And then, the content restrictions where you can't say anything. It's fucking terrible. The banning people without telling them why. Yeah. I mean, Twitch really has become a dumpster fire. And now they're taking people's money. They're literally taking people's money away.
It's just like they're playing bad, business move bingo almost. It's like they're just hitting everything. Like, it's all going downhill.
Yeah. Veldrain says that's exactly who they call for auditions for movies in L.A., greasy-haired lol cows who game for 10 hours a day for money. Yeah, I mean, I respect anybody's hustle, but living in L.A. because you think it's going to help your game streaming career, get fucked.
I think they do it because they know, all these celebrities live there and shit, and they're hoping they meet the right person who just opens doors for them.
I guess. I mean, you already make a shitload of money with an easy job. Do that. You'll be fine. Mm-hmm. Electric Shoes says, Twitch, we need to make money. Also Twitch. But let's ban all these popular streamers for no reason and add 5 commercials per minute. Is it that bad?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. My gay little channel, Mary's Milk Monsters, that goat one, I tried listening to it a couple weeks ago in the car, and it was just, I believe it was like that. It was a solid 5 commercials within a couple minutes.
April watches a channel where it's just a woman taking care of her goats.
She builds things sometimes.
She takes care of goats. And films it.
They're lovely.
Do you still watch the one where the chickens just get fed by bits and you watch the chickens eat?
That one kind of went in the garbage along with the goat one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I kind of cut them all loose.
Bumbaclo asked if we were going to talk about the Redbar thing. You missed it, buddy. We did. Michael says, I must be unique. YouTube always stops playing randomly for me. Twitch never does unless a cat takes out the internet.
Yeah, that's not the case for me.
Bumbaclo saying Mary's Milk Monsters is just like Owen Benjamin. That's true. I mean, you just...
I thought he was saying I am.
Can we get Owen Benjamin a Twitch channel? Has he been banned from there yet? I would love to see Owen just take care of his goats on a live stream. And then do commentary while he's doing it.
I'm guessing he hasn't been banned yet. We could reach out with an idea.
I think we should. Well, you said that he's probably his account probably got banned from Instagram.
Yeah, what the fuck? I can't find it anymore.
Yeah, Owen might be...
He does say some spicy things on there and does not preface it with allegedly.
Well, I think he's already banned, so I think they catch him ban evading.
Right.
And they get rid of that account.
There is an option. When you just block a random person on there, it does give you the option to block this person and any account they might create. So you'd think that'd be on their end, too.
I have a lot of respect for an Owen Benjamin, all jokes aside. Anybody who can be banned from the entire internet and still make a living streaming, I got to give it to him.
Pretty cool.
Although somebody sent me something where he's charging people $5,000 to do this Beartaria thing and $10,000 to. It's got to be a bit.
That doesn't sound right.
It sounds insane. I can't remember. Zen Rhino sent it to me. I don't know. Maybe I can get it from him for tomorrow's show.
What did he originally do to get banned from the whole internet? What happened?
He was really going hard on people who were transitioning their children.
Okay.
And he started really tweeting hard at this San Francisco professor.
Well, it's a touchy subject.
Yeah, claimed he had a trans kid. So Owen just started going on these. I mean, he was right in a way, but he also clearly broke every rule that social media has about harassment and shitting on people and all that stuff.
He was right, but the delivery was poor.
Well, then his management dropped him and Hollywood turned on him. And they basically said, Owen, you have to stop this. You have to stop talking about this. And, there's an old saying, you can't stop a rooster from crowing once the sun is shining. Yeah. You should know that. You're a farm kid.
I do. They don't fucking shut up.
Well, Owen, the sun was shining. Okay. And Owen's a rooster.
He's just a crewing?
Yeah, he was, and he just kept going and going. He really verbally attacked that David Hogg kid from the school shooting. I mean, not that kid isn't a fucking douchebag.
That guy was unbearable.
But Owen was talking about how he has no pubes and if you don't he made a song called David Hogg Has No Pubes.
Come on, that's funny.
It's very funny, but you're not going to make it online very long doing that. He started going after Rogan, Jordan Peterson. Owen Benjamin just had a machine gun and he started just spinning in circles.
He's just spraying everyone.
Oh, yeah. Oh, then he went full flat earther. He thought drinking turpentine was okay. He thought that nuclear weapons didn't exist.
There's a lot of people in this world be like, oh, really? Let me show you.
Owen went, we never landed on the moon. He was big on that one.
Okay, that's a little
lot of Jew talk. Owen, yeah.
I mean, sounds like your kind of guy. Just kidding.
Look, I'm not saying the trains didn't run on time, all right? I'm just saying Owen went a little nutty. Yeah. That's all. That's kind of the lore behind Owen Benjamin. So he's he tries to get back on these platforms a little bit, and he has a little success here and a little success there, and then I'm sure those channels get big enough and they find him and they're like, oh, that's this asshole.
That is the problem sometimes. You get a lot of attention suddenly.
Yeah.
And you really attract some unsavory characters who will just bury you.
Sean Raz says, well, we can't seem to go back to the moon. So, A, it's very expensive. And B, we did go back 7 more times. We've been to the moon a lot.
I do like that argument for a joke, though. It is hard to get back there.
The not going, the we never went to the moon thing. We went there more than a handful of times. I imagine we just I just imagine the moon's a boring place and we kind of figured it out.
I never like people, isn't Elon Musk one of these that have said, oh, yeah, we're going to have housing on Mars one day? And
yeah.
I don't like people that say that because, no, we're not. I'm sorry. By the time we're able to build anything there, this planet's going to be destroyed. I don't know. I don't like people that talk like that.
There's people who talk. There's physicists though who talk about building moon bases and robots that can clone themselves in the soil and then go off to other planets and other shit.
What a boring wasteland though. We're gonna have to bring all that shit up there. And do you have any idea how much time and money that'll take?
And now we're talking about the moon. All right, there we go. Steel Toe, welcome everybody. Great to have you.
It's the moon.
It's the moon. Okay, so many things to do. Let's start it off. We talked about the Twitch thing. We talked about the LossLess video. I'm trying to get LossLess on the show.
Okay.
Perhaps we can basically do a watch-along and commentary on the LossLess Sven Stoffels video as a standalone thing.
That'd be cool.
Some other time. And then hopefully get LossLess on this channel.
Okay.
That would be good. I don't know how many of you guys know who this guy is, but we're going to have Husey on Tuesday. I'm very excited to talk to Husey. I think he's a funny guy. He runs in some of the same circles we do, and it'll just be fun to have him on the program. All right, we're actually going to keep it right here in Minnesota for our first. Bumbaclo with a great idea. Get Sven Stoffels on the show.
That'd be awesome.
What an idiot I am.
I don't know. I don't know how much I like Sven, but I think that'd be very, very interesting.
I got to tell you, I watched that interview. I like Sven.
Will I like Sven more after the interview?
Sven is... I mean, there's people who are iffy on Jewish people.
Oh, that's not why.
And then there's Sven Stoffels, who uses the words Talmudic tricks. So there, he's on a different level, Sven Stoffels. And I keep trying really hard not to call him Sven Sungard, the weatherman.
Oh, that's a totally different person.
The gay weather dude. Rasputin of Raymond says, no matter what happens, there's always Rockfin. Oh, fucking yay. Let's just keep this channel. How about that? Let's stay here in Minnesota. Libs of TikTok found a Forest Lake, Minnesota school board candidate.
Okay.
She's a former teacher. I will say this. Thank God that she's a former teacher. But she is running for school board in Forest Lake, Minnesota, which is a northern suburb of Minneapolis. I grew up not too far from Forest Lake.
Okay.
And this is her commentary. First of all, look at those dead eyes.
Those eyes are lifeless.
Bro, those are some progressive-ass eyes right there.
She's got some pointy-ass chompers, too. What is going on with this person?
Well, maybe she's turning into a progressive demon.
Yeah, it kind of looks like she's got little, like, dog canine teeth there.
But, like, just these weird dead eyes, you see this in people sometimes. And, like, some people you have to dig deep to find out that they just swallow everything they're told.
Yep.
And sometimes it's literally written on their face. This woman with a Sharpie.
It doesn't lie to you.
Oh, man, this is a zombie. Watch this shit. If you have kids who go to public school, you're going to love the fact that people like this want to run for school board.
Teachers need to be allowed to teach. I'm a parent, and I'm sorry to all you parents out there, but you do not get a say in your child's teacher's lesson plans.
Listen, first of all, you work for me, motherfucker. All right, I pay your salary. All right, you are an employee of the taxpayer. So yeah, we'll say whatever we want. Second of all, I think parents and school boards do get a say in the teacher's lesson plan when the lesson plan starts being trying to turn your kid gay or talk their kid into being trans because the kid wanted to play with trucks instead of dolls one day, or because the kid came up to him and went, I feel like a girl today, which is some shit kids just say all the time.
Do. Yeah.
And then you start to go, oh, well, maybe you can talk to me after class about, your options and this and that. It's like they're 8, you fucking monster. And don't tell your parents about this and all this other shit. Yeah, I'm sorry, but when that becomes part of the lesson plan, lady, parents get to stick their nose in and go, excuse me, what are you two talking about?
Yes, that's just like your kid's well-being is at stake at that point. Like, kids have died over this type of stuff, right?
Oh, yeah. There's been, trans people in general, 50% of them try to kill themselves.
Yeah, it's not good.
I mean, because you thought that cutting off body parts would fix your mental illness. You need a doctor. You need to go talk to someone. You need to, work these feelings out and have a professional who can tell you what that's all about instead of just lopping things off.
Well,
and taking hormones and shit.
These teachers that take part in conversations like this, too, they're impressing really, really adult topics on tiny little kids who have no idea how to process any of this information. Like
except their teachers being nice to them.
Yes.
And they want to be like their teacher now.
Exactly. And that's exactly how kids work.
Yeah.
I spent thousands of dollars on a degree and my educator's license, and I would be gosh darned if parents tried to tell me how to write my lesson plans.
Well, then teach their children. Look, first of all, this is like saying, I'm a server, and I would be gosh darned if someone told me how they wanted their steak cooked or how someone wanted their plates put on the table or anything like else.
Well, you know better, right?
Yeah, you work for them, stupid. And by the way, how Minnesota, she's going off on this rant, but she still says gosh darn. I'd be darned if they told me how to do my lesson plan. How about this? You work for the taxpayers. I'll tell you whatever the hell I want to. And if you don't like it, you can go find another gig, which she, by the way, did.
Yep.
She washed out of teaching, and now she wants to be part of the school board.
I was going to guess that even just however seconds we're into this, 18 seconds, like no parent wants her to be teaching their kids at this point, and teachers don't want to work with her. She's unbearable.
It's funny that she's like, parents don't get to tell me what I put in my lesson plan. So I'm going to run for the thing that tells teachers what they can put in their lesson plan. That's rich.
That I literally went to school to learn how to write. You know, if a parent wants to have that much say in their kid's education, then you know what? You probably need to homeschool them.
Probably a better idea, right?
Hey, smartass, you better watch it, because if you look at the numbers, that's exactly what they're doing. They're taking their kids out of public schools, and they're putting them in homeschooling or private schools or charter schools.
I know a lot of people right now that if they had the option to homeschool their kids, they would. It's a hard thing for some people to pull off with their jobs.
Bumbaclo says, why is she baring her teeth at me? Veldrain says she identifies as a 7. In response, the school said, maybe you should teach subtraction because we aren't feeling a 7. Balls and Wiener says her face looks like a kindergartner's drawing came to life.
It is odd.
Six String Man says she's offended by everything and ashamed of nothing. Well, that's fun. Bumbaclo says Miss Deep Ass Voice, Dead Eyes, Big Monkey Teeth. It's a long name. I'm glad you looked it up. Veldrain says, I love close-up shot with hair framing the face. Makes me want to ask the question, how fat are you? Oh, no.
You think she's fat?
You know what? That didn't cross my mind.
I wasn't thinking about that. I was just thinking about how glad I was that she's not teaching a child somewhere.
Bumbaclo calling her cross-eyed Willie. See, I for once was focusing on what the woman was saying and not her appearance.
Bravo.
So they're all beating me to it. All I saw was the chompers.
The chompers are pretty bad, and the lifeless eyes.
Lifeless eyes, black eyes like a doll's eyes. Doesn't seem to be living till she tells your child to cut their cock off.
I'm afraid, for her, people like that have kids, can you imagine how miserable that existence is for the kids? That's going to be an unbearable parent.
No, it's worse because the kids don't know. They're not, they
will someday.
They're not any wiser.
They're going to know.
Kate Golem says, I feel sorry for her own child. That kid is going to get a lifelong helping of emotional manipulation and abuse.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you trying to say single mom?
Oh, you're saying there's no dad?
Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, if you are a guy, would you stick around?
No.
That's all I'm asking. Stephen King says, her armpits are hairy. People are asking if that was Frost.
Fuck.
Labglass says all that money and she couldn't write a good script. Veldrain says Frost was in her DMs. Don't tell people not to do something. They'll do it. Bitch probably drags her teeth.
That's incredible.
Jesus. Oh, man. So that's Forest Lake, Minnesota. She's running for school board, so get out and vote, everybody.
Yeah, I'm sure. God, I don't know how many people run for that kind of thing.
More people than used to.
Okay.
Because there's people on both sides now who are, fighting this whole culture war thing. I
don't think by putting that TikTok out that she did herself any good by telling all the parental voters out there that they don't get a say in the lesson plan.
Right. And, I agree with Phoenix. For the most part, I agree with her in principle. Yeah, parents shouldn't be telling teachers how to teach the material. But the problem is a lot of these teachers aren't teaching the material as much anymore.
Right.
They're teaching social shit too. And I think once you get into that social shit, then the parents can step in and go, I don't want my kid being told that stuff. They're not old enough yet.
And that used to be okay and not even need to be said.
Yeah.
People just knew that.
Six String Man says Chrissy Mayer did a Frosk stream yesterday. It was pretty good. She's actually got a lot of traction with that Frosk stuff. So good for her. That's what we saw. We thought it actually was Frosk.
Yeah, I think the only thing I said is she looks like a different person every time I see her, and it totally was a different person.
It was Chrissy Mayer, yeah. $3.95 away from our goal. If you want to help us out and chip in, let's see if we can knock it in the next 20 minutes. Let's see if we can go on a rally and knock that under 300 by the end of the first hour here. Let's dive into the Missouri story. This story makes me feel bad because I'm no longer the sexist radio guy. And also, my radio sexism made it to Iowa. It made it to Minnesota. It made it to, radioinsight.com and All Access, all the big radio websites. Mm-hmm. This guy made the New York Post.
That is so spicy. I can't wait.
I know. This Missouri radio guy
You've been dethroned.
I know. I used to, like, now my identity's gone.
Why don't you lash out at me or something?
I'll
land on my feet.
Yeah, I used to be the sexist radio guy, and now I'm just the guy on YouTube now. I'm just one of many.
Get yourself into a guest spot on one of the local stations here just for a day. Just pick someone and go.
Well, I don't know if we're promoting it yet, but I'm going to be headlining one of those Beaver Island comedy shows.
Really?
Coming up. I agreed to that in late October.
Okay.
I agreed to that offer. And, we'll pack it full of you guys and drink a bunch of beer and do some comedy. And that'll be fun, but I'm going to have to go on some kind of rant on stage or do some kind of Kramer thing because...
How about the piggy out in front of Raleigh's? You could go off on that. Has that been done?
And nobody...
No.
Well, you got to remember, April, we got all these people listening to us. They don't know what the fuck that is.
Oh, the people that go to the show sure would.
Yeah, but... I mean, I got to figure something out here. This guy got the New York Post, April. I'm not going to get the New York Post by doing Sauk Rapids, Minnesota shit. I need the New York Post.
I think he's from Missouri and he just did something so mean to a local person that it just got around.
Toastmaster says you're worldwide now. What are you talking about? I know, like the show is bigger, but I'm talking about my sexism is only known regionally.
I'll start talking about how sexist you are.
I'm not the sexist guy anymore. Now I'm just the guy who's pushing 5,000 subs on YouTube.
How about I'll start taking note of every sexist thing you do to me or say to me, and I'll do my own vlogs about it.
Well, look, I mean, you're going to be making notes all day. I mean, I don't know if you want to really do that.
I'm trying to help.
Good old JR says, headlining. Do you have any material? No, I'm hoping enough of you guys show up and I can just kind of do the shit you like for 20, 30 minutes and call it a night.
Oh, my God.
I mean, that was the plan. I don't have material anymore. I don't do stand-up. I just host my own shows.
I agreed to headline, but no, I don't have material.
Yeah.
Who are
I don't
you?
know what I'm going to do. Let's start knocking out that goal, guys. 395 away. Did you guys cover the family-friendly drag show at Altwood? Dude, I am so burnt out and tired of the family-friendly kids at drag shows thing. I feel like if you covered one of those, you covered them all. Like, I don't want to get into, like, social upheaval, like, social anger, hostility. Like, all that stuff just makes people angry and pissy and mean and shit. And I don't know. That's not... I do a fun show. I don't want to keep diving into that shit over and over and just getting mad and other people getting mad. And no thanks, man. Family-friendly drag shows, I'm against them. I think it's stupid. But I also think people get to raise their kids however they want. And if that's how people want to, treat their kids, look, the rest of us will have to deal with it when they grow up.
I think that's a very contradictory description, too. They're not family-friendly at all.
They call them family-friendly.
Yes, but they're totally not. And that makes me upset to see it's at my old stomping grounds, too.
Yeah. Come watch a bunch of dudes dance around in lingerie doing burlesque dances and grinding their ass at people. And bring your kids, why don't you? Because that's easy to explain to them.
They can plant the dollars firmly into the G-strings for you.
Oh.
Small, nimble fingers.
Bumbaclo says this isn't the Matt Walsh show. Yeah, nor would I want it to be the Matt Walsh show. Matt Walsh is one of these guys whose head's going to explode one day. I mean, he's got to stop. He's like so obsessed with trans people. This Matt Walsh guy is one of those guys that makes you worried that he's thought about being trans before because he's fighting it so hard. I got a meeting with this professor about gender, and I thought I'd school him about gender. Meanwhile, this professor actually made him look like a dick. And then Matt Walsh leaves going, after I owned him and I spun him in circles, it's like, ugh.
Kind of like somebody that behaves super homophobic all the time and you kind of are
like
suspicious of them.
You're like, this guy's totally gay.
It's a closet gay person.
Yeah, so Matt Walsh, not my cup of tea. Matt Walsh, yeah, see, I agree with Bumbaclo. Matt Walsh wears bikinis when nobody's looking.
Oh.
Right. Wuhan John says, LOL was just watching last night's show. Had to upgrade to live. Well, yeah, thanks, buddy. Welcome to the show. Finish the evening show later. Last night's evening show was a bit of a ride. I think you'll enjoy it. So let's watch our Missouri. The story behind this is this guy does a show with a woman, and she said something on the show about his computer abilities, and like it pissed him off So he started going off on her and calling her all sorts of names. And it hasn't been announced that this guy's been fired, but he's fucking gone.
Yeah.
For sure.
They're getting everything in order to do so.
Yeah. So this is St. Louis, Missouri. It looks like they work at some kind of pop station, and they were doing one of those guy-girl morning shows. That makes this rant even worse, because if you're doing one of those guy-girl morning shows, you don't even say the word trans on shows like that. Like, you don't even say anything controversial. You just, traffic, weather, what's going on at the local schools, and then playing music. Let's take a listen.
A Missouri radio host attacked his co-host in an insane and sexist off-air rant, calling her a porks were made on the Hard Rock
Please
Station
tell me you
newspaper.
Fuck
That was
you.
Simply stupid.
Oh, play the clip.
Every expletive. Boyd said that it was station.
So he didn't even play the fucking clip. Jesus Christ. I didn't want to do the New York Post story, but I guess we might have to. Full video. Here we go. This Global News has it.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, motherfucker!
Oh my god.
She is up for her letter.
Why do you do this on YouTube? Like, what makes you think that people are going to click on this and watch it for more than 6 seconds?
Oh my god. At least have a personality.
It's another guy who's just talking in a funny, goofy foreign voice. Is this like...
Hello friends, here we are.
What is with Eastern Europeans just talking about this
That's
shit?
really wild.
Vic Faust. I'm just going to type in Vic Faust and get that. Otherwise, we'll just have to do the what do you call it? Oh, God, why can't I remember his name? The New York Post thing. 9 years ago. Yeah, it's all just a bunch of Eastern Europeans going like, this is the thing that we are doing, and he said some naughty things.
They're all for it, though.
Yeah. Here we go. New York Post. Let's go back to their story. I just don't like their website is all. I think their format is kind of shitty. All right, here's the Missouri radio host who went off on a rant.
Listen, you're a fat nasty and you don't
All right, so we're starting off with fat-ass nasty bitch.
Woo!
So he's coming out firing right away, making me jealous.
You're a fat-ass nasty bitch.
You're a fat-ass nasty bitch. And again, if I can reiterate, this all started because on the air, she criticized his computer skills.
Which, if he's going off this hard, I'm going to guess that's not the first thing that happened.
No, he like I said, in radio, no guy like him wants to be working with a chick like her.
No.
They want to be doing like the O&A show or Howard Stern or something, or Joe Rogan. They want to be doing something like that.
They at least want a chance.
Right, but the station stuck them with a chick that and this is the problem with radio. They don't even consider if they have chemistry or if they have anything in common or if they work together comedically. They're just trying to fill demographics.
Which is shitty because you'd think with people listening, they'd want chemistry.
Right, and women don't just listen to shit because a woman's on. In fact, that might make them not listen because women hate each other. They'll just listen to something because it's funny.
A lot of women won't listen to another woman because they find that person to be embarrassing to our gender or something like that too.
I don't know about that, but this guy, so this guy's on there. He's, I guess, clicking around on the computer. He's fucking up, and she goes, nice job. You don't have any computer skills. And he starts with, as soon as, I love the idea. I'm picturing him in his studio, like I can see it all. And I see him just turning off the mic like, we'll be right back on the edge or whatever they're on. I think they're on the edge, which is... Ugh.
They're on the edge.
Yeah, they're like, we'll be back on the edge. And as soon as you hear at Gilliland Chevrolet, we take pride, he takes his headphones off. You dumb, fat-ass, stupid bitch. And I'm sure that her immediate reaction was, whoa, okay.
I didn't know. What did I do?
Imagine her just sitting there stunned while he just goes, you fat ass fuck. Because before that, he was doing the nice guy radio phony morning zoo thing. Mm-hmm. Like, hey, everybody, we'll be back in just a second. You fat fucking idiot. You stupid bitch. I swear to God.
Can you imagine being somebody outside the studio hearing this?
Oh, man. I'd have to crack the door and try to stick my ear in.
You've got a glass up against the door.
Yeah, right.
A little louder, please.
you're a fat nasty and you don't bring up on air when I have your back. You're
She didn't say you were fucking around on your wife, you lunatic. She nudged your computer skills a little bit. This guy just doesn't want to be doing radio with a chick. That's what it is.
Right. He found that super annoying.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to be on the air with a girl, so he just goes, "You fucking," like he had this speech in his back pocket. He was just waiting for the moment he snapped to give it to her.
I could a little bit understand though, like if he's already frustrated with his computer, like her needling him about it didn't help live on air.
Ugh.
I do get
when
that.
I have your back, you're a fat. I don't care if you're here or
Be
not.
like that, guys. Come on, man.
Somebody else was there.
Oh no, there's like a third stunt boy producer guy who's
producer.
like, "Come on," like this asshole knows this is being recorded, and he's like, "I'd better get on mic, showing that I don't think this is a good thing."
Disavow.
Yeah, so when this, because like he's probably thinking this guy's already fired. I'd better at least keep myself employable.
Right.
By the way, did you hear in the video I said, "Come on, guys, don't be like that."
Good for this guy for not stopping the recording, by the way.
Oh, boy, yeah, good for that producer, man.
Because
He's like,
he could have been like, oh fuck, I can't have anyone see this.
this guy's making front page news because he was ballsy enough to not hit the stop button.
I know.
Attaboy.
Serious?
I let it go yesterday.
But you called me stupid for the
Because
second
who brought
time.
up the stupid subject? You
wasn't a
called,
stupid
you
subject.
were making fun of me because I was dealing with the computer.
I did not attack you. Grow the up.
I mean, I got to be honest. I kind of agree with her.
I do agree with her, but like we said, what else has she done before? Otherwise, he wouldn't be acting like this.
He doesn't look. He's not happy with where he's at in radio. It's a dying industry, and he's
Okay.
stuck with a chick, and he doesn't want to be doing this show. He wants to be doing something
He's
else.
in Missouri.
He looks like he's in about his late 30s, early 40s. This is it. It's the end of the road. Every guy who does a show wants to get syndicated and, you know, go to the top of the business. But those days are dead. And he's seeing that it's too late for him to, you know, jump ship and start something new.
He's on the edge, man.
He's on the edge. I mean, I love these guys, though. You know what? I don't feel bad when shit like this happens to these idiots because they suck the corporate teat when it comes to radio.
Mm-hmm.
When people attack radio and say it's dying, he sits there and he's a good company boy and he defends the business. And hey, look, man, he agreed to do the show with the broad.
That is true.
You know, don't bitch now. I like it. I love that this is happening to these people.
Grow up.
You grow up, you fat.
It's a great rant. She tells him to grow up, and he goes, "You grow up, you fat bitch."
He does not give a shit.
I love that this guy's just old school in his womanly insults.
Oh yeah, I feel like he's been needing this for a while.
Dude, no offense, bro. And you're talking to the former world champion of radio misogyny. I think I've lost my title.
Yeah, I think so.
I've lost my world radio championship in misogyny. I mean, this is coming from me, brother. This is coming from the ex-champ. She made fun of your fucking computer skills. It's fine. You probably suck with computers. And she's bringing it up on the show. You know, thank God a woman actually brought something to a radio show.
Yeah.
Making funny, busting your balls about sucking shit
a
at
little
computers.
silly.
Yeah, being silly. At least you
That's
guys weren't
fine,
talking
right?
about the county fair there in St. Louis, Missouri.
Or the coffee you're drinking, or
Actually, St. Louis, it's more like getting shot at the state fair.
Oh.
Maybe it shouldn't be doing a hillbilly voice.
Acting like an immature.
Really? You started.
Every time she accuses him of being a child or being immature, he says something childish immediately afterwards.
I'll show you childish.
Yeah. You're acting like a child. Fuck you. You started it. That's what he said.
Yeah.
By the way, if you don't think we're listening back to this rant again after it's done, you are sorely mistaken. I don't want this to end. I see that we're 34 seconds in. I want more. Shocking audio obtained by the St. Louis Post-Dispatch reveals a Missouri radio host going on an unhinged tirade and sexist off-air tirade at his host. Vic Faust, who is a Fox 2 news anchor in St. Louis,
Ooh.
ripped into co-host Crystal Cooper reportedly during a commercial break. Wait a minute. So he's on the news too?
He's on the news. Well, you can't make enough money just doing radio, remember? He's on the news. You know that gig's gone too.
Wow. So
Right?
yeah, he's gone from everything.
That
Take
sucks.
it from a guy who shit on a woman on the radio. They don't play that shit anymore.
No.
telling her, quote, "You're nothing and you're trash," while also calling her fat, stupid, and nasty. Your kids have a fucking terrible mom.
Oh, no.
Oh, shit. Oh, no. Is there any more audio of it? Angry listeners online are calling for Faust to be fired over the crude outburst. You know,
You're going to get that one.
yeah, you're going to get that scalp. That's for sure. This is obnoxious music.
It is.
Hey, Fox 2 Now, fire that bullying insult Vic Faust right now. Heard Vic Faust rant against his co-host. Embarrassing. He should be fired. Body shaming someone he works with. In fairness, I think he everything shamed her.
Mom shamed her.
Yeah, they get into that body shaming thing. It's like, that's the one legit thing. If they are fat, you can call them fat. But like the other stuff, oof. Has Vic Faust been fired yet? Asking for humanity.
Jesus.
Jeez, you speak for humanity? Are you a god? I gotta hear that 30-second outburst one more time.
That guy's fired by now. I think you can quit tweeting.
Oh, yeah, you guys can stop tweeting. This guy, look, they don't need you on this one. He'll be gone.
Listen, you're a fat nasty and you don't bring up on air when I have your back. You're a fat. I don't care if you're here or
Be
not.
like that, guys. Come on, man.
Serious?
I let it go yesterday.
But you called me
Alright.
stupid for the
Because
second
who brought
time.
up the stupid subject? You
wasn't a
called,
stupid
you
subject.
were making fun of me because I was dealing with the computer.
I did not attack you. Grow the
Listen, that's like I've been upset about something that I wasn't really upset about because I was mad about something else before. That's exactly what this sounds like.
Right. It sounded like he had something else going on, and that was the last thing.
Because if you can step out of your skin and listen to yourself and go, "Oh, this clearly isn't about the computer."
I was out of line,
Yeah.
maybe.
grow up.
You grow up, you fat.
Acting like
I got it.
Hey. Annoying the fuck out of me.
All right, so that was the rant. That's I mean, look, I'll say some positives, I'll say some negatives. Hell of a rant.
Bravo,
Great rant.
sir.
Awesome rant. I mean, that was
Love the passion.
However, on the other hand, I hope it was worth it.
Yeah, I hope you've got something else lined up.
I hope you got resolution for your computer issue embarrassment. And I also hope you have your realtor's license. You might need it. Bumbaclo just saying based. I get you, April, like the one local radio personality who just plays the drunk dumb chick all the time.
Thanks.
Bumbaclo says, so he got a promotion, right? Oh, yeah. I think he's done. Bumbaclo says Gary Owen going off. Rex Dart says this is months of him hating going into work every day. At least months. At least.
I wonder how long he'd been working with her.
Oh, too long. That's the answer.
A
too
day
long.
too long.
Adam Touche says Radio Guy Rage is always coming from a place of I'm not bigger in show business. Look, I will tell you this. That's not even your theory. 100% accurate. I'm so much happier doing this where there's unfettered access to grow versus radio where it's just you hit the wall, man, and you just sit there and go in every day and do the same fucking thing and you know it's not going to get any bigger anymore.
Sure.
It sucks.
And I'm sure obviously you had really big aspirations too, and it's just kind of choking you.
Yeah. Who are you, Aaron, agreeing with a female? Oh, you know what? That's true. I got to stop for my image. Tom says it would be nice to listen to it all in one shot. You just did. We just played it for you again. $4.99 from Mark White says, last night's show and this segment is why I come here. Oh, well, thanks, buddy, and thanks for the $5. Let's knock out that goal today.
Thank you.
$3.90 away. Off to a slow start, but on Thursdays and Fridays, you guys are always really cool, so I'm not too worried about it. Just make sure you click that PayPal link, throw a couple of bucks in, or some super chats and memberships. Either way. East St. Louis be fucked, says D. Gulag. My kids have a terrible mom. Well, I mean,
No. Now we're getting personal.
yeah, I think this guy might be fired already. Adam says, I know because I had Radio Guy Rage. Yeah, it's pretty common in the business. This is not something new for people who have done radio before, this guy's rant, it's been in, if you've been a radio guy before, this has been in your soul. Like this has been something you felt before.
Okay.
So what was his name? Vic Faust?
Yes.
Let's see if we can find
From
any.
Fox 2.
Yeah, let's see if we can find any news. Oh, yeah. Fired. He is gone. Vic Faust, the Fox 2 news anchor who last week directed a profane tirade at a female co-host on a local show, has been fired by the television station. He no longer works for Fox 2 or Nexstar Media, said the station's general manager. In other words, stop calling.
Yes, you can stop asking. He's gone.
I want to talk to Vic Faust. I want Vic Faust on this program. I want to see. None of the St. Louis news places, TV news places, did like one of the big. Hey, and now there on the scene is Josh and whatever. I want to see that. I want to see them reporting on that. I want to see them going to the people on the streets and getting their commentary on it and hearing how outraged the people are.
What do you think about this?
Thank you very much to Jeff with $20 over on PayPal. Appreciate that, buddy. $370 away from our goal today. Thank you guys for getting that cooking.
Thank you.
Here this morning. Marquis says, hire that poor bastard. I don't know. It sounds like his computer skills aren't up to snuff.
Don't tell him that.
I need some. Oh, no. I'm not going to tell him here.
I'll call you a fat bitch.
You know what would be funny? We get him on the show. And then when he comes on, we go, hey, Vic, could you adjust your camera? Vic, you're not coming in right. Are you sure you're running your computer properly?
God damn it.
You fat fucking bitch. You're a terrible parent. Your kids have a fat fucking dad. Not very nice.
You're not going to be around long enough.
Yeah, you piece of shit. Scudmiss says, Corey makes fun of Aaron's computer skills. Yeah, I'm shitty with computers. Go ahead. Tell me I'm shitty with computers.
You're shitty with computers.
Yeah, you fucking bitch. You fucking fat whore.
Go off, girl.
I mean, even if he was sensitive about how he handles computers, that was overboard even for that. Like, it clearly wasn't about that.
Right.
But if it was just about computers, like, you fat, stupid bitch, you dumb cunt, it's like, whoa.
I wonder if
dude.
he ever comes out and, like, explains himself. Like, yeah, I had this going on. And
Yeah.
I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry.
I have a raging coke problem, and I think I got to get it under control. So I'm going to take some time for me.
Can you afford coke on a radio salary?
Yeah, probably crack. You're right.
Probably crack.
Yeah, you probably have to do crack or meth if you're doing radio. Guys, I have great news as we move on from that guy. Cash Me Outside girl. I know her as Cash Me Outside.
Yeah.
But she's Bad Baby now, and
Ew.
for some reason spells it with H's.
Because she's different, Aaron.
Yeah, she's different. She makes like a shitload of money, like putting shit in her body on OnlyFans, and
Hot.
and then releases a rap song on YouTube every once in a while so people can hate watch it. I mean, she is, I'll say this, if we could have a mascot for the decline of the culture, it would be Cash Me Outside.
Okay.
I'm not calling her Bad Baby. That is a douchey, fucking terrible name. But Cash Me Outside girl is an absolute perfect mascot for where we're going.
Dumpster Fireville.
She is Hector Elizondo Mountain Dew Camacho.
Fuck.
I mean, she is.
Not good.
She is. Why can't I remember that name now?
Idiocracy.
She is idiocracy personified. Marquis says she's in Newark 5. That's perfect. Well, you guys will be happy to know that Cash Me Outside is going to be speaking at, I believe, Oxford University.
What?
Okay, not only is Cash Me Outside going to be speaking at Oxford University, they're paying her.
No, they're not.
Oh, yeah.
Why?
They
What
paid
did
her
she
to come
have
be
to
a
say?
speaker. Well, she's got to, talk to the kids about, she got to talk to the next
I
generation
don't think
about.
so.
Oh, yeah.
She can't be more than a kid.
She's 19.
Right.
Yeah.
This isn't okay.
She's going to talk to other college kids
No.
about, shit.
They're all going to look at her like, well, she clearly didn't go to college. She's apparently doing fine. What am I doing?
It's fucking Oxford. Like, you're going to have a guy up there going, all right, everyone, please sit down. My future great scholars of the Western world, it is fantastic to have you here today. He's smoking a pipe.
Of course.
There are so many people that we get to come in here and talk to you about culture and things of this nature.
Ew.
Today, we've brought to you what I think is a very special guest. Someone who will relate to you on a level intellectually where I believe you are and perhaps headed. Please welcome Bahad Bahabi. What if Oxford thought she was like a Muslim journalist?
Oh my God.
Maybe that's what happened here is Oxford thought that she was like this Middle Eastern scholar and they thought her name was Bahad Bahabi. And they're like, oh, this is good. This like fits our cultural quota for the month.
Oh, that's her new name.
So we're going to have Bahad Bahabi in here. And she's going to come in and tell us all about what it's like to be Muslim in the Western world and what they're doing to fight extremism.
A Muslim entrepreneur.
They bring her into like, like they bring her into Muslim music. I dream of rain. And then she comes in with all of that weird fucking music. And then she comes in there and she goes, yo, why they playing me sand Arab shit up in here?
Oh my God.
Yeah, like she just gets in there and just says wild shit.
That's not okay.
Wait a minute. I believe we may not have vetted this Bahad Bahabi. It's bad baby, you dumb motherfucker.
Are you guys showing hair now?
Y'all show your pussies on the internet? Because if you show your pussies on the internet, you gonna make lots of money.
Ugh.
What up, y'all? You at Oxford and I ain't seen no oxes here.
That's the best part.
Y'all, I don't see no... I thought there were gonna be oxes up in this bitch. You were like in Oxford and shit. You guys got homework?
No oxes or Fords here.
Yeah, there's no oxes, no Fords. I drive a Lamborghini, motherfucker.
That is so not right.
So y'all in school, y'all got like recess and shit up in here? Or what is the deal, y'all? You guys want to do some Irwin? Sorry. Just the idea of Bahad Bahabi offering heroin to the kids at Oxford just makes me laugh. She's always been a big figure in modern day social media influence.
Has
Fuck
she always
you.
been?
Yes, for 2 years.
For a whole 2 years, she's always been.
Apparently, a huge university wants her expertise on how to stay relevant on the internet. You just got to show your boobies and your butthole.
You just keep everything real nice and clean and shove shit all over the place.
Yo, Oxford, just make sure you douching all day before you take that pecker in your pussy.
It's really unhealthy, ma'am.
Yo, DAD, what I didn't grow up with. Dad, it stands for douching all day, bitches. Get yourself an OF and stop fucking. According to TMZ.
What are you all doing here for? You know, like,
what are y'all doing in Oxford? You guys spend like a grip on your educations and shit. I just show my pussy and my titties to fat strangers and I make millions.
You can't bring in someone to speak at Oxford that does not give a damn about college. Like, they literally pulled their pussy out online and got really mad at Dr. Phil once.
Yeah. Yo, I just want to say to y'all that this school is booty. Get fuck on OnlyFans and just shove thumbs up your butthole all day. You gonna make so much money. Tell Dr. Phil he's a fat retard, yo.
Miles of forehead.
All you have to do. Imagine putting yourself in debt for your entire 20s and 30s so a Dr. Phil guest can educate you, says Adam.
What a fucking joke.
Yo, y'all are spending $250,000 on his education and shit. What are you trying to be, a fucking doctor? What are you, gay? Get yourself an OF and pose with your booty out on Insta.
Y'all are stuffy as fuck.
Yeah. Y'all stuffy, weird-ass white boys. Y'all need to get yourself a bitch with a fly IG and an OnlyFans. Oh, my God. This is why this show was invented. So she's going to be speaking at Oxford. They invited her last Thursday. This better be like some kind of trick to like get a bomb in her car.
I don't know. This can't be right. Like they're trying to roust like all the like just slutty OnlyFans people.
Now look, everyone. It turns out that our enrollment is far too high, and we're going to lose prestigiousness if we don't cut some enrollment. So if we could get some of the children to abandon their post at this school, it might make us a little more wanton for other students. Now, they invited the 19-year-old to speak at the prestigious Academy Institution. Catch Me Outside, born Danielle Bragoli, is expected to talk to students from the Oxford Union, an academic debate society.
Oh.
Oh no! I know about the Oxford Union. They have the political authors and theorists coming in and talking about where the society's going, and now all of a sudden it's like, all right, y'all, I'm gonna argue and I'm gonna make debates and shit about why this nun should get an OnlyFans and shave her pussy.
They're actually just bringing her in so they can take notes on what not to do.
Right. All right. And after she leaves, they go, is she gone? All right, kids, the reason we did that is if any of you behave like that, we will fucking kill you.
You're fucking out of here.
You're dead. We're not even going to let you call your parents. We will stab you to death in your seat.
Oh.
The publication reports that Oxford Union President Ahmad Nawaz extended his welcome to Bahad Bahabi. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe Ahmad Nawaz thought she was Middle Eastern and he doesn't do OnlyFans.
Kind of what I'm thinking now.
It is very upsetting that I found her pussy on the internet. Can we rescind the invitation? He said it would be an honor to welcome you to continue this fine tradition. Of what? Subverting the culture and destroying the country? Jesus.
This is all kinds of fucked.
None of you are even Jewish. Wait, what? Sorry, I'm having a Missouri radio moment. There have been several controversies related to the rapper. Can we please put rapper in quotes and have some fucking respect?
Yeah, this is not a rapper.
Including her appearance on the Dr. Phil show in 2016. Holy shit, she's been around for 6 years now.
Somehow it feels longer than that. I just feel like she's been a bitchy little thing for forever. But long enough ago that I forgot about her.
She has made over... You guys ready to blow your head off? In April, Bahad Bahabi... Cash Me Outside backed up claims that she made over $50 million from her OnlyFans after joining the social media platform on her 18th birthday. Of course she wanted to start showing her tits right as she turned legal. What a fucking
She had a
pig.
countdown on her phone.
Oh, God, she's so gross. She reportedly earned more than $1 million in 6 hours. According to her, you know what that means? That there's a lot of creepy borderline pedos out there that were just waiting to make it honest.
They watched her on the Dr. Phil show and they're like, oh, she's broken. She'll be on here someday.
According to her Instagram post, she made $52,892,972.42 off her OnlyFans from April 1st through April 25th of this year. So in a year's time, she took home $42 million after OnlyFans cut.
Telling you, if we just fired up that OnlyFans, we could retire
Oh
sooner.
my fucking God, is this disgusting. So she's going to now speak at Oxford. I feel like Lieutenant Dan, when he was outside the TV station yelling at Forrest for getting the Congressional Medal of Honor.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they gave you a speaking spot at Oxford. They gave you an idiot who goes on national television and embarrasses herself than Oxford speaking invitation. Yes, sir, they did. Over the years, this is just going to make you feel worse. Over the years, notable speakers at the Oxford Union include Richard Nixon, Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan, Bill Clinton, Queen Elizabeth II, Mother Teresa, and the Dalai Lama.
Oh, my God.
And then also Shakira, A$AP Rocky, and Kanye West. So it has been going down in recent years.
Just like the downslide of society.
Yeah.
Basically.
We went from the Dalai Lama to Ye. and now to Cash Me Outside, girl.
That has to be a joke, right? Or is this truly just a reflection of where we're at?
I think this is just kind of a reality check for everyone that
God.
this is where we are, for sure. Let's go to, I'm really excited to read listener feedback on this one. Marquise says, I'm ready to die now. I struggle for $21 an hour. This cunt is getting paid to speak at the most prestigious university in the world.
That's kind of how I see it too. Like even us living here on the internet, we grind this out pretty hard. A lot of shows per week, a lot of time put in to make the shows for you. And it's there's no way. We can't even come close to what she's doing.
Although it does make a regular guy or a regular gal think, you know what, if I work hard enough, I can speak at Oxford. You know, it does open the doors to a lot of different possibilities now.
Again, she's not really working that hard, though.
Well, I mean, but that's what I'm saying. It opens the doors for everybody. She is the everyman in...
I kind of see it a little more as the young people at Oxford that are going to go watch her now. They're kind of seeing oh shit, I really don't have to do anything that important, and I can really make it in this world. And a lot of people could go that avenue, and suddenly nothing's happening.
That
ever.
day, 25% of their female students unenroll and start an OnlyFans.
Yes. Like, oh, maybe I can do this.
Imagine putting yourself in debt for your entire 20s and 30s so the Dr. Phil chick can educate you. Skeezy says she's the representative of the peasantry they are bringing in to show the silver spoon Oxford kids. That's true. They can kind of laugh at her, I suppose. Hobo Flexible says, it's been a while since you've been to school, but they don't do entrance music anymore, Aaron. Oh, well, come on. Goddamn budget cuts.
Budget cuts.
Son of a bitch.
Ask her to pay for it. She's got money.
Papa Dan says, Bahad Bahabi sounds like an MMA fighter from Dagestan. Ryobi says, Aaron, in the South, it's called Heron. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was Heroin.
Heron?
Heron.
Okay.
Dropout rates at Oxford just went up 20% after she starts talking. Yeah, and that's just from the suicides. D. Gulag says she gets a standing ovation. Yeah, watch Cash Me Outside Girl actually prepare and write a great speech. I know that even as an OnlyFans performer, that this money is short and I need to diversify and invest and make sure that financially I set myself on a stable foot for my own future. I need to make sure that any family I may soon someday have is well taken care of and that my portfolio reflects not only my emotional and physical maturity as a human being, but my financial maturity as a successful entrepreneur. So fuck all that shit. I'm out this bitch.
Could we not have kids? Please.
Now, which one of y'all is going to suck on my pussy for OnlyFans?
Oh. She's taking applications.
Yeah. Yo, I want to see which one of y'all got the biggest hang down because I need to fuck.
No.
Watch Oxford give her an honorary doctorate degree. Oh my God, Dr. Bahad Bahabi.
I don't like that he said that. Now I feel like it's going to happen.
That would be they gave Cosby one. Fuck it. I would love her going on an interview and like Jimmy Kimmel going, hi, Bad Baby. And she goes, excuse me, Jimmy, it's Dr. Bad Baby. All right. I got a doctorate, you white pink motherfucker.
You white pink.
You white pink motherfucker. Yeah. Shut the fuck up, Pinky. I got myself a doctor-rat.
A Dr. Rat.
That's right. I is a doctor now, you dumb white bitch.
This is unbelievable.
I hope they sacrifice her to Baphomet. Dudapest says, sad part, she don't even pop that pussy. Yo, if y'all don't pop that pussy, you gonna limit your income, y'all. This is Oxford. You gotta know this shit. You're supposed to be smart.
They're all so fucking exhausted from trying so hard, they actually just quit.
Leprechaun Blood says a student has to be pranking the school. Yeah, either that or the guy running the school is stepping down soon.
I feel like they had a hat full of names and they threw hers in there as like a joke. But that's the one they drew. So they're like, well, we can't like not do it now.
Yeah. Rex Dart says maybe next semester they can bring in one of the dancing Not the Father guys from Maury. Yo, and then I looked right at Murray and I said, yo, Murray, I ain't the dad, so I out this motherfucker. And then I kicked that fat bitch in the cunt and I was going in my hoopty, bitch.
They always are so happy. Have you ever... When's the last time you watched Maury? Like, dude, they're so happy.
There are only 2 times I've ever seen men that happy, and that is when they find out they're not the father on Maury and they won the Super Bowl.
I know.
Those are the 2 happiest men I've ever seen. Tom Brady and some random black guy who just found out he's not the father on Maury.
Dude, I do feel bad for the ones though where the woman lied and they're like telling them that was their kid for how long, so they're paying and loving the kid and taking care of them, and it's not their kid.
What I love about the Maury thing is that like the guys was go, yeah, woo, yeah, motherfucker. He'll find Gatorade and dump it on himself. But like the women are worse. Like when they find out he is the father, like they go right into his face. Like, I told you, motherfucker. I told you that motherfucker's baby daddy. You piece of shit. Fuck you. You gonna pay me now.
They're always doing this too.
I have always, when I've watched those Maury episodes, sided with the guy, and I'm like, dude, fucking punch her. Like, just hit her right now. Just turn into one.
Yes, let's hit in front of the kids, guys.
Oh, they don't bring the kids there. I don't think
true.
They
always
the kids always in the
They
back.
either have them in the back on like a video
monitor,
camera,
yeah.
or they just put up a picture.
Your baby keeps turning into Mike. Your bad baby keeps turning into Mike Tyson. Yeah, a little bit. You know what I'm saying? You just gotta get in OnlyFans and show your pussy. You know, that's all you gotta do. Trucker 18 Wheeler says, "Why do they have to be black?" I know. That's my question.
Why do they have to be black?
Ask Marquise.
Then-
Marquise, why are they always putting black people on Maury for the not the father thing? Why don't we ever have trailer trash on there? You know they're out there.
Oh, that's because those people are all on Judge Judy. All
That's
the
true,
toothless
yeah.
hillbillies are on Judge Judy.
The toothless hillbillies go to Judge Judy. Black people go to Maury. It's a weird segregation that we have in our culture.
Judith Scheinlin will give them a new one every single time.
Maury's ready to fucking kill the lady from divorce court because she's cutting in on some of his audience.
Dude, they've got another new judge on that divorce court one, I think.
Vonda's gone now,
I
too?
think so, yeah.
Dude, the original.
I don't know this one.
Judge, hashtag not my divorce court judge. Lynn Toller is my divorce court judge.
I like them both.
Lynn
I
Toller.
really liked them both.
Lynn Toller, that fine as fuck 60-year-old bitch. Just kidding. She didn't take any shit.
This new one had like really, really big false lashes on the other day. I've never seen her before.
As a judge should. What is it? Divorce court? Yeah, because it's on YouTube now. It's not even on TV.
Yes, it is. It's on Fox Plus.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Good. 14 hours ago, divorce court.
Rhonda and Mark have been dating.
All right,
Y'all
let's get to
embrace
the
one
judge.
another. Mark wants to accuse me of the men.
That's
in the
not-
No,
Not
Judge
it.
Lynn Toller's back. Or is this an old episode?
This is an old episode.
Fuck.
As old as shit.
God damn it.
It's that one.
Divorce court OG. Oh, okay. So this is the new one.
It's the new one is the one in the picture on the cover image.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Do things the way I do.
That's a promo commercial.
The longest running court show in
Oh,
daytime
Judge
television.
Lynn, Judge Faith only made it for 2 years. Okay, so we had Judge Maybelline from 99 to 06.
The longest running court show in daytime.
Judge Lynn from 06 to 2020. That's my
She
divorce
was
court.
smoking.
Yeah, she was a little.
If I'm ever getting a divorce, I want it to be her.
Judge Lynn told her and you know what? She got enough work done where she stayed good until her 60s.
I might enjoy my divorce if it was from her.
I mean, you could tell that face got pulled back more and more every year, but she still stayed
You
looking
ever-
good.
I picture that as like, you know, when somebody's trying on a dress that's too big for them, like a wedding dress, and they just strap it all in the back.
Judge Lynn told her you could tell there was a pin in the back of of her head, where if you pulled it, she looked like a Shar-Pei, but she kept it looking nice.
Taut.
Nice and taut.
Daytime television.
Then Judge Faith only went 2 years. What
Faith
the fuck
was hot
happened?
too. I liked her.
Now who we got?
That's
Oh,
her.
no. Is that Star Jones?
I don't know, but that is her because I watched this 2 days ago, and that's
Please tell me that's fucking Star Jones from the old school View.
Uh-oh.
Oh, my God.
Why
a
is
new
that
face
good?
and a new voice.
Guess what, people?
No.
Focus on the future.
No, that's not Star Jones. That's just a different
Oh,
star.
come on. I was enjoying this.
I know, but we'll get popped.
Oh.
We'll get popped. for
Well,
playing
fuck.
that. Is that Star Jones? D.
You can get a
Gulag
lot
says
of
Star
work-
Jones.
you
I
can
think
get-
that might be her.
You can get a lot of work done now. I don't know what Star Jones used to look like, but yeah, that is definitely the new one.
D. Gulag says that is Star Jones. Yes! I like that she's fallen enough that they could get her.
Look at old positive rain in the chat. I like divorce. Have you tried it?
Well, you know, I mean, the guy, look, the guy doesn't just, write things
I
off.
haven't had my first one yet.
April's still waiting. All right, guys, 370 away from our goal today. If you feel like chipping in, please do. Oh, boy, we're at 730. Yeah, we need to get moving on that. If you feel like chipping in, PayPal link right there in the chat. Otherwise, super chats, memberships, it all counts towards our goal. 370 away today. Anything you can do. You guys have been busting your ass to make up for us falling short on Sunday and Monday. I think we're pretty much caught up.
Thank you.
So if we knock it out today, we knock it out tomorrow. It's another good week
Feels good.
for Steel Toe. Well, we've got another update on the Canadian shop teacher with the giant prosthetic tits.
Did she accidentally slice him on her table saw yet?
No, that is not the case. There's that was a guy. And then that guy a year ago started coming to school saying that his new name, he's a her now, and her name is Kayla, and she wears these gigantic prosthetic breasts. Now,
How about your hips?
I am not backing off of my assertion that this is a guy trolling.
It could be. I mean, you've been right time and time again.
I think he's doing an Andy Kaufman type bit to find out how far the school will go to protect this craziness.
Yeah, he wears that mask to hide his chuckles all the
Yeah,
time.
because this can't be fucking real. Like, this is too weird to be real. Because this isn't a trans thing. This is a person, if this isn't a work, this is somebody going off on a terrible crisis, a mental health crisis.
Yeah, this is a problem, and he needs help.
Yeah, this is somebody who seriously needs a doctor. And like the brain kind that can prescribe you some pills. Because this is...
Maybe a hug from dad?
Well, that ship has sailed, I believe.
Okay.
Unless, again, this is a work and they're doing it to kind of show like, hey, our schools are getting really ridiculous with this trans shit. They've let me come in here for a year with these giant-ass prosthetic tits that hang down to my dick.
I would respect that. If this is a fucking joke, it is very exposing of like how much we let slide now.
Yeah, like I'd laugh my ass off.
Yes.
If this turned
absolutely.
out to be a bit. But in the meantime, the Canadian school board or this district school board is totally letting this shit go. And they're also saying, do not criticize this teacher. They're preparing for criticism at the next school board meeting, and they're aware of all the media attention it's been getting. And they said, we won't back down. We support this teacher, and we're inclusive, and we support all genders and this and that. Well, the Canadian high school has said it would be illegal to criticize and stop a trans teacher from wearing huge prosthetic breasts in class.
I think it was Royce from Revenge of the Sis. I saw on Instagram said it right. Like, girls will get like suspended or like detention for wearing spaghetti strap tank tops because it's not covered up enough, but you can have these humongous tits with like huge nipples protruding.
Yeah, and it's all plastic or
that doesn't matter. It's still like
that's what I'm saying.
Like,
but that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not like something that you have to cut off to get rid of during school.
Like, you could just literally take that off.
Right. You could unvelcro the straps.
I'm just saying, like, I've seen that happen before where, like, girls in school will just barely wear something that's a little too risque for somebody. Yeah. Somebody will complain somewhere.
Well, just say it's part of your gender identity, then they can't make you take it off.
Yeah, where was that 10 years ago?
Yeah, this school is literally saying not that it's immoral or against their code to make fun of this teacher or let them go. They're saying it's fucking illegal. Canada is dicked.
I actually didn't know they were that sick.
Yeah, Kayla Lemieux, a manufacturing technology teacher at Oakville Trafalgar High School in Ontario, was recently pictured instructing a shop class. Despite the heavy backlash and reports that some students are skipping class, so some students aren't going there anymore out of protest because this teacher makes them uncomfortable.
I bet their parents are all for them not going too.
A lot of them, I'm sure they're like, yeah, you get the fuck out of there if you feel uncomfortable. So if you're a teacher, you can't make kids feel uncomfortable. It's not allowed unless you identify as a female and you need to wear giant fake tits. Then all of a sudden it's illegal to even criticize that.
It's just my body, guys.
Now, the school board defended the teacher and said it would no longer answer questions about the issue because it was a personnel matter. The district also claimed that interfering or criticizing the teacher would go against the Ontario Human Rights Code, saying the HDSB recognizes the rights of students, staff, parents, guardians, and community members to equitable treatment without discrimination based on gender identity and gender expression. Gender identity and expression are protected grounds under the Ontario Human Rights Code, the board said. Meanwhile, parents and students seem split on the issue. Owen LaPlante, a 12th grader at the school, told the Toronto Sun that while some people support Lemieux, others are not comfortable with the situation. I'm okay with it, he said. I know some of my friends are a little uncomfortable with it, but I think she should be able to express herself however she wants to. Yeah, we lost. I mean, it's so fucking over.
This isn't good.
I was thinking about this the other day. These kids now have been so inundated with this, and they've just been so exposed to all of this that it's normal and it's fine to them. Mm-hmm. So this delusion is going to be tolerated more and more as time goes on. There's no turning this back.
Nope.
Like, you and I are getting older and older and older, and these kids in this school are being inundated with this from a young age. So they look at us going, this is psychotic, and they go, what the fuck are you talking about? This is totally normal.
Exactly, and it's because they've been exposed to it so much. Like, this shit, like, for us growing up would have been really jarring, like, really otherworldly and weird, and it would have been totally okay to be like, dude, I'm actually not comfortable here, and everyone been like, oh, that's fine, we'll take care of it. I get it. And now all these kids are just It's like exposure therapy. It's almost like they just are numb to it.
Like I said, it's not going away. It's going to get worse. I mean, just because that's how schools work. You inundate younger kids with this stuff at an earlier age. Why do you think they want to talk to them about sexuality and trans shit so bad? They just want to normalize it so that all the criticism can go away.
It's like they played a game of like, oh, what can we get away with this year?
Yeah.
Okay, how do we up that this year?
Josh Denny says, judging by the size of those titties, Aaron would make a great shop teacher. That's it. Josh Denny and I are beefing. That was a hurtful comment, you piece of shit.
You look very slim in that shirt today. I can't see him.
I'm not slim. Josh Denny says, well, I have to admit the jokes were being written by my employee. Oh, so Corey is writing the... God damn it, Josh. Son of a bitch. Kate Golem says, something tells me this teacher was on thin ice for something unrelated and suddenly adopted the whole trans thing to keep his job. That would be smart.
Interesting. Yeah, because it does work now.
Yeah. It Gets Bigger says, the grooming is working. Who would have thought? Oh, yeah, we did. Yeah, no, I mean, there's a reason schools try to get to kids on shit early. It works.
It does.
I mean, you have the ultimate authority over these kids. If they don't go along with what you tell them, you can suspend them and punish them. I mean, of course, you're going to push your advantage.
And when they're super young, they're super impressionable, so they grow up thinking that this is normal.
Yeah. Thank you very much to Marquise with a $5 super chat. We appreciate that. Guys, we are 365 away from our goal today. It's 7:30. We're almost halfway through the show. Let's try and knock some of this goal out. I hope you're having a fun time. I feel like the show's been going by really fast. Hope you're enjoying it. In the meantime, if you could support the show in any way, hit the like button. That's cool. We're only 50 subs away from 5,000. That's awesome. And also, if you want to throw in a couple of bucks, that is how our show runs. That's how we're able to stay here and do this show every day and keep our staff. So if you want to throw in a couple of bucks, a couple of shekels, there's the PayPal link in the chat. YouTube counts as well with the super chats and the memberships. So chip in a couple of bucks, guys. We need to go on a little run here. Start knocking this down before the halfway point. So, yeah, apparently if you, the Toronto Sun did a video where they interviewed people about it. I've been waiting for
I don't really heard many students talk about that. I think maybe we don't care about that.
That's the view.
Yeah, and that's what I worry. That's where it's all going.
Yes, because that should be something you care about, I think.
I mean, it's almost getting to a point where saying you don't care is almost hurtful towards the actual trans person in some cases. Because what if you do have a case like this where this person is clearly suffering from some kind of mental illness, like they're having some kind of mental health crisis? It's one thing if someone like starts dressing like a woman and they transition and they're just kind of, ho-hum about it.
Been some signs of it for a while.
It's like, all right, whatever. But like if you have someone wearing these giant prosthetic breasts in front of children and they're teaching a shop class, like this is someone who's falling apart at the seams. So you kind of get this learned apathy where you're like, well, I don't really care. It's not a big deal. It's like, oh, so you don't care that this person is screaming for help right in front of you.
Right, just two huge, giant cries for help.
I know that you think you're being progressive and tolerant and everything else, but you're actually just letting someone hurt themselves in this case and just turning the other way. Thanks.
From one student, a grade 10 student at Oakville Trafalgar High School, where there was, of course, a steady stream of students and parents attending classes today. And, of course, on their minds is an email that went out, that was sent out by the school board to parents about a teacher who is transitioning, how they are standing by that teacher.
Do you want to just skip to people's reactions?
About that issue.
About. God, Canadian newscaster. About. They're talking about that issue.
Do you say a boot or a boot?
A boot. A boot. A boot.
I think he's go a little bit too further. Just identify himself is okay. Whatever. I'm okay with it. But just wearing that in the classroom, I still have a little bit concern of that.
There's your generational divide right there. The older person is trying to be diplomatic. She wants to say, this is a woman who came from Asia. So that in her mind, she's like, this is fucking disgusting. Like,
yeah, but she has no balls to say that because she's proper.
If he wants to wear giant tits at his own house, that is fine. But don't be freak in front of my daughter.
Now, as students, teachers, and parents were arriving this morning, there was a noticeable presence of police officers in uniform, a number of police...
Oh, my God. Did their police cars say allyship and have, like, rainbow shit on them?
Covered in rainbows, yep.
Oh, no.
We have truly lost sight of what each of our duties are.
Guys, Canada has fallen.
We have lost it.
It's over.
Vehicles here, along with some security, just keeping people off the property, those who didn't belong on the property, of course. There was one lone protester.
Oh, no.
Daniel Radcliffe's really fallen on
Bro, I don't care what side you're on. Take a fucking hint and go home, brother. I'm sorry. Oh, my God. I don't care if you're on the pro-teacher side or the anti-teacher side. I just feel bad for you either way. Just go get in your car and go home.
You were unwell.
That's not a protest. That's just a crazy guy shouting.
That guy's not okay.
You got to have at least 5 people to have a protest, and that's
Yeah.
a tiny protest. Anything smaller than that is a gathering of bums shouting at people.
I mean, just greasy haired.
Yeah.
Like, not looking good.
On the sidewalk out.
We're going to cook Crystal, bitch.
Neckbeard. Yeah, it's Jesse Pinkman.
Side of this high school. He was holding a Canadian flag. He also had a sound system of some sort. He said he used to be a student at this high school, and here's what he had to say.
Oh, yes. You guys talked to him. Very good.
I can't
Give this
wait.
guy a promotion. He knows what it's all about.
I don't want to photo. I am protesting this teacher right now. I think it is fundamentally wrong that an individual is able to work at an institution as such with such a huge fake bust on. It's gross.
On holiday. Sorry.
Look, he's
little Billy Joe Armstrong over here.
he's kind of like he's like a get off my side guy because he's not wrong, but
Right.
he does look not so cool.
Bro, can we go outside once in a while? This can't be your first time all summer.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Now, among students, this has obviously been a topic of discussion, perhaps for some of concern in the school itself. Some of the students told me that there are some people who have been discussing this. Others say it's a non-issue, a non-factor. Here's what one grade 12 student had to say on his way in today.
I'm okay with it. I think it doesn't bother me, I know a couple of my friends are a little uncomfortable with it, but I think she should be able to express herself how she wants to.
God, none of you kids get any sun.
Another dressed in all black, pasty white, greasy haired kid.
Right. Talk to a fucking Chad, would you?
Right.
Do you have any left in Canada, or are they all gone?
I think the cast of Letterkenny left for greener pastures.
I don't think they're there anymore.
No.
Thank you to Grey Duckling and King Kong Dong, each for $5. King Kong Dong says daily VIP dues to provide for our gatherings this month. We don't have any gatherings. There are no VIP dues. How dare you, sir? $3.55 away from our goal today. There's the PayPal link in the chat, pinned to the top of the page as well. Perfect. Riz Digga said if that kid wore the fake tits, he'd be sent home.
Yes.
You know
Every
what?
time, yes.
I'm going to say no. I'm not at that school. If he said it was part of his gender expression, they'd let him wear it. They're terrified to change anything or like to confront anyone on anything like that. That's why I wonder if this teacher isn't doing a thing to see how much they can get away with.
If it ever comes out that he did, I would applaud him because it's funny. And that guy went all in on it.
Absolutely. I would love to see that be a bit.
Like, the cop cars, for God's sakes, have shit about being an ally and rainbows on it. Like, now we're taking, like, keeping people safe and justice and all that into focusing on being a friend and an ally.
Yeah, I think what's happening here is we're hoping that it's what do you call it? We're hoping it's a work, but I think we're also forgetting just maybe how bad Canada is.
Yeah.
And that there's no chance this is a
It
work.
almost doesn't matter if it was a work or not, because in that case, if he does come out and it is just a work, now he's going to be put through the ringer for it.
Yeah.
Like, people aren't going to laugh the way we're laughing if that it comes out that way. People are going to actually get him in a lot of trouble for it. And I bet you he gets in legal trouble for it too. I bet you he does, because they're making it illegal to make fun of him right now.
Yeah, so I wonder, what if he like sues or like presses charges against one of his students? because of her or whatever the fuck. Yeah, Michael B. I agree with Michael B. This Degrassi reboot sucks. It's fucking terrible. If I was a school teacher, I would dress like a pro wrestler. Well, hey, again, as long as it's part of your gender expression, you're totally fine. Triple N says, I'm Canadian. We worked ourselves into a shoot. Oh, that's always the worst.
Not good.
When you work yourself into a shoot. Let's go to, remember I said on, I think it was Tuesday night's show, I said Joe Biden talking about how the pandemic's over and all that other stuff. Like, they're going to have to walk this back for him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he spoke without speaking to them first, and he said some wild shit that they don't want him saying. So he's at the Detroit Auto Show, and they said, you know, hey, what about the pandemic? And he's like, oh, pandemic's over. Like, the pandemic's done with.
We don't need these anymore.
Yeah, the masks. Nobody's wearing the masks. They're stupid. They suck, blah, blah, blah. Well, Nancy Pelosi, Dr. Fauci, and a bunch of people came out yesterday and said, well, no, we're not quite where we need to be. As a matter of fact, we might need some more money to make sure that we can get to the place where, you know, we need to be.
We got to get 6 boosters first.
Oh, yeah, we got more boosters coming. Absolutely.
Do you see they keep coming out with, like, mixture boosters now? Like, hybrid boosters and stuff like that?
I'm pretty sure it's just kind of making shit up as they go.
What?
I'm sorry.
Are you kidding?
Well, they had Karine Jean-Pierre, the press secretary, on an MSNBC show yesterday.
The in over her head girl?
Yeah, with a slightly overweight woman and a corpse. I don't know if that's the name of the show. By the way,
that looks like Slim Trisha Paytas.
Oh my God, it does a little bit. I want to make a notice right now, and this may be very autistic and nitpicky, but we're on national television. Can we take the fucking Starbucks off the table?
Oh, yeah.
I hate that these morning news shows do this. And again, I know this is a crazy thing to worry about, but they want to come off like, hey, we're just having a casual morning show. We're having our coffee just like you are.
How the hell's your coffee, guys?
Oh, it's so fucking bad.
Dude.
And then they do that, and it just looks unprofessional and awful.
Right. We're almost at 5,000 subs here, and we don't even keep our drinks in the shot.
That's right.
You know?
Give us a job on MSNBC right now.
If my Yeti ever gets to up here, I make a point of putting it back.
There you go. So YouTube is now officially more professional than MSNBC.
Yes.
In fairness, you know, if you have their ratings on a cable news level, you wouldn't give a fuck either. So they had Karine Jean-Pierre on to talk about how Joe Biden didn't mean his pandemic line. Joe goes, oh, no, pandemic's over. And now everyone is in his administration is going, no, he didn't mean it. What I love about Joe Biden is if they went back to him again, he'd go, what? Yeah, I meant it. Pandemic's over.
Oh, no, you meant the bubonic plague pandemic. Oh. That one's been over for a while. So.
Oh, I thought you guys said Spanish flu. My bad. I thought you said Spanish fly. I thought we were having a party.
I thought you said Rocky Mountain fever.
Oh, no. I thought you meant the rockin' pneumonia and the boogie woogie flu.
Oh, no.
I was confused as to what it was supposed to be.
Monkeypox?
Oh, man.
What?
There's a whole lot of butt fucking going on. Joe, you can't say that shit. So MSNBC had Karine Jean-Pierre on, and they're like, and they basically ask her, hey, what the fuck? And this is the best they could come up with. Now, remember, they've had 24 hours to figure out how to handle this thing.
60 Minutes interview said that the pandemic is over. There's been quite a bit of pushback to that statement by the president. Where is he today on that?
Okay, first of all, the fact that the left part of this country is so fucking pussy that saying the pandemic is over when all of us went back to living a long time ago, the fact that shit shakes you up, you guys shouldn't be allowed to hold any kind of power, even if it's in like a school board. Because if you're still scared to hear the pandemic is over, you are paper thin. I mean, you are too soft to be really walking around outside. You should still be locking down and ordering your groceries.
It's almost like being mental, too. Like you need a big tragedy, like danger going on in your life because you've got nothing else.
Well, let's find out why Joe Biden said the pandemic is over.
today on that?
So, just to step back for a second, what we saw during that interview, 60-minute interview, when he made those comments, he was walking through the Detroit car show, the halls of the Detroit car show, and he was looking around. We have to remember the last time that they had held that event was 3 years ago. Even as we're talking about UNGA, the president's going to speak shortly, as I just mentioned, that hasn't been held in person for about 3 years as well. So we are in a different time. He's been very consistent about that.
Okay, but
She literally just said he was distracted by all the cars.
Right.
At the car show. The only reason he said that the pandemic is over is because the leader of the free world, the guy in charge of the nukes, I guess she got distracted by all the pretty cars.
Look at the shinies.
Yeah. I would yell at my entire staff if I was Joe Biden, but he's 80 and fucking senile, so he doesn't even know they said it. They keep him away from TVs, I'm sure. But if I was Joe Biden and I had my wits about me, I'd be screaming at people for saying shit like that about me.
For making you look so embarrassing.
For making you look like, oh, dumb grandpa forgot his meds and he walked around and got lost at the car show, so he didn't mean anything he said.
How do you sleep at night when you have a job like hers where you just have to clean up after the things that somebody else said?
You notice they don't last very long.
Right.
There's
probably a reason why the last one was so pissy all the time.
Yeah, there's a lot of turnover in that job. But imagine being told that, oh no, Joe, you didn't mean that. You just got confused by all the shiny cars and you got thrown off by the car show.
Joe, that is so. Look, it happens to everybody. I get it. There's a lot to look at here.
Yeah.
I can understand how you'd forget about all the madness and pandemonium going on.
Yeah, I don't think Jay Leno ever got distracted when he was walking around his car.
In his garage.
Well, we're doing a great car show here today, guys. It's a fantastic time. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. The Jews run Hollywood. I'm sorry. I was looking at that Mustang over there.
Just walks around his hangar looking at cars and saying Jewish stuff.
Yeah, he just walks around. Well, this one here is a 67 Chevelle. This is a beautiful vehicle. It's actually driven by Marlon Brando. And didn't you know Marlon Brando didn't trust the Jews either? That's oh, sorry. I was looking at the cars. That was my fault.
I had a mental lapse.
Yeah, I don't think you're talking. I don't think you start looking at cars and all of a sudden you forget what you want to say.
I actually walk around the car show in the cities here and I just get so distracted, I just start saying the N-word all the time.
Yeah, this is a Model T. Did you know that the Model T's get 13% the gas mileage that the cars do now? And did you also know that 13% of our population's demographics commit 50% of the crime? That's very interesting. Jay just gets super based when he starts staring at his cars. Sorry, I thought looking about Model T, then I thought talking about N's. Jay, what the fuck, man?
Can I hear a fucking based in Jay's voice?
Oh, I'm fucking based. That's all it is.
Thank you.
You guys keep thinking I'm not based. I mean, suffer and succotash over here.
Oh, my God.
Oh, man. Hashtag Smith says he has to have every car. I think that collection is still growing. As a matter of fact, Jay was on Rogan's show once, and he told Rogan, or I don't know, or maybe he was on Opie and Jimmy, and he told them like how much he pays for insurance on his car collection.
I watched that before.
Jay Leno car insurance. How much does Jay? I want to hear it straight from. There's an interview where Jay talks about it. There's actually one where he's on Opie and Jimmy and he's just busting their balls, like talking about how they're not big car guys and stuff. Opie Jim. Jay Leno busting everybody. Yeah.
I just want to sell the show properly by saying I'm not a car guy either.
Okay.
But I watch because just how you put the whole thing together, you make it very, very interesting.
Well, it's fun. It's fun. We have a good time, and I'm glad with it. So what do you guys like, makeup and hair? What do you do? You want to talk about product? You know what I like.
I don't even change my own oil.
So he's in there with Jim Norton and Jim Gaffigan, and he's just like fucking hammering him. Because Jay's old school. Jay's like an old comedian where they just made fun of each other all the time. People forget that because they see Tonight Show, Jay Leno, and he's squeaky clean and shit. Jay Leno, watch his Rogan appearance. It was one of the best episodes of Rogan ever. It was nice and short, too. Jay came up in mob clubs. Like,
really?
Jay came up in Boston. Like, anybody who wants to sit there and think Jay Leno's soft, man, you are fucking wrong. Jay Leno came up in literal gangster clubs. And he was smart at a very young age where these guys would tip him. they put $100 in his pocket. Great job tonight. You did a great show. And you go, no, I can't accept that. I'm sorry. The club pays me. I can't accept that. Thank you very much, though. And they go, all right. Because he knew that if you took their money and they asked you to do something, you had to do it. So Jay was really smart. Like, he came up in those mob clubs. Jay Leno's not some little pussy who did, the fucking Tonight Show. And hey, everybody. Like, he's an old school guy.
I don't know. You would think a car's just for getting to places to shop.
It's just the worst.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad I'm in New York. Last call.
You have a McLaren, right?
McLaren F1, yeah.
And,
what's a McLaren?
It's
okay, what's a McLaren? Good night, everybody. Thank you. I'm going to go do a real radio show. Thanks, guys.
I know
what's
what
a
it is, but the
McLaren?
listeners
Is
don't.
that a type of lip liner?
Mr. Leno. But then what I wasn't okay with was seeing you drive the $12 million car at the end of the episode. You would think you would leave that in a...
No, it's there to drive.
He drives them all. He drives them all.
Driving a $12 million car?
So
He
what
drives them all?
Why not?
You just date
Crazy.
virgins to save them from the next guy? Is that what I'd like to have sex with her, but I know the next guy would be more interested, so I'm going to wait.
So when you watch Fast and the Furious, that movie series,
No, that's a really stupid movie.
What?
I love that they bring like one of the biggest car guys of all time on the show. And they're like, hey, you like Vin Diesel?
That is.
when Vin Diesel lifts the car.
Any car movie where the people go, whoa! It's going to be a bad car movie.
Bad car movie, great porno.
It's opposite. Sure.
Did you? How much time do you spend every day working on them?
I'm at my garage every day. That's what I do.
Like you wake up and just go there.
Yeah, that's what I do. That's my Malibu beach house. I'm not really I know you like the hookers and stuff. I prefer to work in my garage.
Yeah, I don't have 150 of them in a room.
He's normal. He has inappropriate.
Now we're just sitting here watching another radio
I
show.
know. He's a man.
I like Jay, man. I always thought Jay got a bad rap. People are like, oh, he's fucking terrible. I fucking hate Jay Leno. It became cool at some point to hate Jay Leno. And it just kind of, to me, it just became hacky at some point to hate Jay.
I don't know.
The president can't be expected to remain coherent around so many cars, says Triple A. I mean, that's kind of what she was saying, was like, oh, you got to remember he was at the Detroit car show and he sees, basically what they're saying about their boss is, if he sees a lot of sparkly items.
He's like a seagull.
Yeah, he just gets distracted and he starts saying wild shit.
He's in the promised land of Detroit, looking at all these beautiful machinery. It just kind of makes you think of a place where you want to say that, oh, the pandemic's over, everything's gone.
Yeah,
inflation's not a thing.
Oh, I'm looking I'm looking at all these cars, and I think inflation's over, and the pandemic is done, and I think China's our best friend, and
Ukraine won.
Muslim terrorism's fucking cool. Whoa, what the hell do you do, Joe?
Oh no.
Nate says, did you guys listen to the Redbar gossip? I think I'm jumping ship. Very disappointed. Yeah, I did. Like I said, I did watch the whole Sven Stoffels thing. And again, we'll keep the Redbar stuff very short because barely anybody who listens to us knows who he is. But
do start to notice that, though. What if this is the beginning of the downfall of Redbar? Because if hardcore people like Nate, like fans, start seeing that side of him.
I'll say this. I think the downfall started a year ago when he took off. When he got sick.
I'm not going to disagree with you, but I
think
the
that
people
started.
Actually,
I doubt that he came back with more people than he left with.
You can't have to be on that long.
And then the shows have struggled mightily.
Getting mad at Clippers.
Yeah, getting mad at Clippers. Yelling at Jules all the time.
Unironically.
Creating this over-elaborate set with no show to back it up. It's just a waste. And then, I listened to that 50-minute Sven Stoffels thing with LossLess. We're trying to get LossLess on this show, but one of you fucking hit him in the chat, so I'm trying to find his account name so I can unhide him so I can talk to the guy, and we can have him on the show. We'll also do a special standalone stream where we'll just do the Sven Stoffels interview with LossLess.
I think I'd like to...
And we'll do a watch-along. You know what I'd like to do? I'd like to just have LossLess on, do the watch along with the thing, and have him do commentary with us.
That'd be pretty cool. I think
that'd be great.
I'd like to listen to the 50-minute thing on my travels to Foley and back today.
Okay.
So help me find that.
Yeah, it's easy. I'll send it to you. So, Nate, don't worry. You didn't miss the LossLess interview. We're just not doing it for the bigger audience. We're going to do our own stream on it, and I'm sure you'll tune in and you'll like that. Nate says, you guys canceling your Scars Club? I'm very disappointed right now. I don't know. I was kind of on the verge of doing it as is because it's just not.
Yeah, but then you keep it around because you want to watch the wheels fall off, kind of.
Maybe. I do want to see what he says about Sven.
Yeah, I'd love
But
to
I
see
feel like
that.
new Mike David doesn't even address the Sven thing. It's kind of phony, I think.
I think he will.
I
I think he'll say he's doing a thing.
Yeah, B. Holman says, I still think he's funny. Oh, that's fine. We're not sitting here saying Mike David's a piece of shit. We're just saying that, if you listen to the Sven thing, you'll find out that a lot of the stuff you were worried about might be going on with Redbar is going on. Like, trust your instincts, you're right.
Yeah.
Kind of a thing. Nate said, if what Sven said is true, there is no reason to stick with the show. Anyone who stays is a hypocrite.
Or you stay, like I said, just to watch the downfall.
Actually, you know what? I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Sven was looking at cars.
Sven definitely was looking at cars. Yeah. He saw like a weird reflection once, and he's like, oh my God, Redbar was mean to me.
I think Sven was looking at cars, and he just got distracted. That's all. Cambodian River Pig says, got more details on Sam Tripoli's court case. Oh, I would love to hear them. Absolutely. Mike David said in the Bring Back group that it will be addressed in the following days. Redbar forever. Don't unsub. Okay, so Redbar is going to address the Sven stuff. I give him a lot of credit for that.
I never thought he wouldn't address that.
Nate says, I'm still holding out that Mike has a reasonable explanation for everything. Well, we will see. We will see. 355 away from our goal today. 355 away from the goal. If you want to chip in, we're about halfway through the show and about $45 into the goal, so it's a slow start to the day. You guys usually come through for us, so I'm not worried. Just letting you know, there's the PayPal link in the chat. Super chats and memberships count as well. If you want to become a Steel Toe VIP, it's $250 in 1 week. You get all three of our T-shirts, the hoodie, 2 5.5-inch vinyl stickers, 2 tickets to every live event we do, entrance into a $100 drawing every single month. That's the Steel Toe VIP. All right, 355 away from our goal. Real quick, before we open our 7 o'clock hour stories, a North Dakota man accused of killing a teenager with his car following a political argument said he didn't understand the charges against him during a recent court appearance. You know when they do the arraignment and they go, do you understand the charges that have been read against you?
Yes.
And that's just a thing you say yes to because that's a formality?
Yeah. Well,
he said no. If you've been following this story at all, this guy was arguing with this kid. So the guy who ran over the kid is 41 years old. I think the kid was 17 or 18.
Okay.
And this 41-year-old was arguing politics with a teenager. Now, first of all, if you catch yourself in that situation, you're an idiot.
What are you doing?
If you're 41 arguing with an 18-year-old, you're a dipshit. Well, he got so mad about the politics, and this 18-year-old apparently was a Trump supporter, so he ran him over with his car and killed him.
Gets rid of the problem, right?
I guess as you do.
You won.
The death of 18-year-old Kaylor Ellingson before he posted his $50,000 bond and was released, spending just days in jail. He's charged with vehicular homicide and leaving the scene of an accident. Well, I mean, he just killed a guy. What are you going to do, stick around? I don't understand the differences, he told a judge during the Monday court hearing before he was released. Brandt was objected to the bail amount, saying he was not a flight risk. I have a job, a life, and a house, and things that I don't exactly want to see go by the wayside. Family that are very important to me, he said. Well, I mean, that kind of flew the coop when you killed a guy with your car.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, if you're willing to kill someone with a car, I don't think you care that much.
I mean, how tragic is that like, you kill someone with your car over a political argument, all for a bunch of people who don't give a shit about you.
Exactly. They don't think about you ever.
Like,
they never will.
You just ruined your whole life because you argued with some guy about baseball.
Yeah,
like
it's
you guys
just as important.
You guys got into an argument about who's better, Aaron Judge or Barry Bonds, like who's a better home run hitter, and that you guys fought about that.
You accomplished just as much.
Yeah. Brandt was arrested Sunday morning after telling first responders that he struck the teen because the pedestrian was threatening him. He stated that the pedestrian called some people and Brandt was afraid they were coming to get him. Brandt admitted to state radio that he hit the pedestrian and the pedestrian was part of a Republican extremist group. Uh-oh.
Oh, so the MAGA people.
Yeah.
Here's my thing. If you're in a car and you're worried somebody's coming to get you, do you not have the ability to drive away?
Yeah. Apparently they were at a street dance. And the guy ran the people over.
North Dakota.
Right. Yeah, well, what else are you going to do?
Bring raccoons to the bar.
They've done that too. Ellingson's parents said they knew Brandt, but didn't believe the teen did. His mother described how she was on her way to pick up her son from the McHenry Street dance when he called her and said that he or they were chasing him. She could no longer reach him after that.
Ugh.
So this guy says, oh, yeah, this guy was calling people and threatening me. The dude was calling his mom.
To come get him.
He was calling his mommy to come get him, and this psycho in the car took that as, oh, he's calling MAGA guys. Again, this is where that mental illness of thinking that Trump is out to get you around every corner is actually causing real world harm. Like, this guy is so fucking delusional, and he got so deep into politics. This is why you got to stop taking this stuff seriously. It's not going to make a difference. These people aren't going to change, and you're just going to drive yourself nuts. And then if you immerse yourself in that for 6 years like this guy clearly has, and you watch nothing but MSNBC and CNN all day, you see an 18-year-old kid in a MAGA hat who's there just to stir up shit and be a dickhead teenager.
Yep.
You as a 41-year-old see him pick up a phone and you think he's calling in a gang hit, so you kill him.
It's tragic.
I mean, laugh once in a while, bud. Have a sense of humor. Quit trying to censor music. This is for your kids' amusement. But don't blame me when little Eric jumps off of the terrace. You should have been watching him. Apparently, you ain't parents.
Bravo.
Remember it?
No.
What is it?
I just said no.
No? Because I never knew I would get this big. I never knew I'd affect this kid. I never knew I'd get him to slit his wrists. I never knew I'd.
Oh, is it Stan? No, it's not.
It's Who Knew by
Who knew?
Eminem.
Okay, well, I had the right artist.
A breathalyzer test showed that Brandt's blood alcohol level was above the legal limit of 0.08. Oh, so he was fucked up too. He was drunk, paranoid that the MAGA people were coming to get him, and he killed a guy.
That answers my other question was going to be, can you imagine arguing with a teenager that's not yours? Like, you're taking time out of your day to argue with a kid.
Oh, well, again, that's what that politics shit does to you.
Ugh.
Standalone Cakehorn says, leaving the scene of an accident hurts your I won't flee my bail argument. Yeah, Your Honor, I'm not known for bailing on shit.
I'm not suicidal.
I'm not suicidal. I'm not suicidal. When I saw Jussie Smollett do that in court, I went, oh, damn it.
Shit.
God.
Oh, no.
Fuck, he's not suicidal.
Put a lot of money down on that one in my death pool.
Yeah, god damn it, I had him in there. Him and Roseanne. I just had her in there for a long time because she's a bigger gal. And also, I've also had, god damn it, I can do this. I can do this. I had an autistic moment where I remembered an artist and a name nobody should know, and I lost it. I was going to say Lori, what's her name? The fat chick from All That. Lori, oh God, what is her name? Fat girl from All That. Lori Beth Denberg.
Ew.
Fuck.
Stop knowing these things.
I knew Lori Beth Denberg. Oh, she's now an ordained minister.
It's very weird.
It's a weird turn. Hashtag Smith says, this guy became a bigger loser for nothing. Well, a lot of jail time and Jell-O cups, I think. Somebody says, imagine the guy getting told the kid was calling his mom, and the guy, no, he was calling his gang to come get me. Sir, we have his phone records. He was calling his mom.
Sounds like something like the meth heads would say from Breaking Bad or something.
Yeah.
I almost killed you.
Tucker! That scene fucks me. Like, that is such a grating scene because I feel like that guy played, I don't know any meth heads, but I feel like that guy played a really, really good meth head.
The most strung out, yes.
Yeah, the guy shouting, Tucker, Tucker. I don't have enough for Tucker's friends.
There was a couple episodes that we watched recently that are, I think, some of the best tense scenes of all time in TV.
Yeah.
Like the one where he's crawling around in the crawl space looking for the money and he's talking to Skylar.
And he starts laughing.
And he's laughing.
That was a great end of an episode.
That one still gives me goosebumps.
We're watching Breaking Bad for the second time through, and we were watching the end of season 4, like the finale where he, the nursing home thing, if you haven't watched it. And we were like, if they wanted to make this show like a happy ending, That would
was
have been a great series finale if they just would have ended it with the nursing home thing.
And the more I think about it, the more I assume that's why they did it that way, because they wanted to give everybody like, look, guys, this was their happy ending. This was it for them. And now let's all fuck it up one more time.
There's so many moments with Walt, and I think Mike says it to him at some point in the show. I don't think we're there yet, where he goes, we had a good thing going, but you just couldn't let it be.
Saul just said that too.
Oh, did he really?
Saul said that when he was meeting with Jesse and Walt's saying, like, find us something in town here that's, going to be secure and all that stuff. And Saul's like, or I could recommend that you guys just kind of get away from this thing scot-free. And he's like, what do you mean,
What did Mike tell him in like season 2 or 3? He goes, Walter, you've won.
Yeah.
Learn to take yes for an answer.
Well, yeah, Saul looks at Walt and he's like, dude, you're alive. I'd say that's a pretty big win right now.
Oh, Piffy Puff says that was supposed to be the original ending, but the show got too big. I mean, if...
They still didn't screw it up. They gave that two good endings.
Felina was such a great fucking episode. It's so good. So I can't be mad that they went a little longer with
I
that.
think they gave it 2 really good endings.
Yeah.
I think they teased us with a happy one, and then they gave us the fucking tragedy.
They came in with the Wayne's World doodly-doo, 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 doodly-doo.
Look what we can do.
Mr. Hero Brian with $2 Canadian says, you passed me in subs, so I'm making a diss track on you.
What?
God damn it, man. Now my day's ruined.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Thank you, Mr. Hero Brian. I'm taking that in the nature in which it was intended. And Mr. Rupert with $9.99 super chat says the one where the ATM falls on the meth head guy and that little kid is still there always messes me up. I feel so bad for that fucking kid in that episode.
Yeah, I told Aaron when we were watching that episode again, I'm like, this is a scene that I think of from time to time. I just see that little kid's face. He's hungry. Why don't you give the kid some food sometimes, a decent meal?
So thank you very much to those guys. And Nate with $10 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, Nate. 3:45 away from the goal today. So a ways to go. We're halfway through, but we'll have a strong second half here. And you guys will hit that goal, and we'll do 30 minutes of overtime for you today. So if you feel like chipping in, I think 34 people at $10 will do it. That's not too bad.
Hell yeah.
So if you haven't thrown in $5-10 to the show this month, we'd really appreciate that. That's really all it takes with the numbers we have to keep this show going. So if you don't mind, there's the PayPal link in the chat. It's also pinned to the top of the page. 3:45 away. PayPal and YouTube, it all counts. Curly Adams says, I love how you two just keep rewatching the same shows over and over.
Oh, Aaron,
Look,
what are we about to do?
We've watched Game of Thrones twice. We're on our second Breaking Bad. We may rewatch Better Call Saul after that.
That's not a may.
But no, I want to finish The Sopranos. We're like 3 seasons away from finishing The Sopranos.
We keep forgetting The Sopranos, and like mid-episode of Breaking Bad last night, I started thinking about The Sopranos.
Yeah.
I'm like, we never finished Scrubs. I've actually seen Game of Thrones 3 times all the way through.
And Sopranos is getting hot. Like Ralph just died and all that shit. Like it's getting...
I actually forgot where we were.
Heavy on The Sopranos. Yeah. B. Holman says Sopranos is showing its age. You know why, though? It's because all these shows that came after it only exist because of The Sopranos. So Sopranos looks old because all the other shows built off of it. I mean, Vince Gilligan said it straight out. He said there would have been no Breaking Bad if it wasn't for Sopranos. He said I was fully influenced by that show.
Sure.
And holy shit, you can tell.
Yep, I agree.
Like,
especially watching this through the second time.
Yeah.
You
watch The Sopranos and you're like, oh, Vince Gilligan was a huge fan.
Watching Breaking Bad the second time through makes me like Better Call Saul even more. Like, I enjoy watching the Saul scenes a lot more now.
There are some characters in Better Call Saul that are better than the Breaking Bad characters. Like, Lalo, to me...
Lalo's terrifying.
He can hold up there with any of the Breaking Bad or the Breaking Bad people.
I just think that in a lot of ways, Breaking Bad has some of the best tension scenes of all time.
Vince Gilligan does a good job with that. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $10 says for the meth. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. 340 away. The Wire is something we absolutely have to watch in the future.
We're watching House of the Dragon, too. We have so many irons in the fire right now.
Dub says, you see El Camino. We did. We didn't like it. It just seemed like they did that as a money grab.
It seemed really unnecessary.
Yeah. And then, I thought Jesse driving off at the end of Breaking Bad that was it. That's all I needed.
Yeah.
Casey says, why the fuck do you watch something you've already watched? Do you catch things?
It's really good. It's like, why do you ever go back and watch a movie again?
Yeah, we're watching House of the Dragon. We purposely don't watch the last episode until the day the new episode comes out, because otherwise you just run out of shit to watch. I like House of the Dragon so far.
I think it's okay. It's not captivating me the way Game of Thrones did.
Yeah. I always think about the way it ended, and I'm like, this one seems like it's pacing itself better.
I've seen Game of Thrones so many times that it's still endearing to me, and I try to forget about the last season and just remember how good the beginning front load was.
Can you try trying to forget the last 2.5 seasons, maybe? Because you got to go back that far.
I still think it's one of the greatest shows of all time.
Each time you watch Game of Thrones again, you set the time period back to where it started fucking up.
I'll say this. House of the Dragon, the characters are not gripping me the way they did in Game of Thrones. They're not doing it for me.
I'm interested. I like the uncle and I like the daughter.
I'm intrigued. You don't have my attention yet.
I also have read the synopsis of this story and I know where it's going. So I'm like, oh, fuck, this is getting good.
Yeah, see, I don't do that to myself. I just kind of watch.
Kelly says, have you ever watched The Boys? I'm trying. It is tough, man. I do not like that show. It's boring. You guys set it up way too big. That was the problem. You told me, oh, this show is so great. And like, Billy Butcher is, you can tell this was based on a comic book, because he is such an over-the-top comic book type character. And I'm sure in a comic book, it works great.
Sure.
In a TV show, it totally just makes you go, all right, we get it. You say cunt a lot and you're a tough guy.
Well,
but you're a tough guy who's got pain behind those eyes. Fuck off.
And they even talk about it. Like, the only full episode I've watched with you is the first one, back when we tried the first time. But when I pop in and out of the room, like, they actually talk about how much they say cunt. And I'm like, do you have any point to any of this?
Yeah, it's Ryobi says, yet you love Negan. No. I've said this before. Negan is a great comic book character, but you bring Negan to TV and it just chews the scenery and it's just way too aggressive and just way too bright. And it's like, whoa, dude, take it easy. So no, Negan, the comic book character, is wonderful. Actually, Negan is a great example of what I'm talking about with The Boys, where something works great on paper, and then you put it on TV, and you're like, nah, no thanks. What made Game of Thrones interesting is that any of the important characters could be killed off. Mm-hmm. Right, that's why in Season 6 it started to get shitty. Because you're just like, oh,
people didn't die.
Everybody gets plot armor, nobody can die.
There's always a convenient rescue somewhere. That I did hate.
King Kong Dong says Jeffrey Dean Morgan was perfect for Negan. Yeah, he did a great job. He did what he could with that character. Raz of Chaz says, if you would have watched The Boys when they first told you to, it wouldn't have gotten overplayed for you. No, because you guys nerdily sucked its dick. Like, you guys were sucking that thing's dick so hard. That show never had a chance with me. But I'm trying. I haven't given up on it, so I'll keep giving you guys updates, but right now it's like, okay, got it.
It's kind of what happened to Shameless, too. I haven't even seen the last couple seasons, I don't think, but even before the last couple seasons, they started getting really social justice-y with their messages and shit, and I hate watching that happen on a show.
I think you should rewatch it again because it starts off with that. Like, I
think it is sprinkled in there quite a lot, but it is just, I don't know. I've seen the whole thing besides the last couple seasons, and I don't think it's bad TV.
All right, guys. We've opened up the 7 o'clock hour stories. We are past the halfway point. $340 away from our goal. I hope we're doing a good show for you today. I hope you're enjoying it. If you feel like chipping in, please do. There's the link in the chat. BetUS.com. BetUS.com. Use the promo code SteelToe. If you like sports betting and everything else, blackjack, poker, that whole thing, sign up. Make your first deposit under the promo code SteelToe, and we will. You'll get a huge bonus and everything. I might get rid of BetUS again. Audience in general doesn't seem to be going there. It doesn't seem to be big. I mean, when we talk about sports, people are like, "All right, fucking got it." And then as far as sports betting goes, I don't think our audience is really into it. So we might bail on that one, so we don't have to tell you guys about it. But it is great. I do use it. It's awesome. It's BetUS.com. Use the promo code SteelToe. They've got the links in the chat there. Old Capitol Tavern, 2 North Benton Drive in Sauk Rapids, oldcapitaltavern.com. Of course, Old Capitol Tavern with 50 beers on tap, 240 different bottles of whiskey, and a delicious menu. Go check out Old Capitol if you're in central Minnesota. And Midland Armory in Foley, midlandarmory.com. Go to Midland Armory in Foley, and or just go to their website if you don't live in this area. Make an order, use the promo code SteelToe, and get a real nice discount. Firearms, have them sent to an FFL dealer. Michael, we fucking get it, buddy. All right? We got it. That's like 2 weeks now you've been doing that. Believe me, we're good. The joke is old. It wasn't very good when you started it. It's not good 2 weeks later, okay? I've noticed you. I saw you do it. I've been noticing it for almost a month. Can we cut it now? Thank you. That's Midland Armory in Foley, midlandarmory.com. All right. No, Michael, I know it's a joke. I'm not saying you're a piece of shit or anything. I'm just saying, like, I know it's a joke, but it's a joke that's been going on for 3 weeks, and I've been remarkably patient with it, and I kind of cringe every time you do it. So I'm just saying, let's take a break. What do you say? All right, guys, rough day today, 340 away from our goal. Let's see what we can do. A little honesty check here. If you haven't thrown in this month and you feel like chipping in, please do, or become a member, whichever. Also, where are we at? Subscriber-wise, we're close to 5,000. Let's see how close we've gotten so far this morning. Please hit the subscribe button if you haven't.
Yes.
Already, we are 44 away from 5,000. So 44 left.
Tantalizingly close.
Well, I've got an update on that Robert Sarver story. All right, Lemmy. Yeah, just shut the fuck up when I'm trying to do something like that. Okay? Thanks. It's annoying. It's obnoxious. Don't encourage it. All right? Let's not make the show about us. Okay? If people were already accusing you of that shit, don't make them right.
Uh-oh.
Robert Sarver. Now I'm in a mood. God damn it.
What happened?
We're short today, and then I got fucking dumb. I catch dumb shit that I kind of wish that when people do shitty bits in the chat and they're cringe and not good, I kind of hope that they get the hint when I don't address them for 3 weeks and they just go away.
Okay.
And then they don't. I go, is he just going to fucking stop? That would be really nice. And then he doesn't, and I have to say something because it's just obnoxious. And then you got Lemmy I think it's good. Shut the fuck up, not helping.
All right.
Anyway, I hope this next, and I'm also going into 2 stories that I really wanted to do today, so I'm hoping just everything gets real nice and we do a good show. Hopefully it's been going well so far and you've been enjoying yourself. Robert Sarver says he is now starting the process of selling the Phoenix Suns and the WNBA's Phoenix Mercury. Now, this has kind of been a pet story of mine, because I think this story is peak ridiculous.
I agree. We talked about this last night over something so minuscule.
Robert Sarver is the owner of the Suns, and $400 million he bought the team for, and it's worth $1.4 billion now. That'll come into play in just a second.
Okay.
But he owns the Suns, and there was a woman who said, "Oh, when I worked there 10 years ago or whatever it was, that he was inappropriate with." Or no, it was guys. I'm sorry, it wasn't a woman. It was guys. Guys like, "Oh, he touched me inappropriately," or like he smacked him on the ass or some shit like that. And they started investigating him, and they found out that Robert Sarver actually said the N-word a few times over the course of the last 20 years.
What? No one ever does this.
Oh, my God. In the last 20 years, he said the N-word. And they said when they found the instances in which he said it, he wrote it in emails to people quoting what somebody else had said to him. So he wasn't even saying the N-word. He was going, "Oh, by the way, so-and-so said this to me. He said, quote, blah, 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 and this and that." That's a direct quote, by the way. So they said that those were the times that we found out he did it. So they started by suspending him for an entire year and fining him $10 million. Now, I thought that was an unfair punishment from the beginning, because if we're going to now say that the N-word costs you $10 million and a year suspension, then we have to end basketball.
Yes, sports in general, it's got to be over.
Yeah. See Michael bouncing back nice. That's why I like this audience. He says, I said the N-word 5 hours ago. Right.
Didn't we all?
That'll be $10 million in a year off your life. But it's like a prison sentence.
For a word.
For a fucking word. Now,
a word that's thrown around the basketball court often, by the way.
Right. I'll point this out. If he would have yelled at one of his black basketball players and had called them that, then yeah, sue the shit out of them, fuck them right in the ass, whatever. But if he's writing an email saying so-and-so said this word, and then Robert Sarver inappropriately touched a few guys in the workplace, then let them handle that. But then all these basketball players like LeBron James and Draymond Green and a bunch of other players go, it's not enough. They basically did the Deshaun Watson thing where they went, it's not enough punishment. You need to do more. He needs to go. He needs to go.
Bury him.
All these players start pounding their fists against the table and saying he needs to go. He can't own the team anymore. So now I wouldn't say I'll be careful here. They didn't make him sell the team, but they've now put him in a position where he has basically no choice but to sell the team.
Right. Hands are tied.
So that's stupid too. But then the league and these players are fucking morons because they think they're punishing this guy by making him take a $1 billion profit on his basketball team.
That sucks.
This guy is going to sell this team that he spent $400 million on for $1.4 billion, and he is going to rake in a shitload of cash.
Yes. Oh, and I don't have to deal with you sensitive fucks anymore? Oh, okay.
And then the sensitive fucks, by the way, are guys who swear at each other all day. They're fucking screaming at each other. They're saying the N-word on the court, talking all sorts of trash about each other's families and everything else. Now, all of a sudden, when some old rich billionaire says that word in an email a couple of times, now you guys are so broken that you can't even until he's gone.
You can't function.
Such horseshit.
And it is, but yeah, it's not necessarily the hardship you thought it was making him sell the team.
Yeah, Triple N says your punishment is this windfall profit.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really not as bad as all that.
Well, and then like LeBron James, I think they could have got around this if Robert Sarver would have said, oh, no, I was only saying the N-word for the Chinese government. And LeBron would have went, oh, well, then it's fine. It's okay. We got to be nice to the Chinese government. They're really cool. I like them. The same guy who
How did that happen?
Yeah, the same guy who was reading a Malcolm X book for like an entire basketball season, now all of a sudden is really into communist genocide based on religion of Muslims. The government that murders Muslims is being propped up by a basketball player who was just reading a book about one of the most famous Muslims of the 20th century. It's really good.
Just for me, the hypocrisy in all this, though, like we've said, like there's so many profanities being slung around the basketball court at all times. But this guy puts a quote in an email or two.
And now he's got to sell his team and make $1 billion.
I don't know what world we're living in where suddenly like that's just fine and it's justifiable. Yeah. And you can totally excuse it away.
I don't even know. So people are saying the hypocrisy is the worst part. I don't even know.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
What the whole deal is. Matthew with $250 becoming a VIP says, spread your cheeks, stuff it all in, no need for merch. Well, someone's getting it if you don't want it. That's unless you want us to take the whole $250 off the goal, then we'll do that. Thank you very much to Brandon as well. $260 off the goal. Wow. That means we're $80 in. Or now, do we want to go $80 away from the goal?
Thank you, Matthew.
Or do we want to give away that VIP and be $180 away from the goal?
I think he makes the decision because he spent the $250. Either he wants us to have the $250 towards the goal, or he wants VIP or give it away.
Matthew, you get to decide. Is he already one?
I don't recognize that one. Nope.
If you're not a VIP already, I urge you to take the VIP deal. 180 is an easy number for us to hit at 100%. Krillo says, shit, I'll rock that hoodie. Well,
I think he should get to decide.
I think Matthew should get to decide. Get a hold of us, buddy.
Message me something.
We will see. But right now he says no need for merch.
Okay.
That's
pretty generous.
We'll put the goal at $80 for now.
Here, I did a thing. I wrote down your name, so if you ever reach out to me for something,
it's yours.
Yeah.
How about that? You can just, instead of taking the VIP now, just hold us hostage for everything else you want in the future.
I guess.
And then that way we have to keep giving it to them.
Well, what if some people don't want all of it? Like, what if you do just want a tumbler? You know, something just to walk around with and shit. I don't know.
Dub says film Idiocracy was actually written by Nostradamus. Dirty Major Woody says he's not an owner, he's a governor. Robert Sarver? No, he's the owner of the Suns. I'm telling you, this is true. Unless that was a joke I didn't get. By the way, I noticed that Lemmy must be feeling like she needs to do penance because she's putting a bunch of links up to all our stuff. Now, Lemmy, it's fine. The audience knows that when I get annoyed and say don't do something, I say it and then I'm over it. It's good. We're fine.
I really must have missed something while I was taking him out.
It was the fucking Lori Morgan joke that Michael B's been doing in the chat for like a month.
I haven't seen it. I don't watch the chat that close.
It's a terrible fucking joke. It's not funny. I mean, I rarely get mad at a joke because of how unfunny it is.
What's the joke?
He's like, where's Lori Morgan play? Because Lori Morgan did a show at Raleigh's, one of our advertisers.
Yes.
And we were promoting it. So then Michael just kept doing this thing every month. Where's Lori Morgan playing every time we did a read? And I'm just kind of like, all right, I'm fucking annoyed now. Stop. Just, I kind of give people the benefit of the doubt that if I ignore your joke for a month, you'll get it and just not do it anymore. So finally, I had to say, dude, shut the fuck up. I get it. The Lori Morgan. I don't know why that's a funny thing to
I don't know why that's funny either.
I don't understand it. So then Lemmy goes, oh, I think it's funny. I'm like,
oh.
I was having very much a daycare moment.
The chat was trying to take away from what you wanted for the show.
Yeah, I was having flash. I was feeling like I was a daycare guy for a while.
Well, it's a beautiful day outside if you want to know.
Yeah. Adam says, how do we gift subs on YouTube? I don't know. I filled out a thing to apply for it, and I didn't get it or something. I didn't get a response.
Maybe we reapply.
Aaron, you didn't get the bit. R.I.P. Zach. Thank you. Mr. Hero Brian says, uploading the diss track. Uh-oh. The Hero Brian diss track is coming, guys. Get ready. Pucker up those assholes. Mr. Hero Brian was very upset earlier today that we passed him in subs.
Oh, okay.
So he's now making a diss track about us, and I really...
What is a Hero Brian?
Well, it's obviously someone who's about to cave our asshole in, that's for sure. So, you know.
I was looking forward to that.
God bless. All right. Like the video and subscribe to the channel. We're looking to get to 5,000 by the end of... You said by the end of the week we're going to make it?
I think by the end of the week.
You got a little under 50 subs to go.
I think we can do it, guys. Hit that subscribe button.
All right. So the Robert Sarver thing, yeah, he'll make... what are they worth? I think it's $1.4 billion. What are the Phoenix Suns worth? 1.8 billion.
Jesus.
Forbes now estimates the franchise value at $1.8 billion, putting his stake north of $600 million because he's the group's managing partner.
What a nice payday they just gave him.
Wow. How much of the Suns does Robert Sarver own? 35%. So he's selling his stake. So he's going to make $600 million. How much did Robert Sarver pay for the Suns? Sarver bought the teams in July 2004 for about $400 million with approximately 1/3 of the stake. So what's 1/3? That's 133 repeating. So he paid $133 million, and he's going to get $600 million when they sell it.
Okay.
Holy shit.
I mean, that's nice. What? He gets to take some nice vacations, buy some things. What a terrible day that is.
God, so he's going to make a 400% profit on his purchase of the Suns, and all because LeBron James wanted him punished for saying the N-word. Well, LeBron, consider him punished.
I don't like this. How about all the times LeBron has said the N-word? Can we punish that?
No, it's not allowed. He's black.
Still
so
not
it's
cool.
okay.
It doesn't make you look cool.
Yeah. Thank you very much to Adam for the $5 on PayPal. Appreciate that, buddy. $75 away from our goal today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthew.
For
big
that.
time.
The Federal Reserve has hiked interest rates by a 0.75 of a point yesterday in an aggressive bid to fight inflation. It was not a good day yesterday. The Dow was down like 550 points. Inflation still through the roof, 13% inflation on groceries we found out from last month, and a 0.75% rate hike. The third consecutive time as the central bank continues to try to tame multi-decade highs in inflation. And look, the Federal Reserve guy is not sugarcoating it. He said, this is going to hurt.
Yeah.
But we have to get this under control. He says, the inflation is already hurting. The fix we have to give you is going to hurt as well. And you know what? I do like that better than just trying to inflate or spend your way out of something. I like the idea of just take your fucking medicine, get this over with, let's be done, rip it off like a Band-Aid. And remember how bad that 2008 recession lasted? It was like
ugly.
2012, the housing prices were still in the shitter. It took years to climb out of that. And now you have, the Fed just going, well, we're going to jack the shit out of interest rates and hopefully we get this inflation under control. And he said it's going to have an impact on the unemployment rate. It's going to affect all that stuff.
That's going to go up. Yeah. I mean, we're already hurting though. Like this pandemic really fucked us right in the ass. And then all the spending, the reckless spending.
Yeah.
It is insane.
So they're trying to fix it. And look, I don't, my whole thing with the Federal Reserve is I've hated them forever. This administration is so bad that I'm actually finding myself thankful for the Federal Reserve because I'm like, at least somebody is being an adult about this and saying we need to do something about our money. Our money is fucked. The government keeps printing trillions of dollars every year in debt, keeps paying the bare minimum on our debt service. Well, now the money that we're borrowing from the Federal Reserve, we got to cut the shit. We got to cut spending.
Mm-hmm.
We got to get rid of this deficit every year because as this interest rate rises from the Federal Reserve, the money that they're printing and giving to the government, we're paying a higher percentage on that, which means the money we spend every year on debt service is going up. It's going to be like $500 billion pretty soon here.
I don't know how we ever dig out of that.
You don't.
That's the answer.
Honestly, you try to get the shit to shoe level. You know, maybe you try to keep the payment at $500 trillion a year. Because if you keep having to pay that bigger money on that debt, the more you have to print off to run your government, it's just going to lead to more inflation. Mm-hmm. We're trying, but it's a runaway train at this point.
It's lost.
It's really bad. I mean, Standalone Cakecorn says it right. Biden making the Fed cool. Has anyone else kind of been where I am? Like I'm one of those classic, anti-Fed and the Fed kind of guys. Like I'm Ron Paul on the Federal Reserve. But like Joe Biden is making me look at the news and go, God, I really hope the Federal Reserve can pull us out of this. I'm really rooting for that Jerome Powell because as shitty as they are and as manipulative as they are, at least there's one adult in the room saying, look, we need to do something about our money supply.
Yes, somebody throw us a life raft at this point.
At least there's one guy who's going, look, we need to be adults about this and take our medicine because this can't keep going.
It's ugly.
Oof. Brian says, you will own nothing and be happy. Nick says, that's just the value in equity, not the years of profits that he had already pocketed. Oh, talking about Sarver. Yeah, you're right. I mean, this guy's going to make a windfall of cash all because these players think they've got him in check right now. Piffy Puff says, housing market's going to crash, so if you're interested in buying a home, hold off. I could not agree with that advice more. I mean, we all lived through 2008. And, I mean, the prices you were getting a house for back then was fucking bananas. Insanity. Oh, my God. And then, the only thing that's going to be different is in 2008, it was fucking awesome after the whole crash and everything. If you were buying a home, it ruled because not only did you have low prices, but you had like 3% interest rates. It should have been illegal what we were doing. Now you're going to have super low prices. That's true. But the interest rates are going to be around 7, 8, 9%.
That'll be shitty.
Kind of sucks.
But everything else is shitty anyways, so how much worse can it get?
Shane F. says, and the Fed. Okay, flat earther. Yes. Also, Black Ornament says, stop interrupting the momentum of the show by continuing to bring up how badly Michael B's bit irritated Aaron. God damn it, Black Ornament, that's funny. Guy Sartell says, they said that about the housing market 3 years ago. House values have doubled since. Well, I'm not saying we can't be wrong, but we are starting to see people not buy houses. We are starting to see...
People are not buying a lot of shit right now.
Yeah, we're starting to see people... we're starting to see houses be on the market for longer than the usual average. Mm-hmm. So
Aaron and I make bets now, like when houses go up for sale in the neighborhood here, like, oh, is that one going to be gone in a couple weeks, or how long is it going to take?
What did I say on that one? On that one at the end of the street? Did I say 2 weeks or 2 months?
No, I basically just said, oh, is it going to sell over or under 2 weeks?
And I said
you
over.
said over.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to.
Because houses in this neighborhood used to just, they're up for sale or they're not for sale anymore.
I know what I paid for this one, and I know what they're charging for these. They ain't worth that much. It's a ridiculous number, what they're asking for these houses.
I haven't checked what they're asking.
I bought over 3 years ago, and like Guy said, 3 years ago, they said this has to stop. Like this can't hold. And he said the prices have doubled since then.
3 years ago in June.
Absolutely true. He's absolutely right. Like the value of this house, when I bought it, I was like, well, I put enough down where if, the prices come down a little bit, I've got a hedge against it. What are you going to do? It's not the end of the world. And then it just kept going up. It was fucking bananas. Drinks a lot of bourbon, and Guy Sartell says no one wants to live in St. Cloud.
Dude,
I don't know, man. When the economy was going well, the houses in our neighborhood, they pop up, they're gone. They pop up, they're gone. So there is that part. I would agree with you. I mean, I bought as far to the end of St. Cloud as you can possibly get. Like it's St. Cloud in name only, essentially. But yeah, it's. I think people, once they have middle school age kids, they bail.
Right. Nobody wants the high schools around here.
Right.
They're problems.
When they have elementary school kids or no kids, they like living here because the property taxes are lower and the prices are a little lower.
There's even some parents in this neighborhood, though, that put their kids in like St. Joe schools.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, they just don't want anything to do with the schools here.
King Kong Dong says there are 2 nice areas in St. Cloud. The rest is trash. There's Walden Woods, and what's the other one you think? Because I say
Fox Run. No, I'm thinking of something else.
No, I say the Walden Woods area, and then I'm interested to see what King Kong Dong thinks is the other nice area. I think our area is nice.
This is nice. This is the farthest west I've ever lived in St. Cloud. Otherwise, since 2014, I've been living in East and Southeast St. Cloud. And it's been interesting.
Rupert with $4.99 says, at this point, it's just fun watching the country burn. There's nothing I can do about it. Attaboy. I like that level of nihilism. That a kid. Scoober says Westwood neighborhoods aren't bad. They're not. Who wants to live in town, says Max.
That I'll agree to. Every time I go back to Litchfield now, honestly, I never thought I'd say it. I fucking miss living in the country out there. I miss it every time.
Yeah, but you also remember why you left.
There's nothing to do there.
Fucking terrible.
When I want to do something outside, it's all right there.
I'm one of these people who I like to go places when I'm going outside.
Where do you go here? The gym?
Stuff.
But exactly, when you start having that conversation, what do you do here? You don't. You travel to Maple Grove to do something.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
That's not here.
But that's what I meant. Like, I don't need to be in the place where I do stuff. I just go do stuff.
Yeah, but then for me, I got to drive an hour one way to get to the thing I want to do. So.
What were you doing with
gas
that
prices
hour?
Aren't super awesome.
They aren't? What happened?
I just have found really recently here that I really miss the nice little property in the country. I miss it.
You know what's great about the economy starting to really take a shit again? Gas prices will go down because no one can afford stuff.
True.
So we'll get a nice $1.79 gas coming here. I mean, yeah, we'll all be losing our jobs and we'll have no money. And the interest rate to borrow the money we need to survive and not die will be, 12, 13%.
Silver linings.
But the gas will be under $2 a gallon.
Yeah.
Danger Bear Wolf Turtle says, putting in my dues. Thank you, buddy. That's very nice of you. $10 from Danger Bear Wolf Turtle. $60.
Thank you.
Away from our goal today. All right. Mr. Hero Brian says, diss track uploaded. Where is it, Hero Brian?
Oh, he wasn't kidding, huh?
I want to hear the Steel Toe diss track.
Is that Jake? Because I've never seen someone get a diss track done so fast.
What, Mr. Hero? No, Mr. Hero Brian's cool. He's upset.
I don't know who that is.
He's just a little upset that we...
passed him in subscriptions.
And he's mad about it. So I have, I want to see what's going on here he says it's in the Discord server.
Yay.
Let's check it out.
This looks like a fun place.
Here we go. Mr. Hero Brian, he puts our subscriber number. It's called Beach Macaroni. Steel Toe Morning Show diss track. All right, let's take a listen to Mr. Hero Brian.
I don't like your Steel Toe Morning Show. Nothing personal show, but I must go all out.
Shit! I don't like that. I don't like the way the music's starting. I'm getting a tense feeling here.
A little tension.
Yeah, I'm feeling a
Is
little
your heart
tense.
pounding yet?
I tell you what, this he's got dramatic music. He says he doesn't like us. He says it's nothing personal. That means he's just going to tear through us and kill us and rip our guts out because he doesn't even care about us personally.
Seems that way.
All right, Hero Brian. Let's hear it.
This once for the Hero Brian Army.
Oh, no, not the Hero
Ew.
Brian Army.
Mr. Hero Brian _15 or Steel Toe Morning Show, whichever will it be. Sit the fuck down, Steel Toe Morning Show. You're trying to dethrone me from my spot on #1 YouTuber, but you're just a show. And I have recreated Jurassic Park in real life. When I'm through with you, we're gonna be completely fucking done. Cause we only just begin. I review, Zero by which is gone. So come on, Steel Toe Morning.
He makes a lot of great points.
I can't understand the points.
Well, that's because you're not deep enough. See, we're on a level with each other.
No, I just
We can
actually
communicate.
can't hear his words.
Yeah, you're just not listening. You can't hear You know why? You listen to Hero Brian, but you can't hear Hero Brian.
I feel like I need subtitles for him.
No. He said we suck, and he's recreated Jurassic Park in real life.
I got that one.
And he's the king of YouTube, and we're trying to take his throne.
Morning show, looking hungry for some drama. Here, let me serve you beach macaroni.
Oh!
It's gonna be sand in that shit.
How does that? Yeah, that's right. He's giving us gravelly mac and cheese. How does that beach macaroni taste?
A little gravelly.
Exactly.
Beach macaroni, beach macaroni. Steel Toe Morning Show and nothing but a beach macaroni, beach macaroni, beach macaroni. Look at Steel Toe Morning Show, they just crying for their mama. They overtook me and stuff, but I got the Hero Brian Army. We won't lose the Hero Brian Army. Officially declares war on Steel Toe Morning Show.
An official declaration of war? In our history, we've only done small police actions. I've never immobilized our army for war, Hero Brian. We're not prepared for this kind of a thing. We are a peaceful nation.
I think our chat would disagree with you.
Oh, no.
They're used to rallies.
So now I pissed off the Hero Brian army, and I've been declared war on, and I've been served beach macaroni.
It's an awful day.
This is not a good day for Steel Toe, guys.
It's tragic.
Oh, yeah, Steel Toe Morning showing nothing but a beach macaroni, beach macaroni, beach macaroni.
Hold on, I'm finding a hole in this song's logic.
It's a hollow noodle.
You're saying that, are you serving us beach macaroni, or are we beach macaroni? Because he just said we are beach macaroni, but before he said he's serving us beach macaroni.
I want to be a beached macaroni noodle.
I'm sorry I had to do this, but you don't mess with the Hero Brian Army. You don't pass me in subscribers.
Sorry.
You're just beach macaroni.
Oh,
Steel Toe Morning showing nothing but a beach macaroni. Beach macaroni.
Sorry.
Beach macaroni. Beach macaroni.
Don't say it again.
Beach macaroni.
No, don't,
beach macaroni.
Don't say it again.
Look at Steel Toe Morning Show. They just crying for their mama. They made a big mistake overtaking.
Ha, joke's on you. My mom doesn't talk to me anymore.
I was going to say he'd never call for his
Yeah.
mama.
My mom wouldn't answer if I called. So, how do you like that one, Hero Brian?
The Hero Brian Army and subscribers. Yeah. Beach macaroni. Beach macaroni. Steel Toe Morning showing nothing but a beach macaroni. I'm just joking. You know I love your show. But seriously, don't overtake me in subscribers again.
Well, we can't.
You can't do it again.
Right.
It's already done.
We can't overtake you again. We've already...
Fucking beach
then
macaroni.
Yeah. Well, thank you. That, ladies and gentlemen, beach macaroni from Hero Brian. Again, please subscribe to Hero Brian. Help him out. See if we can get this sub battle going here. Beach macaroni, I think ranked already by Complex.com as one of the greatest diss tracks of all time.
I think so.
Hit him up. No Vaseline. Beach macaroni. Oof. That was
Wow.
that was a tough one.
I can't believe that was even real. That
You know
would
what?
hurt.
You know what the part that's bothering me most about that song is?
What?
No idea what beach macaroni.
That is bothering me, and it's also troubling me. Like, are we a beached macaroni or are we eating beached macaroni? I don't know what this is.
That's why.
Like, are we the macaroni or are we doing it?
But that's what Hero Brian does. He confuses you, and that in and itself is the victory.
Can you imagine chewing on sandy macaroni?
It would be very uncomfortable.
There's a little salt water in it.
Marquise Harris says this is the shits of the drizzling variety. You know what? I was getting a bit of a PewDiePie vibe as well. Kane J says this comes from PewDiePie song Bitch Lasagna. Oh, okay. So Bitch Lasagna, beach macaroni. I see. So it's kind of a parody. Well, okay. God, take your nose away from the mic, you nasally dipshit, says Silverworld. I'm sorry. I'm trying my best.
I think he was talking about this macaroni man.
Riz Digga says, is this the kid who plays with his wrestlers? No, but we have to buy that guy a wrestling ring.
No, just send him Louis. Louis doesn't play with his.
Fucking kid's going to play with that ring. God damn it. Let's continue on. Now I'm going to have beach macaroni stuck in my head, says Triple N. Oh, for sure you are. Beach macaroni. Beach macaroni, beach macaroni. What was the other song I said I'm going to have in my head today?
Crying for his mama.
Crying for his, yeah. Where's, what was the other song I said I was going to have in my head all day today now? There's another one. I can't remember.
It's
well,
so
it's out.
cold in the deep.
No, it's out now. There we go.
What?
Because of beach macaroni, whatever that song was going to be.
What the fuck was that?
Somebody says, all right, Finn, we need 1,000 subscribers to unsub to Hero Brian. Oh, man.
No, we need at least 44 more subscriptions to get to our goal of 5,000.
Lemmy says he should have tossed a couple of N-words in there. Oh, yeah, of course. Yes, that's how you make it.
That is the topping I
very
wanted on my beach macaroni.
Sandy Squatch says, mediocre personality, a gun would be quicker than a razor blade. Oh, they're trying to encourage him to. Yes, of course. That was an audio abortion. The Mr. Hero Brian says the bisectoids and the photosynthesis, as Skeppy would say, are very confusing. I agree with that 100%.
I think he should speak at Oxford.
I think he should too. Him and Bahad Bahabi. Yeah.
Dr.
Absolutely.
Bahad Bahabi.
Dr. Bahad Bahabi. John Lastman says, oof, R.I.P. Steel Toe. You just got beef macaroni. You better watch the fuck out.
You know what's crazy to me is like Jake Hudson's obviously listening and he heard that and he's like, fucking nailed it.
That was really good. I'm going to talk to Hero Brian to see if he's going to be my friend now.
They're going to collab.
I wake up every morning just hoping Jake's dead.
He's going to start feeding his rats beach macaroni.
I wake up every morning and I go, I just kind of try to see if I can feel the force and see if there are rats nibbling on Jake's dead eyeballs. And I just go, God, you know what? Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. I feel like I'm being nice. I want the guy to go in his sleep and then the rats to eat his festering corpse.
Go in a drunken stupor, much like his papa.
Look like his dead daddy. Phage Live says, yeah, I went and disliked it, beach macaroni. Oh, come on. No hate towards beach macaroni.
Aaron hit that thumbs up.
Somebody says, how long until Jake wants to be friends again? Don't care.
He already does. What do you mean?
Yeah. Michael B says, used to give me shout outs all the time. Oh, sorry, Michael. I'm sorry I criticized your Lori Morgan joke. I apologize. We're okay.
Never apologize. What are you doing?
They are. Now we can be friends again.
Are we square?
MN Nice says, the shirt come off the pants. Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time never did it for me.
I didn't like that either.
No offense. I was never
It's an earworm, but not a good one.
Never a peanut butter jelly guy. $75 away from our goal today. $60 away from our goal today. Thank you guys very much. Thank you to Matthew for the VIP drop in today.
Incredibly generous.
Saving the shit out of today's show. Very cool, buddy. So the Fed hiked interest rates. We'll see what happens. Probably nothing good.
Fed hiked interest rates, went into beach macaroni.
Yeah, somehow I got distracted by beach macaroni and we stopped talking about the dismal state of our economy, which may in fact be a good thing.
Yes. I don't know if anyone can help me with this. I don't think so because like when we get on that topic, I suddenly, and I never do this, I start feeling suffocated. I'm like squeezing my fists mentally. Yeah. My chest is tight.
I get it.
I'm kind of afraid, and I don't like thinking about things that make me feel that way, but obviously that's part of being an adult.
If I'm going to do that Redbar Sven watch-along thing, today's probably the day where we'll have the most time to do it, huh?
How so?
Because I just have boxing tonight, and that's about it.
Well, then why don't you just do that then? Because I've got a merch trip to make. I've got to go to the gym.
All right, now we're boring the shit out of people. Continuing on with the show, of course, like the video, subscribe to the channel. We're getting very, very close. Let's go to Florida. A Cape Coral man was arrested Saturday morning after police say he threatened his neighbor with a machete following an argument over dog poop on the neighbor's lawn. I'm okay with this.
I am too. Dog poop's awful. My mic picked that one up.
Yes, it did. That was a very loud sneeze.
Got to sneeze that way.
I got to go this way. Well, if you would talk louder, like I have to turn your mic up louder than everyone else's.
It's even.
No. That is
What?
remarkably uneven.
Oh, my God.
So I am all for threatening your neighbor with a machete if you have a good reason to do so. And the fact that this dog was leaving shit in this guy's yard, 100% is a reason to threaten your neighbor with a machete. Now, notice I said threaten. I don't think it's reason enough to whack your neighbor with a machete. I don't think you should hit him with it. But threaten him with it? Absolutely.
It's a weak line you draw.
Get your shit together. Pick up the dog shit. There's dog shit in our backyard right now, and I go nuts that I haven't picked it up yet.
Yep.
And that's in my own yard, so I can't imagine someone else's dog coming into my yard and leaving bigger shits. I'm okay with the machete.
Yeah, that's the thing, because we've got this tiny, Aaron picked out a Chiweenie, and that thing, like, poops large Tootsie Rolls. Like, I can't imagine a Great Dane or something.
Yeah. Rupert says something Aaron Imholt and Aaron Rodgers have in common. Their parents can't stand them. Very good, sir. I say Gutierrez says DSP made a 5-minute rant on Hamburger Helper. Well, I'd love to watch it. Where can I find it, sir? I'd love to see it today.
Hamburger Helper sounds kind of good right now.
Josh Denny says, with all the errands you're running, you could save time if you were not driving yourself. Let me know if you're looking for a more flexible and time-saving way of transportation.
If Josh Denny wanted to pick me up today, I am all for it. I will tip you well, sir.
So this guy apparently had a bunch of dog shit in his yard. He was tired of it, so he wanted to murder his neighbor. So far, I am on the old man's side.
Reasonable.
Eduardo Aguila, 65 years old, was arrested at 9:10 a.m. after officers responded to a disturbance at a Cape Coral home. The victim, Aguila's neighbor, told police that he and Aguila got into an argument over Aguila's dog pooping in the victim's yard. Okay, well, now hold on. Let me switch my allegiances.
Yeah.
Away from Mr. Aguila there, because he's the one apparently doing the dog shitting. The victim said the dog was going over to his property, and it's been an ongoing issue. You can't pick up your dog's. I mean, don't you want your dog shit picked up even if it's in your own yard?
Do you know how much it stresses me out if Gordy gets close to the neighbor's yard because I'm afraid of him pooping over there? Like, it just stresses me out.
Yeah, if you got a dog and it's shitting in people's yard and you don't pick it up, you deserve to be force-fed that turd.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing, like, that just seems like base level trash.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
What are we, just a bunch of fucking animals over here?
You're, like, on that dog's level now.
Yeah. The victim picked up the poop from his yard. You know what? You're worse than the dog. The dog doesn't have opposable thumbs. If he wanted to pick that shit up, he couldn't.
They eat it sometimes.
They eat it. I was in our old swing set pit that we have to dig out still. He's been bringing turds in there.
Has not. Are you
I
sure?
found 2 white sun-dried out turds. And he picked one up. Like, he runs away from you and wants you to chase him around the yard. He went and he grabbed, and there was a white turd in there. It had to be his. It was the size of what his turds look like.
Could have been a cat. I've never seen
it was a
him
fucking
do that.
white, dried out sun turd.
That's very weird.
So he's been picking them up
It's a collection.
Moving the turds. Or maybe he's shitting the rocks, but he usually doesn't shit in the rocks.
No, he never shits over there.
Which leads me to believe he picked the shit up and moved it over to the pit.
See, I'm thinking a local Tomcat's using it as like a sandbox.
Maybe it was a
Phil
Thomas cat.
It was maybe Phil Thomas cat.
The victim picked up the poop from his yard with a shovel and threw it over to Aguila's yard. Uh-oh. This is, look, you are kind of starting shit.
That is an aggressive way to get it back over there, but...
Yeah. He probably thought, oh, he's a 65-year-old man. I can get away with it. Now I'm starting to shift back to the 65-year-old man side. This man was getting played because he's older, and this guy went, oh, I'll just fling shit over into his yard. Now, saying things would not end well if Aguila did not put the dog on a leash. Oh, now we're throwing threats at the guy.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's an ultimatum.
While arguing with Aguila, the victim heard him telling his family something about going to get the machete. Well, that's when you shut the fuck up.
I think you don't say that you're going to get it because then it gives your victim time to get away.
The victim walked away from Aguila, fearful of getting hurt, and put the shovel away in his backyard. Oh, somebody was talking real tough and then backed down when they heard the word machete.
Well, in fairness, do you want to think about getting slashed over some dog poop?
This isn't going to end very well if your dog keeps shitting in my yard. Test me and find out. All right, I'm going to get my machete. I'm going to put my shovel away and lock my doors. Like, this guy's level of badass lasted for about 13 seconds.
Is this the legacy you want to leave?
Yes. Now say my name.
Look at me.
The victim walked away from Aguila, fearful of getting hurt, and put the shovel away in his backyard. When he turned around, he saw Aguila walking towards him on his property with the machete. I'm a man of my word.
Dude, that's fucking scary.
What, just seeing a guy walking with purpose while holding a machete?
I have a machete, and I'm picturing somebody, like, grabbing my machete and walking towards me with it. I'm afraid.
You know what I imagine? I imagine the scene in Braveheart where the noble is having a nightmare about William Wallace, and he's got, like, blood dripping from his mouth, and he's going, ah. And then he wakes up, and William Wallace maces him right in the fucking head. That's what I imagine this guy walking by him with the machete is like.
It's just called hot.
Aguila reportedly told the victim, if you kill my dog, I will kill you.
I don't think anyone threatened the dog's life.
I know. That seems like this Aguila guy. Now I'm going back over to the other guy's side.
Like, the other guy is probably saying, like, oh, this won't end well, but that means I'm going to call somebody to report you.
Right. Like, oh, what are you going to do? Beat me up? Beat you up? It's the 90s. We're going to sue you. Guys, movie? What movie? What movie? If you kill my dog, I will kill you. Aguila confirmed to the police that he did, in fact, say that.
He ain't backing down.
Sir, you had a right to remain silent, but only because he was protecting his dog and his family. Aguila said his dog did go outside in the morning, but did not poop in the neighbor's yard. A machete was found in Aguila's garage, matching the description provided by the victim. Aguila was transported to the Lee County Jail. He faces a charge of aggravated assault with intent to commit a felony. All right.
This all started over some dog poo.
I think I'm going to be, what's my final judgment here?
I'm on the victim side, but I can respect the guy's, like, commitment over there on the other side.
I think that's where I'm at, too. I'm having a hard time picking a side because while the victim didn't deserve to be threatened with a machete, he did bring his big old nuts around the block and start saying, oh, this isn't going to end well, and you better fucking shape up or ship out. The old man grabs a machete, the dude shits his pants and runs inside. So I think I'm on the victim's side barely, but I have a lot of respect for Machete Guy.
Yeah. And you have to respect Machete Guy lest he slash you.
Yeah. I think you got to respect Machete Guy in this one. Aaron, see, Skeezy says that your guys' problem is you bought a dog with the brain the size of a pea.
Aaron can say no. I literally, Gordy always started as a joke on my end. I sent Aaron a picture as a joke. I'm like, oh, look at this cute little shit.
You tell me that your heart did not melt when that little fucker came running out of that door. The smallest.
I definitely won't say I'm glad there wasn't video evidence of me sobbing like a child.
Did you cry when Gordy, this tiny little fuck,
this little
nugget came out the door and came to you?
His ears pinned back, eyes wide.
Yeah.
I'm crying just
the
thinking about it.
Smallest thing you've ever seen.
Just sprinting at us.
And then the picture I have on my phone of him in full sprint, like the front paws completely launched out and his face back like this. Coolest dog
I'm not
in the
crying,
world.
you're crying.
Gordy is the coolest goddamn dog.
He is a good dog now that I have him potty trained, which, by the way, he needs to poop soon. I'll make sure he doesn't poop in the neighbor's yard.
I got some reads to do. I say Gutierrez with $5 says DSP tries it, hamburger helper rant. It wasn't Italian enough for him.
It's
Okay.
It's Hamburger Helper.
Is this new DSP? Because we can do it for overtime. We haven't caught any new DSP today.
It's cardboard noodles, MSG with beef added.
Yeah, you have nobody has any right to complain about Hamburger Helper. Hamburger Helper is what it is. You throw some Parmesan on. I probably shouldn't do this motion. That's me.
Why don't we both just do it?
That's
Why don't
me
we
doing
double do the Parmesan?
If I need more Parmesan.
Sprinkle that white shit everywhere, babe.
The Hamburger Helper, I took them all gone with some Parmesan. Now I think my arm is gone. No, it's probably numb. Young, dumb, and full of cum. And I think I'm about to swallow my tongue.
Aaron just played the soggy cracker game.
Scary ass, it was a false alarm. You think I'm about to die when I just got on?
Fuck.
If anybody knows what song that is, you're a superhero. Thank you. Someone comes through my yard with a machete. I see double tap. Well, hey, if you start talking, big dick swinging shit about how it's not going to end well for you if your dog keeps shitting in my yard, you better be prepared to face a machete.
Don't be a Randy Marsh with your big ass nugs in the wheelbarrow walking around the place and then retract.
Kane B nailed it. It's the 90s. We gonna sue you. That's from the Hulk Hogan classic Suburban Commando. Very good. Suburban Commando.
To me seems like a deep, deep cut.
By the way, guys, Suburban Commando featured the acting debut of which professional wrestler? I want to see if Kane B can go.
Look at you. You're.
Oh no, my fists are sore from boxing.
Oh
yesterday.
really?
Yeah,
I'm sore too.
I got swollen knuckles today from the punching.
I gotta rub them again.
Yeah, if you can tell me which wrestler made his acting debut in Suburban Commando, I'm gonna be very excited if you nail that.
Sexual chocolate.
No, not Mark Henry. It was not Mark Henry.
Okay.
Piffy Puff says, allegedly, someone would just put a light bulb wrapped in bologna and that would take care of it. That would kill the poor dog. Good Lord.
Oh, that's really sad.
Even more says, I have a 2-month-old golden retriever pup that is already house trained. Coolest dog in the world. Mr. St. Caesar says, DSP complained about Hamburger Helper ages ago. Oh, fuck. I thought
I'd
was
still
new.
watch it.
Damn it. I guess I'd watch it too. My neighbor was trying to pull that shit with 2 Great Danes. Oh, you can't leave Great Dane shit laying around.
No.
Good
My
Lord,
parents have like an elephant-sized fucking Labrador too, and he leaves the biggest dinosaur. And
the late dinosaur.
Just dinosaur shits though, and it's really maddening. Like, how do you not just shovel that immediately? Like, it's ugly.
Sir Evil Satan with $1. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Yes, it was The Undertaker's movie debut in Suburban Commando. It was the first movie he had ever been in. Mark Calloway, otherwise known as The Undertaker.
Did you say Mark Calloway?
Mark Calloway.
That is like the most white bread name.
You know what?
Ever.
Well, he's a white bread fucking Texan. You know what Mark Calloway's wrestling name was before The Undertaker?
The Overtaker?
Mean Mark Callis. You like that one?
No.
You've never seen, have you ever heard of Suburban Commando?
No, I've heard of it. That doesn't mean I've watched it.
Have you ever seen the trailer for it? Do you know what it's about?
No.
Oh, this is classic Hulk Hogan, man. Come on. Well,
you knew it was good.
When it comes to intergalactic confrontation, no one can beat Shep Ramsey.
Excellent. Shep Ramsey.
This looks like a Star Wars fucked Spaceballs.
Oh, no. It'll get way worse.
Work, Ramsey.
So what's next?
Why don't you try relaxing? But now he's about to land in a place even he isn't prepared for. Suburbia. Get to know the locals. Blend in.
So a futuristic spaceman, commando, like warrior, crash lands in the suburbs, and now he's got to fit in.
So I'm getting Star Wars meets Spaceballs meets Back to the Future meets wrestling.
And throw Mr. Nanny in there as well.
Oh, okay.
Have you watched Mr. Nanny yet?
No.
Oh my God, you're missing out on one of the greatest pieces of my generation.
I don't have high hopes.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, but
So
I feel like
good.
you're doing that thing where you're overselling it to me, and I'm like, it's not going to be so good.
You know the guy who sings the song Hot, Hot, Hot?
No.
Buster Poindexter?
Yeah, I know. I love a Buster Poindexter.
Yeah, he's the villain in that movie.
Holy shit.
Yeah, Buster Poindexter plays Mr. Thanatos.
I think that is wild.
Yeah. Really good. Do you like Sherman Helmsley?
I love a Sherman Helmsley.
Oh, he's really good in this too. Do you like what was the female comedian's name? God damn it, I remember her and I can't remember her name from Suburban Commando. It's like Mama Earth?
Mama Earth. That sounds
I can't remember
reputable.
if that's her name. Anyway, if that's not her name, that's just a really racist name I came up with.
Mama Earth.
And you remember the lawyer from My Cousin Vinny who goes, ladies and gentlemen of the
Ow.
jury.
Fuck.
He's the dad in Mr. Nanny. So you got the lawyer from
I don't
My
like how
Cousin
intense
Vinny.
you are right now.
The lawyer from My Cousin Vinny. You got Sherman Helmsley, Hulk Hogan, Brutus the Barber Beefcake's in it for a little bit.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, Kamala the Ugandan Giant.
We got Poindexter and Beefcake. How do you fucking go wrong?
Fucking movie rules. You know who did the soundtrack to the movie?
Meatloaf.
Buster Poindexter, motherfucker. He was like the Will Smith of his day.
So welcome to Tampa.
Very stupid, Frank. Very stupid. Now I'm getting a migraine. You see the bad guy, Mr. Thanatos, he has a metal plate in his head.
Thanatos.
Yeah, he has a metal plate in his head from when Hulk Hogan and Sherman Helmsley, he was a wrestling booker, and he was stiffing Hulk Hogan and Sherman Helmsley on their pay, and then he ran after them one time, and they got out of the way, and he fell out of the building, and he crushed his head, and now he has to wear a metal plate hat.
I don't like the pride on your face right now. You're just oozing.
And then Hulk Hogan is Sean Armstrong, a former pro wrestler who takes a job as a nanny.
Aaron actually has an erection right now.
All right, I'm sorry. We were watching Suburban Commandos trailer.
How do you know which ones are the right ones?
You have to squeeze it a bit.
Oh, no. Hulk Hogan bukkake to honeydew all over an old lady's face.
That was really a gross sound.
Sorry, brother. I usually do that to Bubba the Love Sponge's wife, dude.
You have to squeeze it a bit.
Wow, I found a good one. Here, they have strange ways of fighting.
You got any idea what we're gonna do to you?
Let me guess. You're gonna pound my face.
What are you, nuts? It's the 90s. We're gonna sue you.
They have
There's the line. I remember that line from that movie.
bizarre means of protection.
Stand back. You are too close. Back off now. No, please, wait. Let's talk about this. No.
There are dangers he's never seen.
Oh, no. The Hulkster hurt himself on the skateboard, silly space commando man.
This is really...
You don't think this looks good?
No, I was going to say, this looks impressive.
Better than anything that fucking that hack The Rock has ever done.
Mom could stay on longer than that.
And enemies he's never known. I hate suburbia. So you'd better not fake him out.
Must be a K7 force field. I'll break you out of there.
Hulk Hogan punched a mime because he thought he was in a force field.
You better watch out. We're going to get popped for this.
No, Suburban Commando, this is something that should be shared with the world.
Glad I could help.
Or take him on. For Hulk Hogan, it's no game. It's war.
Is that Cheech? Hold on a minute. Go back.
That guy, come over.
Oh, I couldn't see it for long enough.
I feel like they'd show him for longer.
Oh, no, that's not Cheech. What the
No.
fuck is my problem?
I don't know.
Do you belong to some kind of army?
Christopher Lloyd is in Suburban Commando, April. Doc is here.
Whoa.
Or you just go around doing good like some kind of superhero.
You know who that is?
Fucking
You know who that is?
Tommy Boy like
You're not going to believe this because it's 30 years ago.
I don't know.
That's The Undertaker.
It doesn't look right.
I know.
Hulk Hogan, Christopher Lloyd,
I was frozen today.
Suburban Commando.
My cat. My cat. That's not my cat.
Oh.
All right. Well, there you go, April.
Wow.
Suburban Commando.
I've been missing out on gold.
Man. Hulk Hogan's movies, man. A1 shit. A1
I'm
shit.
going to have to watch that as soon as we get off today.
Marquise Harris says, this movie is offensive. I mean, you know, only if you like good movies. Some idiot said, I was frozen today. Yeah, it's a classic line.
I do like him.
Hey, Aaron, the autist who was the first person the Undertaker put in the body bag. What?
Who was?
The first wrestler? Like, who did he debut against? First wrestler he put in the body bag. I'm going to guess Marty Jannetty. Undertaker first opponent. Mario Mancini. Fuck. I did not get it. I thought for sure that had Marty Jannetty written all over it. Christopher Lloyd is the dad in Suburban Commando. Was this a B movie? How fucking dare you, man?
I mean,
how fucking
the
dare
graphics alone.
Kane B says, "Tell her Shawn Michaels' real name." Do you know Shawn Michaels' real name?
Of course I don't.
You know who Shawn Michaels is, though, right?
A wrestler?
Yeah. Shawn Michaels' real name is Michael Hickenbottom. You know what Triple H's real name is? You know Triple H.
Yes.
Paul Levesque.
That's fine.
Pretty cool fucking name.
I don't like the Hickenbottom.
You don't like Michael Hickenbottom?
No.
Can you understand why he changed it to Shawn Michaels for wrestling? His name is actually Michael Shawn Hickenbottom, so it kind of works.
Hickenbottom.
Hickenbottom. You don't think that would have taken off in pro wrestling?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Why don't you jerk off on wrestling a little longer, and I'm going to let him go poop.
Hey, you know what Bret Hart's real name is?
Bret Still Beating Heart.
Bret Hart. It's just Bret Hart.
I don't fucking know.
I heard if you're a wrestling fan, you can go let Gordy out. You're not going to appreciate this now.
Okay, thank you.
If you're a wrestling fan, I highly recommend Kevin Nash's podcast because I could listen to Kevin Nash talk all day. And he was defending Bret Hart because Sean, the guy who hosts his podcast and asks him the questions, said, a lot of people don't like Bret. He goes, I love Bret. I think Bret's great. And they go, well, they say that he was a little hard to work with and that he took it a little too seriously. And Kevin Nash goes, but fuck those guys because, what they have to understand is that Bret Hart's social education was Stu Hart. It's just like, when Bret's dad, Stu, was like a legendary wrestler, but a complete psychopath. He built a dungeon in their basement where he tortured wrestlers to train them. So when that's your social structure is Stu, you're going to be a little difficult to communicate with. All things considered, I feel like Bret did great. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, with All Care Towing, nobody's there quicker. If you get in an accident, you go in the ditch, and your car won't go. Nobody's quicker than All Care Towing. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Of course, Stoney's has Stoney's Bar and Stoney's Garage. As it gets cooler here in Minnesota, the Garage is the nice patio bar inside the patio. You're going to love it. Put it to use so you can have like a 4-season outdoor experience, even in Minnesota, at Stoney's Bar in Rockville. Stoney's Bar, of course, also with the greatest Bloody Marys in the area. Great place to go watch the Vikings, have a pizza, have a few drinks with your friends. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Isa Gutierrez says, Kevin Nash had some weak-ass quads, just saying. Yeah. Kevin Nash kind of skipped all of the leg days, if we're being honest. $55 away from our goal today. Thank you guys very much for the support. 55 away from the goal. There's the link in the chat for PayPal. Otherwise, super chats, memberships, all of it counts. Thank you for your generosity. Not to say that California is leading this country into the shitter, but they just legalized human composting. So I'm starting to think that maybe these California people aren't really that interested in hiding it anymore. California will begin offering the option of human composting after death, thanks to a bill recently signed into law that aims to tackle climate change. Human composting, also known as natural organic reduction, which is a much better term than, just letting people rot into the soil. It makes it a lot easier to allow your grandma to do it when they say human composting or natural organic reduction, because letting granny's body rot underground to fertilize some flowers is, A, it's a mouthful, and B, it doesn't sound as good. Now, it's going to become an option for residents who didn't want to be buried or cremated upon their death. Right. They just wanted to stink and rot. They'll be able to do this starting in 2027. The process involves placing the body inside a long, reusable steel container, along with wood chips and flowers to aerate it. Yay! Allowing microbes and bacteria to break down the remains. Approximately 1 month later, the remains will fully decompose and be turned into soil. Advocates for the bill, which was signed into law by Governor Gavin Newsom on Sunday, have said that NOR is a more, get ready, climate-friendly option. So we're basically putting ourselves in a metal tube and letting ourselves rot in a month because climate change.
Anything to help, guys.
Yeah, I'm sure that's really going to bring all the temperatures down, and there won't be any more hurricanes. And, you know, that's what really, the arrogance of these assholes really bugs me the most. It's that, you know, Penn Jillette once said this. Let's say that all this climate change is man-made. Let's just say that none of it has anything to do with the natural progression of a climate and a planet. Okay?
Okay.
Just because we pushed the bus down the hill does not mean we can push it back up.
No, it gets heavy.
So all this bullshit that we're doing, which is, oh, we're going to throw climate change by letting your grandma rot in a tube, it's not going to do anything. So either you're just stupid or you're doing this for some other reason that you won't tell us. And part of me really hopes that it's the latter, because otherwise I can't do anything with you because you're just dumb.
If this evens their mental scales for them, though, and like tricks them into being like, okay, we can reopen the pipelines now. We've let grandma rot long enough.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm okay with that.
I'm not really sure that California is ever going to go that route. I mean, what is it, like 2030 or whatever it is? They're not going to be selling gas vehicles anymore?
Yeah, something like that. It's in the near future.
Yeah, good luck with the price of used cars in California after that.
Bet they don't retract that statement ever.
I know you're being funny, but I bet you they don't. I bet you they follow through on that. That state is dedicated to riding this shit all the way into the ground.
I don't know if that's going to be feasible for them, but we'll see.
Citizen M says, on the spot, you're just making shit up. On the spot, you're just making shit up. Me? No, this is a real thing that they're doing. Jasper says, I'm questioning your A1 rating. I don't know what the fuck either of you two are talking about.
What is an A1 rating?
Advocates for the bill, which was signed into law by Governor Gavin Newsom on Sunday, said it's a more climate-friendly option. Cremation in the U.S. alone emits 360,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide per year. The bill bans the combining of various people's remains unless they are related. Oh, so we could go in the tube together and rot.
That's lovely.
That's lovely.
God, that'd stink, wouldn't it?
Well, they aerate it with soil and flowers.
I'm sure that takes away
wood
all
chips.
If you throw some hickory in there, it should smell okay.
So you'll smell like hickory death. It's great.
The great hickory death of 2020.
It does not make it illegal to sell the soil that results from the process or use it to grow food for human consumption. Oh, so they are soylent greening the whole thing.
Oh, my God.
Ew.
I know.
So this is a soylent green kind of a thing. You can sell the people soil and grow your food in it. What if it like revolutionizes crops and farming and it feeds the entire world?
Food's never been better.
Oh my
more
God.
Sustainable.
Oh my God, this is the most delicious potato I've ever had in my life. How did you grow it? Oh, we just grew it out of Granny's asshole. It's delicious that way.
Stop. Yuck, dude. That is so gross.
People are saying they're talking about the politicians in those comments. Oh, okay. Jasper says, who is he and how are they related to The Undertaker? You know what? I think Jasper's behind in the match, or behind in the chat.
And the match.
And the match, yes. That's disgusting. Balls Deep says, spike proteins in the food source equals fully implemented.
Dude, what if that person was like a drug addict and stuff, though? Like,
or a drug addict, too.
What if your body's just polluted and now you're like polluting in a new way?
I can't even grow potatoes with her, man, because her womb is so polluted. AB 351 will provide an additional option for California residents that is more environmentally friendly and give them another choice for burial. This is going to be a lot of childless people in California choosing this option.
Probably.
We're just like, you know what? Fuck it. I don't need my kids to have a place where they can visit me or anything else. Just let my body rot and then, grow some rutabagas out of it.
Grow a head of lettuce with me.
Yeah. But make sure you turn me over every year. It's very important to turn me over.
Fuck.
You got a whole graveyard that's just soil made from decomposed bodies, and you're just turning it over every single year. Every couple of years, you find a finger.
What if someday we run out of space in like the cemeteries and shit, and they just decide to take up all the headstones and whatever, make fucking countertops out of it, and they just fucking till the land, and it's like the most fertile land you've ever had?
I mean, in fairness, cheaper countertops, larger supply, already available.
It's an interesting thought. Do you ever wonder though, like what happens when you just run out of space? What do you do?
I think we're all pretty much betting on the fact that we'll all have like perished by then, and we won't have to worry about it.
God will bury us in hellfire.
Otherwise, I think what we'll be doing is like digging up plots from the 1700s and seeing if that person is completely gone, and then just burying someone else in that spot.
You got to think something's going to be left behind, though, if they can find fucking dinosaur bones. Come on.
That's true.
Yeah.
Zio Gold says, is it any wonder that people want Aaron to just put lefties on blast every show? Well, I mean, they are doing some wild shit. You do have to admit that.
The righties have their days, too.
Yeah. Rex Dart says, do you get to choose what crop you get to grow? I mean, eventually, because capitalism will take over and they'll make it fun.
It's all opium farms, actually.
It's just a bunch of people want weed grown over top of them.
I want to make somebody happy someday.
Scott Sylvester says, what's worse, human waste or the entire body? We already use waste. You mean like our shit and our piss?
I'm confused.
I don't know what you mean by that. So California...
Oh, he's saying we must already put like human waste into like composty shit or something. You know what I mean? Like sewage. Does that get used somewhere? Because I was under the impression that's not used for food.
The pee and
production.
the poop?
Yeah. Not human.
You shouldn't be using pee and poop in food production.
I'm asking, is that what he's saying?
No, you guys are fucking weird. I don't get it. Mr. Approachable says they just overlay the cemetery. You haul in a bunch of new dirt, plant the next generation on top of the older generation. That's a lovely idea.
Now you're 12 feet under.
Yeah, exactly. There's levels to this game.
I always wanted to be deep.
Brian says what's really gross is filtering wastewater back to drinking water. Yeah, we don't talk about that.
I used to make products where they can do that.
We've all kind of agreed as humans, like we just don't talk about, where our water's, what it starts as.
Like this has been filtered through somebody's piss and shit.
Well, yeah. I mean, what do you think wastewater treatment plants
are? A wildebeest passed this once.
No. This water that I'm drinking used to be someone's bad night at Red Lobster.
Oh.
Just they had a big diarrhea shit.
No.
A big watery, terrible
Stop.
seafood shit. And now I'm drinking it.
God, that's really off-putting. You're right. There's just some things you should never think about.
Yeah, poop is everywhere.
I like to pretend this has passed through the dewy grasses in the mountains somewhere.
No, that's gay. That's someone's shit.
No,
Guaranteed.
It's an elk shit.
Adam Levine and his wife are standing together amid his cheating scandal. She's going to stand by her man. I mean, what choice does she have? Who's going to fuck a pregnant chick?
Don't ask that question. You'll get an answer.
Oh, boy. You know what? You're probably right.
Yeah, watch out.
So Adam Levine's wife, hanging on to him at least until the baby's out and, she can snug everything back up again and get the fuck out of there. I mean, unless she's dumb enough, and we've seen with this Adam Levine cheating scandal, women are pretty fucking dumb. Unless she's dumb enough to absolutely believe him that he just texted and never cheated.
That's not.
Do you think she buys it?
No, of
she
course
was a
not.
model. She's dumb enough.
No, I don't think she buys it. I don't think she's that stupid. And in fact, I bet she probably knew about it.
Looks like Adam Levine and his wife are on the same page when it comes to weathering the storm of cheating allegations. They're already laughing together as even more women come forward. I don't know.
Maybe.
That doesn't look like laughing.
Now I'm kind of coming to your side, though. What if she's just like, oh, they just want to have sex with my husband?
Yeah.
You're right. I bet that's what it is. Like, oh, they just want to fuck him, and I've got him.
These broads have played this at every single level of this Adam Levine thing exactly the way I thought they would. I mean, the ones who fucked him and who broke his home are going, I was manipulated, and I'm just so fucking stupid that I let Adam Levine put his wiener in me because I thought he was a gynecologist, and I just thought that this is part of the test.
Oh, doctor, what are you doing?
Yeah, then what are you doing, step doctor? So then the media goes, oh, these poor women. Adam Levine took advantage of them and this, that, and the other thing. So mission accomplished there. Then Adam Levine is like, no, I never cheated. I just sent inappropriate messages. And then the girls are like,
that's not cheating.
Yeah, and then the girls go, look at all these you sent me that reference fucking and all that. And he's like, God damn it, you dirty bitches. Where's the loyalty here? Well, then now we've got the full trifecta because we've now got the wife not believing the cheating allegations and hanging out with him and, doing that whole thing. Bahati Prinsloo had a big smile on her face when she and Adam were out and about in Montecito at one point. Adam was holding her hand, and there's really no apparent sign of tension between them. This comes the day after the Maroon 5 frontman admitted he crossed the line communicating online with multiple women. He denies there were any physical affairs with the women, something at least one of them, Sumner Stroh, disputes. Good, and again, the Norm Macdonald line. Good thing we have all these upstanding whores.
I know.
Adam also said he and Bahati would get through this together, and there's plenty of evidence that that's what they're doing. Oh, well, you know what? Good for them. I'm glad that this psycho could convince his wife that all these girls are lying hoes and that he is just a good guy who, he had just such great self-control. He would just text him a lot and send messages.
Which, by the way, apparently is not cheating.
Yeah, and then would never go any further. It just magically stopped there.
That's what I was going to say. Yes, because sexting and inappropriate conversations always stops right there.
Right,
it
especially
never crosses a line ever.
Especially when they're with wafer-thin, giant-titted Instagram OnlyFans models, right?
Yeah.
And you're a millionaire rock star. It always stops right at the texting. Blue balls all day. God. You know what? If she believes this, she deserves him. That's what I say.
Yeah, I'll agree to that.
I just, everybody in this story is exactly what I thought they would be.
Yeah.
The girls are just, I'm a bad bitch on Instagram. I make my own money. And then, when it comes to Adam Levine fucked me, I was just manipulated and I'm just a dumb little girl and I just don't know what to do.
Number one, when did it become a power move to be an Instagram model? And then number two, unless you've got some kind of mental deficiency, you cannot be manipulated into having sex like that way.
Yeah.
This Sumner Stroh person is saying I was manipulated into having a physical relationship for a year.
Yeah, just say you want. Well, then you're dumb.
You're just dumb, dude. No, and it's not even that. She's not dumb. She knew what she was doing. Okay.
It would be less embarrassing to just say, look, I really wanted the rock star millionaire's cock. That's all.
Right. Just take, if that's a win for you, take your win and run with it, I guess. Fuck it.
That guy from Maroon 5. Yeah, the guy from Maroon 5. That's exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah, the lead singer.
Robert Miller says, Adam Levine is a D-bag. He is one guy I wouldn't mind seeing canceled. I'm not against people being canceled, but I will say, when this happened to Adam Levine, I was like, I fucking knew it. Everybody was thinking this guy's so great and he's so wonderful. This guy on the surface just looks like a piece of shit. How could nobody see it? Well, we all know in April's Army, they fuck the guys after they kill them. Wow.
Oh my God. I'm finding out so many things from that. I've got an army and I'm the leader of it.
And you fuck.
And I
fuck
guys
you kill
after
guys.
I kill them.
Yeah, you kill guys and then you fuck them.
Oh my God.
Right after rigor sets in. Shane, I said rigor. Rigor, Shane.
Extra hard.
Shane says, remember when I said I would tongue your asshole? What did you mean when you said you were just going to leave the nuts hanging out? Oh, Adam, you're so bad.
That's what I like too. People are saying, oh, well, texting isn't cheating. Yes, it is. Shut the fuck up.
You think if you tell someone you're going to fuck them in a text, that's unfaithful?
If you caught me saying that to some dude, I would completely expect you to divorce me because I would do the same to you.
I would cave in your butthole and then let you go.
So weird revenge plan.
It's got to be a punishment. Thank you very much to What You Drinking for becoming a Yeehaw Club member. Thank you very much. $50 away from our goal today. Very, very close. There's the PayPal link in the chat. Of course, YouTube counts as well. Let's knock out that last 50 and call it. Mr. Nobody says anal is cheating. How is texting? Garrett wants to know, is flirting cheating?
Yes. Absolutely. If you're like intentionally flirting with somebody else and you have a significant other, yes, you are cheating.
That's
you are leaving,
bullshit right
You are
there.
now leaving the parameters of your agreed upon relationship. That is cheating.
Wow, you even went legal with that. You're using words like parameters on why flirting is cheating.
I've seen it before. I don't agree with it.
Have you been flirted on?
Yeah.
Has your significant other flirted in front of you? And was it humiliating?
I will totally, and like, I feel like as long as you make that known in a relationship, like, dude, I'm not cool with you flirting somebody else. Don't be like messaging them and shit. Don't go fucking cheating on me. I feel like as long as you let that be known, like that should be respected. And I mean, if you're the opposite too, and you're in a relationship where you're like, oh, I don't care if you fuck around, whatever, kind of like they're doing, it seems.
Dude, I'm starting to think,
different too.
I'm honestly starting to think that Adam Levine and his wife have an agreement.
That's what I'm saying. If you've got an agreement where you're like, oh, we're married because we like spending time with each other, you know, we like each other that way, but, you know, we understand our situations. If you're going to fuck around, whatever.
Do you agree with Loaded Wrench's assertion that eating ain't cheating?
No, I don't.
How do you feel about that
I
accusation?
feel as if that's definitely a cheat.
See, guys, we're getting the female perspective on this today. Shane F. wants to know, is anal cheating? Yeah, if you cave in someone's butthole.
That's kind of like asking, are you still a virgin if you've done anal?
Okay, is anal cheating?
Yes.
Okay, what if you're doing it strictly for revenge?
What's the revenge for?
You're punishing them for wronging your family. Is the anal then
yes,
that's still cheating? What if they're doing it to avenge you?
No.
Oh.
I'm not going to ask you to go fuck some other woman for revenge on my side of things.
Being in love means not having to ask.
I don't think I was meant for this world.
You just find someone who's wronged you, and then you forcefully
I've seen a lot of sides
sodomize.
of cheating, and I'm not okay with it.
All right, fine. Scudmiss says, my bitch texted her side piece she was going to penetrate his anus. Well, I mean, I guess it depends what kind of relationship you two have. I'm not here to...
That's what I'm saying. Whatever you've agreed upon in your relationship is what should be respected. If that means there's wide open doors everywhere, then that's it.
There's all kinds of good shit in the chat right now. Matt Melt says, so when is a good time to let your wife meet your girlfriend asking for a friend? What do you think?
I guess at the court hearing.
Okay. Mick Marshall says, women don't care about men cheating in past relationships. This will barely change his life. He could have a new dumb supermodel by tomorrow. That'd be a little expensive for him, though. JR's Gam says, what if I kiss my homie goodnight?
Oh, my God.
Is it cheating if you kiss your homie goodnight?
Like if you were to kiss one of your friends
You're
or
hanging out with
something?
your homie and you kiss your homie goodnight. Is that cheating? Answer the fucking question.
I mean, I think it's definitely in there somewhere, but it's kind of like how people see like girls doing lesbian shit. They kind of excuse it.
Oh, okay. There you go, JR's Gam. Does that satisfy your question? She says it's not cheating if you kiss your homie goodnight. Skeezy says, April, I hate that you had to find out this way, but Aaron was flirting with me last week. I tell her,
I actually
don't be
used to get messages like that when I first started dating him. I would get shitty guys that would text me saying, oh, by the way, I just saw Aaron out flirting with this woman at the store.
And I'm like, what the fuck? First of all, I don't go to the store. Second of all, I don't flirt at the store. They're all ugly broads. John R. says, yes, Aaron, revenge anal is still cheating.
I mean, yeah.
I prefer what Triple N calls it, righteous anal. Yes.
It's the only kind to have.
I actually believe it's righteous anal. That's actually the name of my next movie. Scudmiss says, never went swinger until I dated a black girl. They're fucking crazy. Whoa, Omaha.
Jeez.
White girls is crazy too.
Wait, so he never went swinger. So do you guys like do that together then? I'm curious.
That's what
Scudmiss.
His black girlfriend did. Dub says some girls in high school did anal to remain a virgin until marriage. That's a real thing.
That is a real thing. It's usually Catholic girls.
Yeah, Catholic girls take vows of celibacy, and then they go, so please, only in my ass so I can make myself pure for the Lord.
I still have an intact hymen, so I can, you know, in case anyone looks.
You ain't gonna for long. I got a dick that can reach that hymen from your butthole, baby. Anal is a dish best served cold, says B. Holman.
Ew.
Robert says, yeah, flirting is cheating. It's disrespectful.
That's what I'm saying. If you're disrespecting the parameters of your relationship, it's over. Just leave before you do any more harm. Please.
Mr. Nobody says, texting is literally different hoes in different area codes.
Oh, my God. It is.
Jasper pointing out there is no shortage of whores.
Never.
It's true. John R. says, what? I can't give my homies smooches no more? I think you said smooching your homies was okay.
Like, if you were to go... Like, I'm thinking of a handful of your guy friends that I'm, like, cool with, too. And they've all got women, too. So I'm picturing you giving one a kiss goodnight.
I ain't into kissing my homies goodnight.
I might think something odd of you, but, like, I'll be like, they're just being bros, right?
Great name in the chat. Dick Champagne says, so much anal talk. This is like an Owen Benjamin stream. But I think we landed on the moon and nukes are real, so.
See, that's not an insult that you think it is.
Garrett says, and that was when Aaron stopped flirting with girls while he was out. Yes, when I got caught at the store. Dalen says, it's the whole God can't see. Right.
Well, here's an odd question, too. Somebody in the chat, you read it, said something about like, oh, you know, like she doesn't care about him cheating in previous relationships. I feel like there's a lot of people out here that would not be in a relationship today if their partner had to think of them just as that cheater from back then.
Like Happy Gilfmore is one of these bitter people, I'm guess, who got cheated on. They go, once a cheater, always a cheater. You got to think of people's situations, especially guys. Sometimes cheating is the way we know how to get out of something shitty.
Look, if
that once a cheater, always a cheater shit, that's something that really bitter cheated on people say. If you're someone who's been cheated on before, don't say once a cheater, always a cheater if you don't want to out yourself as a cuck. That's just some advice.
If I lived by that motto, I'd be pretty single at all times.
Loki Wolf Whisperer says, your wife took a vow of celibacy, but your mom took a vow to sell her pussy. That's Jesus. He's just been waiting to get that joke out there at the right time.
He needed to say it.
383 Novocaine says, my girl has a blown out O-ring, but she's got a real tight pussy.
Got a droopy windsock, but that thing will go for days.
Even More says, completely agree. It's all cheating. Just break up with the person before starting anything with someone else. Well,
yes, like I said, I've seen all sides of it. That's always the answer. Stop being fucking cowards and just get out of your relationship.
Why says, it ain't cheating if you offer to tag him in.
That's even more insulting.
He has, it's a tag in.
It's not, though.
Legal tag.
It's not.
Legal tag.
I had a guy ask me that once, a guy that I kind of had a thing with, and he's like, you know, what if me and my buddy wanted to tag team you? And I'm like, that's basically the end of this, right?
Boy, college was a weird time for you, wasn't it?
Like, that's just kind of not cool. Okay, you could just say, well, this is over for me. This wasn't ever that important.
Hulkamasha Baby says, my first girlfriend was a pig. I cheated, traded up for my wife, and don't need to anymore. Exactly.
See, and that's kind of where I hope I'm at.
Scudmiss says, I had to leave my girlfriend because she a hoe, because she black. Jesus.
I would kind of give you the respect that if you ever didn't feel that this was your thing anymore, you'd tell me.
Happy Gilfmore says, once you know you can get away with it, you just try for more. Okay, maybe you're not a cuck. Maybe you're just a giant piece of shit.
I actually don't think he's wrong, though. I think there's plenty of guys out there like that cheat, and they do get away with it, and they do it again.
Really?
I've seen that before. I believe that.
Jasper says, am I the only person that remembers April saying that shit about the fucking of dead soldiers? Did you say something about fucking dead soldiers?
What are we talking about?
I don't know. I don't know about this dead soldier accusation. It sounds pretty troubling.
I feel like I would have kept that to myself.
Yeah. Raz of Chaz says, what about if your father-in-law is hitting on you, April? Is that cheating?
My father-in-law would never hit on me. He hates me, actually.
Hates her. She thinks she's a piece of shit who shouldn't be allowed around children.
I very much don't believe I have in-laws.
Is it cheating if you hit her in the ear?
Ouch.
What about fisting? That's kind of like punching a chick, says Rupert.
Can I say something really maybe childish?
No.
I've not watched video of that ever because I don't have the nerve.
Marquise, call back in a second. I don't have this hooked up.
Am I the only one who thinks that's like not logistically possible?
Well, April, I mean, if you need it explained to you, see, you're doing what a lot of it's a rookie mistake. Yeah, there's a lot of rookie mistakes about the perception of fisting. You're thinking that a guy just takes his fist and shoves it in a woman's vagina or asshole.
Yes.
Right? No. You go a finger at a time and you kind of work it, and then you get them in. See? Look, you get them in, and then while you're in there, That's where the exhilaration allegedly comes from, is you get the Thanos fist.
Okay, thanks.
Just like that. Well, you asked. I'm just trying to be helpful. That's all.
Okay.
Let's continue on here. JR's Gam says, this is a fun show. I will admit it took a weird turn here.
It did turn a little strange, but I think this is something, again, it's kind of like fast food. People have a lot of opinions on cheating and like experiences they've had. So
you girls can shit out an 8-pound human. A 2-pound fist will fit.
we don't shit it out of our assholes, though, okay? That thing goes back. I
Wait,
don't know about
what?
assholes. I'm talking about a fist going in an asshole. I don't see that.
You don't
as being
shit
a thing.
babies out of your assholes?
No, they're not butt babies.
Technically, it does become the same thing sometimes when you're delivering it vaginally, because they do cut the spot where your vagina and asshole separate.
The perineum.
They cut your perineum.
I didn't know that thing.
It's called
thank you for letting me know that.
It's called an episiotomy.
Really?
Yeah.
Again, never heard of such a thing.
Oh, you have, haven't you?
It's pretty common.
That's why you got to yank those things out of the woman's guts, You don't got to have it down the...
Yes, I've been told before, because I've had that tumor removal surgery in the same spot as a C-section, right?
Yeah.
He got in there and he's like, yeah, you can't ever have kids naturally. Your hips aren't made for it.
Right,
and
exactly.
I'm like, that's good. So
and
at
I
least
went
I
to
don't
the
have
doctor.
to worry about the snippage.
I went to the doctor. I shook his hand. I said, God bless you, sir. He goes, I'm totally lying. I did that for you. And I gave him $20 and walked out the door. That was it.
God, I didn't know you were there.
No, it's
Sneaky bastard.
Prolapse rectum is no joke, says Brian. Hey, nobody here's joking about it. Except all of us. Scudmiss says, last time my girlfriend sucked a cock while I was banging her from the back and she was hand jobbing another one, I said, we done after this. God, fucking weird.
See, that's kind of what I mean. Like, if you're in something with a dude and he asked to bring his buddy into it, that thing was never what you thought it was.
Yeah. By the way, like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I mean, how can you not like this? Loki Wolf Whisperer says, unless your name is Adriana Chechik, I doubt that's happening, Aaron. That Adriana Chechik is a fucking animal. Have you ever watched?
Yes, I've seen it. I've seen some things.
Butthole, vagina, the whole thing, just blowing it all, fish hooking.
Stop.
I mean, just all kinds of fucking wild shit that
Yes.
Adriana Chechik does.
Yes, SC Motorsports. Aaron trying to talk April out of having a kid. Yes.
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying that naturally. I tipped the doctor because he said you didn't have to have it through your vagina. I liked that.
That somehow is scary too, though, because now you're just. I've watched a couple C-sections via video before, and they're kind of cool to watch, but at the same time, it's like you can lose a lot of blood doing that.
Just a nice, snug.
There's some risks.
Nice, snug poon.
Also
look, if your life is more in danger, but your pussy stays super tight, I think that's worth it.
But I've also known women that have had C-sections before where they've really fucked up your abdominal muscles and they never go back to being like tight and stuff. They're always really like sagged over somehow.
Good. You'll
and you
always
can't fix it.
you'll always be doing crunches, just constantly working. I don't.
All
again,
of a flap like the Click movie.
lasagna belly is what they call it.
Ew.
Marquis says, what's wrong with a man just throwing out the idea of participating in a train? I don't think anyone's criticizing the concept of throwing the idea out there. It's
I think you just know where you stand at that point.
right. I think you'll at least, you'll get an honest answer.
Yeah.
They also use witch hazel to stop the pain there, too. Sasha Grey made it popular, and she's tiny. I've never seen any Sasha Grey, if that makes me a square.
Sasha Grey. Yeah.
She's absolutely wild. Her motto is the more the merrier. Oh, who? Adriana Chechik? Yeah, that chick is fucking insane. Her dad should have hugged her a lot more because, oof. Mick Marshall says that Adriana Chechik lady consents to moves that aren't even legal in MMA.
It's gross.
Don't say super squirter, guys. That's piss.
Aaron is super big on that. Like,
yeah. Don't get into squirting. You're watching piss.
I haven't looked really into it before, but I think I've heard like a huge percentage of that is piss, with a tiny percentage being an unknown substance.
It's like 85 to 90% piss.
So
squirting is pissing.
Basically, you're just triggering a piss.
Yeah, you're making a woman pee. Oh, man, he fucked me so good I squirted. Oh, did he? Well, he stuck his dick in you and you urinated? Wow, that's a crazy fuck. And R. Kelly's a bad guy?
I think you just really had to pee. Yeah. We're out here celebrating all women. Like, Megan Thee Stallion's huge on, like, real women don't fake it, you know?
Yeah,
like
isn't squirting awesome? Yeah, I get R. Kelly squirted, too.
Yeah, just the male squirt.
That's what R. Kelly did. He squirted.
You know, like, I'm questioning the soda pop, though.
What?
Squirt.
Oh, I did not get that. Oh, man, that's like my grandpa's soda. Balls Deep says, had a girlfriend in high school who got into an argument with a social studies teacher about the ability of women to get pregnant from anal. That was a fun rest of the semester.
You can't argue that at all. They're not connected.
Couldn't you get a dribble down situation or no?
No, it's got to get up in there. A dribble.
You goddamn right, bitch.
I don't like people that say, oh, if you get a little dribble on the outside of your pussy, unless you shove that shit back up there somehow, like, it's still got to travel into your uterus.
Maybe some girls are doers and they just get after it.
Plus, I think those things die pretty quickly outside.
Squirrel Boy Q with $2 says, Aaron, did you see Tucker cover that shop teacher? Tucker!
I wish they would have just put Tucker Carlson in there.
That would have been great. No, I haven't, but I would love to watch it. Maybe we'll check that out. If we hit overtime today, maybe we'll check out that, the DSP hamburger helper thing, and Joe Rogan blasted the shit out of Brendan Schaub on his show the other day.
And somehow we're only 15 minutes from that.
Yeah, we're 15 minutes from overtime. $50 away from our goal today. If you want to keep contributing to that, PayPal, link in the chat, and also super chats and memberships. Just $50 away from our goal. Scudmiss says, so I was drinking urine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what that tastes like.
You were drinking urine, buddy. This is a fucked up story. People apparently did not know this, but Tom Hardy entered a martial arts competition recently and won it.
Really?
Like, he didn't tell anybody. He didn't make it a big thing. Bane went into a martial arts competition and kicked the shit out of everybody.
I kind of like that, though. I don't like it when guys are, like, stepping into something new, like, outside of their realm, and then they, like, hype it up and stuff, and they totally fuck it all up because it's more about the fame.
Hardy was a surprise competitor at the 2022 Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu Open Championship in Milton Keynes, England. The actor entered the competition under his real name, Edward Hardy, and won the gold. Everyone recognized him, but he was very humble and was happy to take time out for people to take photographs with him. It was a real pleasure to have him compete at our event. So Tom Hardy just fucks off one day.
Just being a guy.
Just goes off into a Brazilian jiu-jitsu competition and wins the thing.
I like that.
That's cool. Yeah,
That's very cool.
Yeah, he didn't make it a big thing, didn't bring cameras with him, took pictures with people. Oh, now Tom Hardy's got to be added to the list of guys who's really cool.
I like that when like a big star just kind of behaves like one of us.
Yeah, just shows up somewhere,
Yeah.
does his thing, and carries on. Good for him winning the gold. $50 away from our goal. 10 minutes away from passing around the offering plate. All right, one more. Then we've got the Joe Rogan shitting on Brendan Schaub thing. The National Transportation Safety Board is now recommending all new vehicles be equipped with alcohol impairment and speed limiter technology. Here we go. Off to being able to electronically control people's vehicles and how fast they go and how the alcohol, is perceived and everything else. This is...
Do they not understand also this is how they create crazy people that will bypass those? They'll find ways to alter their car.
Not only that, but it's just another example of like the people in charge right now just have to fucking go. It's not even because they're evil New World Order pieces of shit. They're just nudges who want everyone to have no fun and do exactly what they want to do. The country got taken over by dorks who stayed inside for recess by choice, and now they want to make the rest of us stay inside for recess. And it's just fucking obnoxious. Buy your electric cars, do the shit you want to do, put whatever limits on yourself you want to, and leave everybody else alone.
That is it. Why can't everyone, I don't know where the days went where it was okay to be yourself and do the thing that made you happy and then just let somebody else do their thing.
Yeah. It's like, you know what we should do? We should put, what do they call those? The lock devices, the drinking interlock? We got to put interlock devices on every car. It's like, no, we already do that. What we do is if a guy gets convicted of drunk driving, we put an interlock device on his car so we can't do it again.
And we're going to throttle your speeds, too.
Yeah, not only that, but now the warehouses, the factories have to add that to the car, so that's going to cost more money. The car gets more expensive. And then, we got to put speed limiter technology on there. All right, who controls who limits the speed and everything else? Is it like if it senses you going into a 65, you can't go higher than 70?
Yeah.
That's fucking dumb.
And
all of it, by the way, the reason they're doing that, it said in the article, I'm sorry I closed it, but climate change. because the faster you drive, the faster you burn gas.
The more emissions.
The more emissions you have. So if they can limit your speed and put a governor on it on certain speed limits, then they can cut down on your carbon footprint.
Dude, they're going to do away with cows someday just because of
yeah.
emissions. They're going to do away
sure.
with all beef. It's
Yeah.
gone.
I mean, it's...
And that's going to be okay and excusable, of course.
And you're right. I mean, there's just going to be people who find ways around it and they hack it.
Yeah,
and-
that's not a new thing. Like, there's a lot of, like even, like, just small example, my parents bought, like, a kid-sized four-wheeler for us once that has, like, a throttled-down speed on it so kids can't go too fast and kill themselves. You can bypass shit like that all the time. It's easy.
Thank you very much to Johnny for the $5 on PayPal, knocking our goal down to $45. He says, is it cheating if I prefer my fleshlight?
Only if you're cheating on your sex doll with it.
Oh, yeah, the sex dolls. That's not very nice. You got to treat everybody the same.
Gotta give them all the attention.
Yeah, I really hope you don't do that. Oh, somebody sent me an article, A Complete Beginner's Guide to Fisting. Would you like me to read that to you later since
I think
you don't
so.
know you don't know much about fisting?
It'll be good fodder for us later.
I can
As far as this new rules shit with cars for like emissions and shit though, it just kind of feels like an HOA took over all realms of our life.
Yeah, that's a
It's
good point.
bitchy.
Yeah, a homeowners association took over every single aspect of what we do. And again, they don't want you to do what's best for everyone. They just want you to do what they want to do. It's not enough that they buy an electric car. You have to go buy an electric car.
It's a bunch of bitchy tightwads that don't want to have any fun. Like, fun is not okay anymore.
They can't even grasp the idea that some of us don't want to save the planet as bad as we want to have fun, and that we just like the option to do that.
Like we only get this one life, and you might as well enjoy it while you're here. Is that what you're saying?
Or just like, or just like they don't follow the environment and shit like that, and they don't give a fuck, and they just want to be left alone and have some fun. Like we're all gonna go at some point anyway. The planet ain't gonna hold us forever. So
that's kind of what I'm saying. What, you're gonna fight for this thing you won't be around for anyways?
Right, and you're
Shut up.
not saving the planet.
You're not.
The planet's gonna be fine. You know, as Carlin said, the planet's not going anywhere.
We
going
are somewhere. Yeah.
$45 away from our goal today, and a few minutes left in today's show. Let's see if we knock that out. We'll pass around the offering plate in about 5-10 minutes and see if we get there and do that half hour of overtime. Apparently, Joe Rogan went in on Brendan Schaub yesterday. I mean, look, I don't want to build this up as like, oh my God, he fucking crushed him and everything else. Joe Rogan just criticized Brendan Schaub and said something about him that all of us have been thinking for a long time now. I don't even think this one is long enough to clip out. I'm not going to take this one out and put it up there as a clip.
Heard that before.
But Joe Rogan called out Brendan Schaub for trashing Dana White.
Okay.
Remember he said, oh yeah, that Diaz fight, that they totally staged that weigh-in and everything. And it's just like, you know, Dana White laughed at him and the whole UFC press laughed at Brendan.
Of course. And Joe's around this stuff all the time.
Well, then Brendan tried to, remember we played the clip of Brendan trying to hit back at Dana and he just embarrassed the fuck out of himself.
You can't call me stupid.
Yeah. Like, Brendan, everybody was laughing at you in that room. You should have just let that one go, buddy.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and see what Joe had to say about
because
the
these
situation.
people, if all they doing is fishing for compliments to themselves so they can feel like something. But as soon as you don't give it to them, it's it. Brandon Schaub, he gave his opinion on Dana. They ate his ass alive like piranhas.
It's so dumb. I didn't talk to him about that, but first of all, he's wrong.
So Joe's like, we got to remember, Joe works for the UFC.
He sees it.
So if Brendan is criticizing Dana and the weigh-ins in the UFC, he's shitting on the company Joe works for and that Joe loves. Joe doesn't like work for USC and just carry water. Joe believes it. Joe loves that company.
You can tell. He's passionate.
Yeah, he needed to.
He's wrong about the theory. Look, Brendan's my boy, but he needs a handler. Yeah. He needs someone like me around him all the time. What are you going to do? No. Here's why. Yeah. And he'll go, yeah, you're right.
Wow.
So Joe Rogan basically saying, so Brendan's a fucking idiot, and here's what he needs: someone to hold his hand. Literally said handler. He needs someone to hold his hand and go, Brendan, I know you think you're going to talk about something, but don't say that. It's incredibly fucking stupid.
Here's why we're going to skip this one.
Yeah. And the funniest part to me about it is, you can't be a guy that needs a handler and a guy who needs to be told not to say stupid shit when you make your living riffing on podcasts. If you make your living riffing on podcasts, that means you're good at off-the-cuff thinking and just firing stuff out there. That's why you get to do a podcast. So Joe inadvertently here is saying Brendan Schaub should not be doing podcasts.
He doesn't have the ability.
Brendan Schaub should not be just talking without running it by somebody first. He should be way more. What Joe doesn't understand, though, is if that Brendan got what Joe's talking about, he'd cease to exist.
Yes.
Because you can't let Brendan go on a podcast. Every time he steps in front of a microphone, he says something remarkably, unrecoverably stupid. It's the only reason people are still watching Brendan.
For the Schaubisms.
Is for the Schaubisms and him saying, I'm your Huckabee and all this other shit.
Doubling down on it.
So I appreciate Joe continuing to be the George to Brendan's Lenny. But even at some point, Joe's going to have to understand George had to put Lenny down at some point too.
Yep. And
that it just wasn't worth it anymore. It got him in more trouble than it was worth. Like, Joe doesn't like hearing about the Bobby Lee Kalila horse shit. Joe doesn't like being asked by Dana, hey, what's your boy talking about with this conspiracy shit? And I guarantee Joe goes, he's a fucking idiot. He's an ape. What are you going to do? Like,
and Joe's still trying to do the courteous thing as a friend, too, by prefacing with, hey, he's my boy, but at some point he's going to stop having to claim him.
Every time Joe finds a ranch that he and Brendan can work for a while, Brendan squeezes the life out of some girl in a dress and they got to run through the bramble bush now because Brendan fucked it up.
I get where you coming from with Brendan, and then
I love how this guy made a point and then he goes, all right, look, Brendan's a bad example because I get it. He is fucking stupid.
Right.
It's like, to me, I don't understand why our community, they hate him in a way. Like, I don't know the percentage, but he gets a lot of shit.
Well, I think Joe just said why he gets a lot of shit. He opens his mouth and diarrhea dog shit comes out of it.
I think that if you were just to watch a clip of Brendan's show, you don't need any more explanation than that.
Wouldn't it be funny if Joe just took out a computer and he goes, oh, here's why they do. And they just play a random Brendan clip and the guy goes,
like reels.
Yeah, and then the guy goes, oh, I get it. Yeah, I get it. He's mentally retarded.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Or the guy goes, no, that's not right. I mean, that's clearly a touched person. That's a mentally challenged individual. People shouldn't be bullying him. That's wrong. Poor Brendan with his giant jaws and his rock mouth.
His
if you're spending
ears.
any time, if you're a busy man, you're a family man, you got kids, you got a wife, you got a shit to do, and you're spending any time arguing on Twitter, that is a waste of your life. That's a waste of time.
Wow, so he really is hammering Schaub. Because remember, Schaub wrote a giant Instagram thing about Dana White.
I always feel that way, too. And obviously, we make our living online here, so we do spend some amount of time online.
Yeah.
But besides that, unless I've got to interact with someone who needs something from me, I don't really spend any amount of time online. I just don't.
So if I wanted to do an open mic night,
you're a funny dude. You could do it.
And I had a bit about being on a dating app.
Yes.
And a woman telling me she is not interested in men unless they are unvaxxed. How would I write that bit? Because that really happened,
Women want unvaxxed sperm. Yeah.
All right, I think that's pretty much the end of the Brendan clip.
Okay.
But yeah, it is funny when Joe just basically, he treats these guys under him like the children that they are.
Yeah.
And he's like, I wish I could talk to this motherfucker so I could slap him outside the head and tell him that he's an idiot.
That was so very out front, too. I feel like he didn't sugarcoat that at all. He just basically said, no, he needs a handler. Like, he doesn't have this on his own.
All right, guys, let's see if we can fire up that overtime. I think we will. We're only $45 away from the goal. Let's go ahead and knock that out. There's the PayPal link in the chat. Let's fire up the music, and here we go. $45 away from our goal. $3:49 left in today's show, and the clock is a-running. We've got a bunch of stuff to do for the overtime, so if you feel like chipping in, go ahead. $5-10 a month if you're a fan of the show. Hey, that's more than doing your part. Make sure you hit the like button. If you're not subscribed to this channel already, please do, because we are pushing 5,000 subs. I also want to be able to get a hold of LossLess. Hey, if any of you Redbar fans that listen to this show, if you're still in the chat, if you want to send me any kind of contact information for LossLess, I would really appreciate it. Because I want to watch that Sven Redbar expose thing with him on the show and get his reaction as it plays. $45 away from our goal today. There's the link in the chat. It's also up pinned to the top of the page. PayPal, YouTube, the Super Chats, the memberships, all of it counts. Let's see if we can get there or if we're wrapping today up and rolling that $45 into tomorrow. A little less than 3 minutes left in today's show. Unless we hit that goal, keep the show going and do overtime for the next 30. I got New York suing Donald Trump. I've got the hamburger helper rant. I've got, this is funny, a nonprofit that's going to help single moms with finances.
Oh, no.
That's a little on the nose.
Can you be helped?
You know what, April? God bless you for saying that. And also a Washington man who ordered a screen mesh from Amazon, and they just sent him a fucking gun instead.
That sounds like an okay day.
I mean, unless you really wanted that mesh.
Unless it was vaginal mesh and you really needed that.
Dub says, I bet ROTC would love to see that footage. I bet they already have. I bet those guys are going to talk about that today. Don't you worry. That's gonna make the Brendan circles. That's for sure. All right, guys, $45 away from our goal. We really haven't been asking since we got that VIP because we just kind of thought we were going to knock it out. But now we got a minute left in the show, and we are $45 away. So, interesting.
It got sleepy.
Orange Boy says, did we F up the criticism, or F up the credit system? No. What I'm doing the 5 minutes now instead of doing the 5 minutes at 10:25 today and just knocking it out early so we don't have to worry about it. $30 away from our goal. We are inside of $50. So we will do the overtime on credit. Still looking to knock out that $30 so we don't have to do this shit again.
Let's take care of it.
Later in the program. About 49 seconds left. There's the PayPal link in the chat. $30 away. Let's see some new people knock out that goal instead of the Ruperts and the Gray Ducklings and the others. Let's see if we get some others chipping in for a few first-timers.
A lot of tiny gives. Go a long
if
way.
you will. I whispered April instructions on how to unhide LossLess.
Okay.
Well, I know how to. I couldn't find his name in our hidden thing.
Why don't we take another look?
Really interesting. Thank you very much to Phage Lives and Fauci's Pangolin, 5 and 10.
Thank you.
Right there, $20 away from our goal. And we're just about out of the woods here. Let's go ahead and fire that up. About 7 seconds left in the little soundtrack. And there it goes. And if we weren't doing the credit system, the show would be wrapping up right about now. So we'll do your 30 minutes on credit. But we got to knock out that $20 that is left in the goal so that this show can keep its people around and break even. New York State is suing Donald Trump and his children and pretty much his whole family. The state of New York wants $250 million. Do you know why?
I don't, actually.
Because there's a super liberal attorney general and she wants to stick it to Trump.
I was going to say the only thing I can think of is like people just have a hard-on for Trump.
That is all it is, man. This is nothing but political. Because, look, I'm not saying that Trump has always been like above board with his business and everything else. He certainly hasn't. But there's nothing new here that she can charge him for.
Yeah,
this is purely all right, I see the... I see the Mar-a-Lago shit happening. I see that the election is heating up. Trump's back in the news. I'll help pile on.
That's what I was thinking. As soon as you said it, it's like the shitstorm keeps coming.
Yeah.
Just lay it on thick.
Thank you very much, Rexstart, for the $10 super chat. $10 away from our goal today. I think we're going to knock it out. $5 from Casey, so we're only $5 away from the goal today. Somebody will come in and just knock out that measly $5 that's left. Thank you, Casey. All right, so let's listen to this. You know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm jaded. Thank you, Trucker 18-Wheeler, for the $10 super chat. Says effing pores. We had Rex, we had Phage, we had Casey, we had a few.
I see some new names.
Yeah, a few different new names coming in. We appreciate that. Again, $5-10 a month. That's all people need to do. It doesn't have to be a massive amount, although the people doing the massive amount are helping us greatly. So let's listen to this Letitia James, who is suing on behalf of the state of New York, the entire Trump family, for $250 million. From TMZ.
Following a comprehensive 3-year investigation by my office, including witnesses, interviews with more than 65 witnesses, and review of millions of documents that were submitted by Mr. Trump and others, I am announcing that today we are filing a lawsuit against Donald Trump for violating the law as part of his efforts to generate profits for himself, his family, and his company.
Wow, what a piece of shit. Trying to generate profits for his company. What an asshole. Not only that, like, this is such a bullshit, like,
vague.
It's not even vague. It's just the thing that bothers me about it is, let's say this guy's name isn't Donald Trump. Let's just say he's Bob Wilson and he's a guy who started a business. So when the state investigates you, notice they can't charge him with anything criminal.
Right.
They have nothing on him that's criminal. But the state, the entire government, the weight of the government can lean on you for a lawsuit for $250 million. I mean, the thing that stops some private citizens from suing another guy is they don't want to take on all of the cost, the legal costs and everything else. The state, unlimited amounts of taxpayer money.
Lots and lots.
To go ahead and try and get $250 million out of the Trump family. So when you investigate someone and you can't charge them with anything criminal, but you still want to get them, you still want to fuck them to the wall.
People are obsessed.
Then you sue them. I mean, and this woman is, I mean, this is so political.
This is obsession.
The complaint demonstrates that Donald Trump falsely inflated his net worth by billions of dollars to unjustly enrich himself and to cheat the system, thereby cheating all of us.
Ew.
Wait a minute.
This sounds...
Hold on. He told you he had more money than he actually did. So what? So he then started a business and made a bunch of money with it, but he told you I'm worth $3 billion or I'm worth $9 billion and he was worth $5 billion. Like, what? Who fucking cares?
Well, and then just the therefore cheating all of us.
Donald Trump cheated all of us. Yeah, especially all those people who have jobs in Trump Tower. He really cheated the fuck out of those people.
Just trying to rally the troops behind her, like, he cheated us all.
It is so phony.
He was so profitable. He cheated us all. Shut up.
He did this with the help of the other defendants, his children. Donald Trump Jr., Ivanka Trump, and Eric Trump. And former...
Wow, that's just so weird that she would just go after all of them all at once. Amazing that they all had a hand to play in this. Wow, this must be some grand conspiracy. Oh, this is just sad, guys. Your obsession is destroying you.
There's some people out there that wouldn't even be happy if the whole Trump family was exiled to an island by themselves.
Oh, but they get to be alive.
Trump Organization CFO Alan Weisselberg and Trump Organization Controller Jeffrey McConney. Mr. Trump...
All right, now they're going after my Jews. They've gone too far.
And the Trump Organization repeatedly and persistently manipulated the value of assets to induce banks to lend money to the Trump Organization on more favorable terms than would otherwise have been available to the company.
Wait, say that again. So wait, he worked out something with the banks where the banks gave him a better deal? Yeah, that's not illegal.
Yeah.
Banks.
Hold on.
To lend money to the Trump Organization persistently manipulated the value of assets to induce banks to lend money to the Trump Organization on more favorable terms than would otherwise have been available to the company.
So he told them his assets and the things he owned were worth this much money, therefore he's worth that much money.
Yep.
The banks looked at his documents and agreed with him and then loaned him the money.
Doesn't seem like anything faulty there, right?
That's called applying for a loan. That's how it
that's
works. God. So basically the state of New York's argument is, he said he was worth this much, and we think that that wasn't totally accurate, so we're suing him. Because the bank wouldn't look into that at all.
The banks are very thorough on that shit usually, right?
To pay lower taxes. to satisfy continuing loan agreements and to induce insurance companies to provide insurance coverage for higher limits and at lower premiums.
Wow, so the thing that everybody who owns businesses in New York does, the thing that everybody who owns business anywhere does, the thing that everybody in every part of life does, they get the numbers, they go, my numbers are this, that, this, and then they shop around for the best rates and deals. Oh, you guys are reaching. This is bad.
This is the biggest one yet, I think.
This is one of the biggest reaches.
As part of
This is the worst reach since the hookers peed on the bed.
It's maybe the most embarrassing one.
Demonstrating illegality under that section of Law 6312, we show that they violated several state criminal laws, including falsifying business records, issuing false financial statements.
Well, now, wait a minute. Then why don't you charge him with a crime?
Yeah, prove that.
Charge him with a crime and prove it in court. The lawsuit thing is such bullshit to me. Because if he really did these things you're talking about, then that's fraud.
Yes.
Prosecute
and that
him.
is a charge.
Wow.
Insurance fraud. And engaging in a conspiracy to commit each
crime
of these state law violations.
But that's a criminal case then that you should have. Why aren't you charging him in a criminal court? Why are you suing him for $250 million?
Like,
because you got shit.
Put the Republican, in name only or whatever. But like, put that aside for a second. Like, this is just shitty to do to somebody.
Mr. Nobody says, that's it. I'm going to sue my neighbors for selling their house and getting a profit off of it. Fuck them to the wall is the name of my Little League team, says Fauci Spangolin. Need Trump says, what a fucking joke. It just makes me like Trump even more. 6 years of bullshit. Well, yeah, it doesn't make me like him any more or less, but like it doesn't.
I do feel bad for him at some point.
Michael Pitt says he got better rates because he said he had $3 billion instead of $400 million. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, the bank looks into that shit. Yeah. Somebody says usually people say they make less to get out of taxes and shit. Mm-hmm. Not I make more than I actually do. Yeah, their own argument kind of falls apart on them.
I know.
Like, oh, he lied to make himself worth more, and so he tried to pay less on taxes. Wait, you want to try that again?
Well, and then even like, so they're saying like he made his assets more than like what it actually was worth and stuff, so that they would give him more money from the banks. You know that has to get paid back, right?
Yeah.
So he's owning himself by putting himself in more debt.
I guess. Alex says poor Tiffany never gets included. Yeah, even in the indictments. Well, it's not an indictment. It's a lawsuit. They couldn't indict him because they couldn't find, evidence of a crime. Just like the tax laws, Trump says, as which the left side put it, he's using the laws of the land. Right. Benton says no masks, no social distancing. They should be executed. Any person in the chat could be guilty of the same. Fill out any application and estimate slightly wrong. Round your income up a few dollars on a credit card app.
Yep.
Illegal.
I was just going to say, which one of you can honestly raise your hand and say you didn't put down more for your income on a credit card app? Which one?
Who, me? Never.
I've seen you apply for a credit card.
Never once.
I mean, it's so fucking stupid. Yes, it's all laws of the land.
Because $250 million is cheaper than $75 million. People raise hell in the streets. More lies. Fuck that. This fucking government, says Need Trump. Luke says it's the banker checking in with you, and Aaron nailed it. Right. Thank you, Luke. So I don't know which part I nailed it on, but my whole assertion was Trump went through his companies, and Trump said, this is how much all of my assets are worth. This is my net worth because this is what I could liquidate now, and this is what I could have in my pocket. Mm-hmm. And it's the bank's responsibility to check up on that shit, and they do.
They do every time.
And they go, is this guy, okay, these numbers, you know what, close enough, these numbers check out. It's none of the state's fucking business. This is an issue between the guy and the bank.
It's just a raging hard-on for a guy that's been... Like, on his own, I don't think he's really been stirring any shit. Doesn't everyone bring it to him first?
And when you have as much property and assets as he does, you can leverage and scheme the numbers in any way. You can make your net worth look like anything, and you're technically not lying.
Sure.
If you're Donald Trump. It's about how leveraged the property is, what the actual... I mean, if you want to go actual value, let's say he has a $90 million property, but let's say he owes $45 million on it still. Mm-hmm. He could either say, well, I'm worth $45 million or I'm worth $90 million, depending.
It's perception.
Right, depending on how he wants to put it out there. Labglass says, don't tell the bank that I'm only worth $50. I told them $750,000. All right. Trump claimed he could declassify documents by thinking about them more than burying the lead here. Is that what he said? That's a fucking weird thing to say. I can declassify documents just by thinking about them. Oh, my God.
Okay.
Trump is Kreskin.
Okay, besides that, though, like, we should be able to hear a guy say that and be like, well, that's stupid.
Yeah, he's
like,
ridiculous.
obviously, he's being ridiculous.
Yeah, just because Trump,
You don't
just
sue
because
him.
Trump is ridiculous doesn't mean that this isn't ridiculous. Piffy Puff says the bank ain't loaning you money without knowing what you have. Exactly. And by the way, that guy who said he's worth $750,000.
Well, $750,000 is a lot.
I agree.
I mean, yeah, the banks are not going to give you that money without making sure they get it back
Right.
first.
Unless the government guarantees the loan, like subprime mortgages. Then they're like, oh, fuck it. We're getting paid one way or the other. We'll do it. Do you want to hear this hamburger helper rant?
Yes, please.
All right, let's listen to this. This is, I guess, another classic DSP moment that we've never seen. DSP hamburger. Oh, look, it just comes right there. Joe Rogan admits that Brendan isn't good at stand-up. Oh, boy, we got a unique video that just came out an hour ago. Might want to watch that one, too. Let's...
Really committed.
Here we go.
I said he shouldn't.
Yes.
Years ago, you told Brandon on this podcast that he shouldn't.
Yes.
Like, when do you feel like a fighter should walk away? Like, for example,
with me and him, I was friends with him, so I knew that he wasn't really committed. And also, I trained with him a few times, and I knew like his lust for training wasn't there. And I was worried that neurologically he was suffering.
Wow.
I remember that
That's
episode,
heavy.
that Brendan Joe episode where Joe went on Brendan's show in Joe's studio and basically said, yeah, you're slurring your words. Like, you talk like shit. Your brain's not that. You're going to have brain damage if you keep fighting. Ooh,
And I think we watched that here before.
that's pretty rough.
Because you can only get KO'd so many times. And I had personally seen him get KO'd a few times, and I knew he'd been KO'd in training, and I knew he had been fucked up playing football. I mean, he played football since he was a child.
Yeah.
Like, there was too much head injuries. It's too many. I'm like, there's gonna come a point in time where you have to stop, and now is the best time to stop. Like, you already have a career. You're doing podcasting. You're doing well. He was making more money doing podcasting than he ever did fighting.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, you've got it out right now. You're a funny guy. You're fun to hang out with. I mean, you might not have the best stand-up, but talking.
Joe just lets these little things slip.
God, Joe
sometimes.
just has this small little dagger. He doesn't hit you with a broadsword. He just goes, Shh, there you go. You're like, whoa, fuck, did you just stab me, Joe? Yeah. He's got podcasts. I mean, he may be a shitty stand-up comedian, but, he's got some podcasts.
It kind of just sounds like a dad talking about their kid that's kind
I
of
know.
screwed up a little
like
bit.
when the kid's not around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's talking to his friends at golf or something.
Right.
To the dude. He's a funny dude. He's got a great personality. He's fun to talk to.
I can't wait to see it.
It's so hard for people to walk away because it's their identity. Their whole identity is wrapped up in being
That's true, man.
a fighter.
That's true. It's so fucking important.
All right. I don't care about the rest of it. I just wanted to see that. Like I said, I'm not putting these up as clips. I just wanted to see that little jab where he just goes, yeah, I mean, he's not very good at stand-up. Brian says Rogan did legit save Brendan. Yeah, Brendan was pissy about it for a long time, too. I love listening to Joe. He has the ability to make people talk. Joe's good at what he does.
I do like Joe.
Piffy Puff says they got wrecked in 2008 because people were getting those variable rates for their loans. Oh, Piffy's behind in the chat. Whoopsies. Benton says people can't get the loans at the... Okay, a couple people are behind in the chat. Sorry about this. Must have been a busy time at work and they had to pause it.
Yeah.
DSP tries it hamburger helper rant. This is from a year ago.
Okay.
Want to check out the DSP hamburger helper rant?
If you're wondering what I ate for dinner, hamburger helper. My wife said, oh, we should do something quick, because she has to work today. She's like, do something that you can make at home. That's quick. By the way, hamburger helper is not quick. I'll tell you in a moment.
I got to say, this is a first for me. I've never seen a man get salty over Hamburger Helper before. Hamburger Helper is one of those meals where you're not expecting anything.
I know.
You're just like, all right, this will be a flavor that goes in my mouth.
It's very salty.
There's calories in it. It's very salty. It'll fill my stomach up. That's it. I don't have to cook. I don't have to chop up, any ingredients or anything. I just dump it all. It's in packs. It's packed in.
It's like cheating almost. It's cheating cooking.
Any meal that comes packed in paper, you can't have too much excitement for it.
I did see somebody get upset over instant ramen the other day on YouTube that they're like, by the way, this is not instant at all. Takes too long.
These are the kind of clips you guys are like, why aren't you doing more DSP this week? Because I like the DSP stuff where he's just being silly and he's just being an idiot and he's just like that kind of DSP.
Mm-hmm.
Like this part where he's talking about not paying his rent and all this other shit and like yelling at people. That gets tedious after a while.
It's too common.
You're right. Well, not even too common. It's just like, I don't want to watch a guy yell at people.
No.
I like watching the ones where he's like, guys, you know what I discovered today? Hamburger Helper. Have you ever seen this? Oh my God, Hamburger. By the way, make something quick. It's not quick. DSP's got a very fast-paced day. He's got to feed his cat.
Helper, what the fuck does it help?
Yeah, that's not helping my hamburger. And she said, why don't you make something quick? It's not quick, by the way. I mean, compared to what? I mean, compared to making a gumbo from scratch, it's pretty quick.
I mean, yeah, I cook every single day, and I mean, Hamburger Helper is a pretty quick one.
It's pretty quick, DSP. Jesus.
She's like, let's do Hamburger Helper. And she's like, her favorite is Italian shells. Now, I never had the Italian shells. When I was a kid, my parents used to make Hamburger Helper. They used to make beef stroganoff, cheeseburger, and lasagna flavor. I thought that beef...
DSP had a good childhood then.
Yeah, I mean,
those are some solid Hamburger Helper flavors right there.
Those are probably the best ones.
You can't turn your nose up at Hamburger Helper. I think it's fine. I think it tastes just fine. You know what it's great for? And I know health-wise it's not. But
that's why I don't make it.
Kids don't have good palates. Like, they can't taste really good stuff at that age. Hamburger Helper is good for them. Well, not good for them, but it's good for their taste buds because they like that kind of simple mush kind of shit.
Mm.
I mean, you don't want to make a habit of it because it's so high in sodium and stuff. But
yeah, I mean, that's the only reason I don't make it is because I want to make sure the people I care about get good food in their tummies.
Yeah, Hamburger Helper is for kids and for single guys. Like, I'll say this, as a guy who lived in Litchfield in an apartment by himself, Hamburger Helper was like treat night. It wasn't mac and cheese with Cajun seasoning sprinkled on it. And yeah, I ate the whole box.
I always put Lowry's on mine.
I hear you.
Yeah.
But like Hamburger Helper, if you were a single guy, that was a treat. You're like, oh yeah, fuck mac and cheese. I'm eating Hamburger Helper tonight.
I always went for those Knorr brand, the KNORR.
Yep. The Lipton.
The angel hair. Oh
Yeah.
God, those noodles are good.
Absolutely.
Stroganoff and lasagna flavor were pretty good. I actually absolutely hated the cheeseburger flavor. I thought it was gross. I thought it was like very...
Phil, they all taste the same. I love that Phil's getting like Gordon Ramsay on Hamburger Helper.
They're all very much like the varying colors of M&Ms. It's all the same thing.
Yeah.
With different packages.
Phil, I just think like maybe your parents slapped you when you ate one of them, so it has a bad memory attached to it.
You got in trouble one night.
Yeah, when he was eating the stroganoff, it was all, they were talking about how well he did in his Little League game and everything else. But then when he ate the cheeseburger macaroni or whatever it was, his dad went, "You're the dumbest fucking kid. You'll never amount to anything, you piece of shit." And he's like, "I don't like the taste of that one." It's because the tastes do not differ that much.
No.
Hamburger Helper tastes like, well, Hamburger Helper. That's it. Mystery over.
Yeah, like when you think about Hamburger Helper to yourself, there's only one like thought, like flavor thought provoked, right? That's it. Just like a salty beef.
A salty beef mush. That's what it is.
A paste.
Fake cheese tasting. Okay?
Nice snort.
So when my wife said, "Oh, try. I like Italian shell flavor. Let's try." Because she hasn't had it in a long time either. And I said, "Okay, we'll do it. Whatever. It's something quick, right?" It's not quick at all. So first you have to fry the meat up by itself.
Oh, fucking A. Why can't they just send me the meat in the Hamburger Helper? I don't understand why they can't just put the meat in the box, let it sit on the shelf for an undisclosed amount of time, and I can just make the meat with all the other stuff.
He's the kind of guy that needs it canned. He needs a liquid, he needs the canned, finished product that he can just warm up in the microwave, and that's it. He needs raviolis. And SpaghettiOs.
I mean, look, I called the Hamburger Helper helpline that's on the back of the box, and I asked them, can I just use a Dinty Moore can and just microwave that and put that in the hamburger helper. And they said no. And I said, well, that's just unhelpful customer service.
That is just canned diarrhea.
Which in itself takes about 5 to 10 minutes. Then you have to drain all the fat out of the meat. Put the meat.
Phil, that takes 25 seconds.
I was going to say, like, browning beef is the quickest, easiest fucking thing ever.
That takes 5 to 10 minutes. Then you got to drain the meat. And I always put the meat down the sink, and then I go fetch it out of the pipe, and that's how I drain it. So that takes about 15, 20 minutes once you finagle it out with a butter knife.
Get a leaner, like, ground beef, and you don't have to drain it either. You can skip some steps. There's cheating involved.
I love how he points out draining the beef as like a time-consuming item in his meal preparation.
I know.
Back in the skillet. Then you have to start putting in all these ingredients, the shells, a bunch of milk, a bunch of hot water.
Phil, it's pre-packaged for you. You just dump the shit in there.
This is beautiful. Like, I never want him to change. I need more of this.
If you guys want us to go all in on like, oh, did you see DSP yelling at his... I don't want to do that anymore. Find me the old school classic Phil stuff, and you'll watch us to... Here, this is our role in the DSP universe now. We'll go back and discover the Phil stuff for the first time for us.
Retro DSP.
Retro DSP. God. Yeah, my wife said it was quick. It's not quick. It takes like 5-10 minutes to brown the hamburger. Then eat it raw, fuckhead.
You know he gave it to her about this, too. Like, he's like, that was not quick.
Kat, you told me that this was a quick meal. It took at least 5 to 10 minutes to do the meat, and then I don't know how to strain. How do you strain meat? So I just sat there, and I covered the lid with my hand, and then I poured the meat, and then that burned my hand really bad, and I had to wait for the fat juices to slow trickle out of the pan, and so I didn't lose any hamburger. Then Jasper rubbed against me, and that distracted me.
You got cat hair in it.
You have to put the packets of seasoning in, and then you have to start cooking it into a boil and stir it.
Oh, you poor fucking guy.
It's too much for his gamer biceps to handle.
And then you have to stir it. It's like, she told me this was an easy meal. I thought I would just stare at it and will it to boil.
He's the kind of guy that needs like a Hungry Man frozen dinner to just pop in the microwave that's like 2,500 grams of sodium.
How is Phil not catching on to what could be his next cash cow? A food review channel.
Food review.
I would watch Dark Side Phil food reviews all fucking day.
Dark Side Food.
Dark Side
Food Reviews.
Dark Side Food Reviews.
We did it.
You've got it.
Oh my God, dude. You've got this.
Phil,
buddy.
Come on, buddy.
Okay, that alone to get it to a boil takes about another 5-10 minutes. Then when that's done, it says you have to simmer it for 25 minutes.
You have to simmer
and
it.
stir it constantly so it thickens. So here I am thinking this is going to be like a 10-minute thing. It took me a fucking hour.
Phil, that's a banquet TV dinner.
Even this guy on this ledge here is exhausted from listening to you.
The video game character is like, are we going to fucking move, bro? I got a wolf to kill.
I really got to shit.
Oh. He has to stop playing his game and say, all right, guys, I've been really hoodwinked by the hamburger helper people.
Dark Side Phil's telling us the dark side of cheap foods.
That oven mitt is full of shit. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Hour to make hamburger helper.
No, it doesn't.
I'm like, why does it take so long? I thought it was something fast. I thought the whole point of hamburger helper was that you're like a parent, you don't have a lot of time. You need something quick to make for your family. So you just grab hamburger, you throw it in, you mix it in, you stir it, it's done. This was like an hour of work.
It's 30 minutes to make hamburger helper. It says it right on the box that it takes 30 minutes.
And I don't know how often you cook. I'm guessing not often, but like a 30-minute meal is a godsend. It's awesome.
Phil, do you like wait until you're at the peak point of starvation to start making your food?
That's never good.
Another half hour is going to kill me.
Do not start cooking when you're hungry. You've got to do it beforehand.
Hey, what did he fuck up that it took him an hour, you think?
The straining of the
Yeah, he definitely fucked up the straining of the meat.
He accidentally, he tried to use one of them, like, handheld tiny strainers you push on the pot, you know?
Maybe.
And he, like, slipped and he spilt it.
Here's my theory. He poured it in the strainer like a colander, right?
Okay.
And he let it sit there and went and played a video game because he thought you just let it, like, drip drain for, like, 10, 15, 20 minutes.
I could see that. Or he scorched the milk. Like, that'll ruin it, too.
I think he fucked up the straining process, and that's why he feels like it took him an hour.
He was straining.
Or, no. Phil had it on really low temperature, waiting for it to boil, so it took forever. Because he says it takes 5-10 minutes for it to boil. No, it doesn't. It takes like 2 or 3.
He saw the word simmer, which he said simber, by the way.
Simber, yeah.
And he turned it on like low because he's like, that sounds like a simmer to me.
I would watch him live stream himself making Hamburger Helper.
Yes, dude, I hope he hears this someday. Like, somebody get this to him. But
Yeah.
if you were to do like silly food reviews and just lean into it, I think people would love it.
Dark side food.
The dark side of fast food.
That's exactly what Phil needs to be doing right now.
And then after that, cleaning and everything.
As
and then
if
on top
you
of
did
that, so after 25 minminutes of stirring and simmering, it actually did thicken up because at first it was actually liquidy and disgusting. I didn't think it was going to be thickened at all. But
You see, Phil, what's funny is Phil couldn't let it sit for a little bit.
Yeah.
He just had to shove it right in his mouth. As he's eating it, it starts thickening
No
up.
offense, but like this is how I would picture you trying to cook a meal, like, and it's going a little slow.
I can cook. How dare you? Better than this.
When is the last time you cooked for me?
Like our second date. But
Which
you're
I
just
will
so
say
good
you
at...
did a really good job.
First of all, I make that chili.
Well, that's a team effort, and
Yeah.
you're very good.
We just made it.
We do. You know what we do when we make chili? We separate the things that like we're both really good at. Like
I dump
let
in all the
him-
shit.
I let him open the cans and dump the cans in, and because that's annoying to me, and I chop all the vegetables.
And I determine the seasoning amounts.
You don't. The thing determines.
I always,
the seasoning amounts. You just
play.
measure
Hey,
them.
I play fast and loose with my
No,
spices.
you don't.
Oh, I play fast and loose. Does that recipe call for honey in the chili? It does not. That is an Aaron ad lib.
Aaron did ask my permission first. He's like, "Can we put some Mike's Hot Honey in this chili?" I'm like,
Fucks,
"That's
yeah,
a
we
bomb
can.
idea."
Sure was.
actually did thicken properly and cooked properly. And by the end of the 25 minutes of stirring it, finally it's ready to go. So I put it on my plate. I go to eat it. First of all, it's steaming hot and there's no way to...
Phil, you just made food. You took it off a stove. Phil, you know that thing that turns red when you turn it on?
Hot
and there's,
surface?
There's glowing lights everywhere that tell you how hot it is. When you take your food off of that thing, that food actually traps in the heat that came from that hot thing. So, Phil, you don't dump the hamburger helper onto a plate from the pan and just go, "Ugh," like you're the Tasmanian devil.
He's liable to sue like Hamburger Helper for a multitude of reasons. Like, first off, it doesn't help anything. It's slow. I burnt myself. Like, he's about to pull like the McDonald's coffee was hot.
Yeah. I love that he takes it right off after finished cooking it. He's like, it's way too hot. I always eat my meals lukewarm.
Why don't we stick it in the freezer for a second like we do for the 3-year-old and you're going to be okay.
Phil couldn't figure out why the hamburger helper was so hot after he took it off the stove.
Why are you hot?
God damn it.
Now his hands burned.
No, I know my hands. Oh, it got all
now
over my hands.
Jasper's eating it.
Wait, like I'm like, I don't have time to wait a half an hour for this to cool off.
You would think he's never existed with food before. God forbid. Like,
oh my God.
I feel bad for his wife. Like, this is why she lets him just take her out to eat, because she's like, I can't do this with him. No more food cooking.
Oh my God. I need a dark side food cooking channel now. Now. Keem, if you're out there, get your checkbook out. We've got an idea.
I want to provide him with the apron and a chef's hat.
Oh, guys, we're going over overtime just for this.
Eat because I have shit to do before my second stream. So I had to eat. I burned my mouth. My tongue's completely burnt now because it was so...
I burned my mouth on my hamburger helper.
This is wonderful.
Our 5-year-old doesn't do that.
Who sent us this? Thank you.
You know what our 5-year-old does? He grabs his fork, he puts the food to his mouth, and he goes, ooh, that's hot. That's hot. I'll put that down for a little bit. And then he waits, or he has us put it in the freezer for him, and then it cools down, and then he eats it. And Dark Side Phil just goes, H is for hamburger. There's a volcano in my mouth. I burned myself on the Italian shells. More like Italian hells. How am I supposed to scream when I have a swollen tongue from a goddamn hamburger helper?
Oh my God.
This fucking guy.
This has to go up. We have to post this one.
Phil, if you find this video,
Please.
no disrespect intended.
No.
This is classic.
This is wonderful. You have to do more of this. I want him to fuck up a fucking White Castle slider in the microwave.
Phil.
Because you can.
To all you detractors out there who yelled at me because I said canceling this guy was a mistake, once again, you lose, I win. I need more of this.
Yes.
If you think that this guy going away is good for you, you are a fucking dimwit.
This guy needs to live another day so that we can get more of these videos.
Oh,
please.
Hot. Like, Jesus Christ, it's like fucking, it's steaming hot. And it took me like 20 minutes to eat it, and it was still hot. When I was eating the last piece, it was still hot.
Oh, what a
Wow.
shitty food that stays hot when you eat it.
You got a good hot meal in your tummy. You know he'd bitch the opposite direction if it was cold.
God damn.
Right?
Yeah, it's almost like the unhappiness is coming from inside him.
Now my innards are cold.
I have the coldest kidneys you've ever seen in your life, and it's all because this hamburger helper didn't stay fucking hot.
He just eats raw burger.
As I'm eating it, I realize this is one of the most disgusting things I've ever had in my life. It was devoid of any kind of actual seasoning flavor.
That's because it came in a paper packet, you fucking idiot. Oh
He
my
forgot
God.
to put that in.
Are you telling me that the paper packet that had the seasonings in it was not fresh oregano from the store?
I will stand up for Hamburger Helper here. You should have gotten an overwhelming sense of saltiness.
Oh, yeah.
That, like, if you can't taste that, you can't taste shit.
Yeah. DSP, you're used to salt.
It was the most bland, generic, flavorless cheese I've ever had in my life. And
it's not cheese!
It's literally a powder, sir. It's powder.
Was this asshole expecting, like, steakhouse quality food out of his hamburger helper?
Duh.
That includes, like, bad mac and cheese. This is worse than that. It was like, they call it Italian shells. There's nothing Italian in that. There's no tomato flavor at all. There's no oregano. There's nothing that...
You don't need tomato for Italian, by the way.
That's because it's hamburger helper. It cost you $1.99 and it's full of packaged powders.
And that's with inflation.
Right, yeah, Phil, you're not gonna get oregano and tomato basil from your fucking hamburger helper. I'm sorry.
I mean, you could throw in a dash of your own if you cared so much.
Right.
I do.
Then you would say, oh, this is an Italian dish. It tastes completely like factory cheese. You know what I mean? Like,
it's
they took
factory
real
cheese.
And they fucking scraped off the edges of the dried up pieces and dried it and dried it and dried it and dried it. And then you add milk and water to it. It's supposed to be cheese. It's not. It's fucking disgusting. It was like, so I'm eating it, I'm like, there's zero flavor. The only thing that had flavor in the whole thing was the beef, because of course...
I've never seen someone care this much about hamburger helper.
Now I'm going to take a serious moment here. Like,
Yeah.
This is like ASPCA type serious. Phil, I want you to know that while you sit and gripe about your hot meal of hamburger helper, there are kids in third world countries that would give their nuts for that food. So
ground beef that I cooked, and it had a little...
He cooked the ground beef. Get him. That's rich. You mean you watched it turn from red to brown? Wow. Thanks, Gordon Ramsay.
he looks like the kind of guy that would open up like a, you know how like ground beef comes in like that paper pack from the meat counter? He'd like open it up and be like, this shit isn't brown. It's not brown beef. What the fuck is
But a
this?
beef flavor to it. The thing was nasty. As I'm eating it, I was like, oh man, I really want to eat this, but it's all I have. I don't have anything else ready to eat. Like, I guess I got to eat it. So I forced it down, and I don't, it was not appetizing at all. It was disgusting.
Should've
So
seen
what
it on
I'm
its way out.
hoping, is that my wife agrees with me, and not that she actually liked that, because I don't know how she could have liked that. The thing is, I remember as a kid eating hamburger helper and liking some of the flavors.
Wow, so maybe it's the dipshit who was responsible for making it that maybe
Right.
made it not good this time.
Maybe not the product's fault.
Oh, man.
Maybe this one, because I never had this one before, maybe she's misremembering what kind it was. Or
Yeah, it's the dumb cunt's fault.
Yeah, it's actually your wife's fault.
God, Phil.
Your wife wasn't even home for this.
This is like if Walter White just stayed in and played video games all day.
This is that.
Yes.
This is that.
Maybe they changed it over the years, because the thing is, it's called Italian shells. There's nothing Italian about it. Like I said, there's no tomato, no oregano, nothing that would be considered an Italian ingredient is in that dish.
It's $1.99 full of packaged powders and paper, you dipshit.
They maybe put Italian on there to sound appetizing. So they make sales.
I can't believe it. When I'm at an Olive Garden, I walk out and I go, this isn't Sicily.
By the way, I think we're all leaving out the tuna helper, too. Isn't that delicious?
Yeah, you can leave out tuna helper. It can suck my dick.
Oh, I liked tuna helper.
It takes too long. It takes an hour. It's really hot all the time.
You don't have to cook the tuna.
That's true.
You just dump a can in.
It's just shells with disgusting bland cheese sauce.
Right.
And that's it. There's nothing else to it. It's disgusting.
Snort.
I love how this guy who can't cook pretends he's above the hamburger helper, though.
I don't like that he's like, oh, that's just disgusting.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm very upset. No, I'm really upset.
Yeah, maybe that's why the hamburger helper was hot and your snort boogers got into it, and that's why it didn't taste good.
Your perimeter of what is or is not considered disgusting is troubling.
Because that was my dinner, and I worked an hour to make it, and it's terrible. It's one thing if you're like, oh, this is something quick, right? I'm gonna toss it in a pot. It takes like 10, 15 minutes to warm. Oh, it's terrible. Like that's happened to me. You buy one of those pre-made soups, you warm it in a pot, eat it. Oh, it's bland. It's terrible. Big deal. All you do is throw it in a pot, rinse the pot, you're done. No, this is like an hour of fucking work. An hour of my time.
An hour of work. You're stirring.
We should time-lapse me making a hamburger helper just to send to Phil.
All right. Well, that's pretty much the end of that one, and we're way over time here, but we are putting that one up. God bless Dark Side Phil.
Get on that food reviews page, man.
This is great. I just want to go find all the other like classic DSP
This
clips.
makes me want to like rewatch the chicken sandwich thing. Like I just need you to be that person all the time.
Oh, that is great. Dark Side Food, Phil. That's what you need to do next. Dark Side Food. All right, everybody. Thank you very much for all your help today. Knocking out that goal once again. You guys have kept this show going. April, thank you very much.
Thank you, boss.
Appreciate that. Employee of the month. Also, like the video, subscribe to the channel. We're a little under 50 subs away from 5,000. Very cool.
So close.
Thanks again. We will talk to you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Central Time.